Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto holding destiny with own two hands? Part 2. Hope you loved the first part. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Chapter 7, Konoha, the Caravan Wagon. That night, as the group camped out in and around the wagon, much to the ire of Ino who wanted a nice hotel, they calmly contemplated this new occurrence. Shikamaru winced, a hand jumping to his ear. Ino, please. We're right here. He scowled. Inside voices, oh. Sorry, Kiba scowled. I don't get what we're standing around here for. We can just get him now and that'll solve a slew of problems. No Uchiha slaughter, no Emo Sasuke. Ouch Sakura. Hey, he was emo, no super powerful Akatsuki. Why not deal with it now? Niji nodded firmly. I agree with the mutt. Everyone stared. Oh shut you. WW what? Kiba exclaimed jumping up. He dramatically pointed at Niji. You are agreeing with me? Niji glared at him. Sit down, idiot. Even you have some common sense. It is logical to destroy such a terrible enemy when he is still young. He looked towards Naruto. If you wish, Hokage-sama, I can do it tonight, Shikamaru snorted. What? And have all of Konoha around our necks by nightfall? And what would you suggest? Ino shot back. We wait until he's made contact with Madara and betrays us? She glared at her teammate. You just want me to sit back while that murderer takes away my best friend's innocence? Sorry, but no way. Will all of you just listen to yourselves? Sakura broke in. You're talking about killing a child. A child who's only 4. Yes, a child. Niji interrupted. A child who can already kill a grown man easily. But guys, he hasn't done anything yet. Chuji protested softly. He's still innocent, Kiba snorted. Yeah, innocent. For how long? Look, I don't condone killing kids. I left ANBU because of the child assassination jobs. But we can all agree Itachi is not a normal kid. Sakura leaned forward, her hands pressed into the ground before her knees. And whose fault is that? He didn't ask for his parents to turn him into a killing machine. He didn't ask to be born an Uchiha. I wasn't asked if I wanted to be a Hyuga. But I was. Niji scowled. The boy is dangerous. He can ruin all we're trying to do here. Sakura, surely you must see that Itachi must. He hasn't done anything yet. Chuji cried, standing up. Lee nodded fiercely. I must agree with Chuji-kun in this, Niji. The child cannot be judged for the crimes of his former life. It would be unyouthful for us to take our revenge out on him, especially when we are trying to redeem so many others, Ino snorted. You are an idiot. All 3 of you. She glared at Sakura ferociously, the pink-haired girl glaring back just as severely. Once a criminal, always a criminal. I mean, come on, we wouldn't be having this discussion if it was about Orochimaru. No, but Orochimaru was already a traitor in this time. Kakashi pointed out from the corner where he was reading. Up till that moment it had seemed he wasn't paying attention. Itachi isn't, Shikamaru sighed. This conversation is useless and pointless. There is no way we can kill Itachi without causing a ruckus. We'd be primary suspects, and we wouldn't be able to withstand the interrogation. Not without blowing our cover. I could do it. Kiba broke in. Any one of us could, Shika. For Pete's sake, the kid's 4. What's he gonna do against an ANBU? Sakura started. Exactly, he's 4. She jabbed her finger furiously on the wooden crate they were using as a table. What's he done that demands his death? He brought about the destruction of Konoha. Niji whispered tersely, leaning in to glare at her. No, he didn't. His future/past self did. Chuji frowned at the Hyuga X branch member. We aren't heartless killers, Niji-kun. I cannot on good conscience allow this assassination. I will oppose you if I have to. He should be allowed a chance to redeem himself. What? Kiba exclaimed, incredulous. He's a killer. He has the blood of innocence on his head, Kakashi sighed. Who among us doesn't, Kiba? I have killed many people in my time, many who didn't even need to die. Yet I got a second chance. How is this younger, more innocent Itachi different? Because you didn't turn against your village, your family, your teammates, Kiba roared. The dog boy was on his feet again, his hands waving about wildly. Neither has the younger Itachi, Sakura said quietly. She was bent over, reinforcing the sound-barring seals. Her eyes stayed fixed on her, the glowing lines, as she continued. Technically, I betrayed the village. Should I not be considered a traitor? Sasuke betrayed Squad 7. Shouldn't he be considered irredeemable? Ino sighed. Sakura, that's different. Why? Sakura exclaimed, turning so her tears were clearly visible in the lamplight. How is it different? A tumult of voices rose to answer her question. Because Shikamaru started. He did it willingly. Niji cut in. He killed his family. Ino leaped to her feet. He killed innocents. He didn't repent. Sai said quietly. The ex-root fingered a scroll, his eyes dark. He was a traitor. Kiba yelled. Naruto, who until this moment had been sitting quietly listening and watching, scowled. Will you all just shut up? Everything fell silent as the Konoha survivors turned to the glaring figure in the corner. You are all running around like bunch of fools. He hissed, red eyes glowing in the firelight. The leaping flames lit his hair in a golden hue. You want to know what we're going to do right now? We are not going to endanger our mission by killing the Uchiha heir. We are not going to panic. We will not murder an innocent child. He shot a pointed glance at Niji and Ino. And we will not allow Itachi to turn. He cast a reassuring glance to Chuji and Sakura. He stood up. We are not mice but men. Isn't that how the quote goes? We're done with all that killing and murdering nonsense. We are here to reform people so that they can live better, not end their lives because we're scared of them. But Hokage-sama, Niji protested, the topic is closed. Naruto cut him off. I am your Hokage. And you will listen to me. The next day, the tension between the members of the caravan was so thick you wouldn't have been able to cut it with a razor-edged knife. Niji and Kiba were glaring at Sakura and Chuji. Chuji was giving Shikamaru and Ino the cold shoulder. Ino and Sakura were not on speaking terms, which translated to yelling at each other at every opportunity terms. Sai seemed to be deriving ferocious pleasure in ticking everyone off. All of them were avoiding Kakashi, and several took care to be extra respectful to Naruto. Note the heavy sarcasm, please. Fortunately, it wasn't bad for business. They soon became one of the subjects of the village gossip society, which caused business to boom, much to Sakura's satisfaction. It was on their third day that Naruto was called to the Hokage office. When the blonde finally got the message out of the stuttering genin and told the kid he'd be there, he turned aside to Kiba. Were we ever that young? Kiba snorted in amusement before remembering he was still mad at the blonde and turned away in a huff. If Naruto didn't want Kiba to get along with him again, he would have likened him to a cat in the middle of a hissy fit. Naruto grabbed Shikamaru from his game of Go, much to the genius' annoyance, and dragged to him the Hokage tower. Sakura had glared at him when he came close, so he had decided to leave her behind. With her mood, the last thing he wanted her to do was deal with politicians. She'd probably get us kicked out. Shikamaru followed Naruto, muttering and grumbling under his breath. His last opponent hadn't been the best he'd faced, but he was good enough to force Shikamaru to concentrate. The game had also been keeping his mind off of the argument, as the Nara had mentally named it. Now, with no distractions, his mind was racing over the problem. Scenarios for killing Itachi, scenarios for having someone else kill Itachi, ways of getting rid of Itachi. He sighed. There is no getting around it. Itachi is a pivotal person in our time. If he manages to massacre the Uchiha, we will lose Sasuke, which means Naruto and Sakura will be depressed. Itachi must be done away with. However, the Nara frowned. Itachi is also the Uchiha heir. His murder would not go unnoticed. He sighed. Here I thought my morals were already gone, and now I find I still can't stomach killing children. Mendokus, it's not going to happen. Naruto spoke up quietly. Shikamaru jerked his head up. Huh? What? Naruto stopped, his hands in his jeans pockets and his shoulders bowed. He stared intently at the ground before him. Killing, murdering, torturing. We're not shinobi anymore. I don't want you guys to have to feel that guilt any longer. You aren't weapons, you aren't tools in my hands. I don't want you to have your souls stained with blood ever again. I know that it'll be hard to adjust. And I know that we all have an unhealthy amount of bloodlust in us, but... He glanced up at the shocked boy behind him. You'll become clean, killing children. Naruto looked away. We fell so far as to accept that as a part of life, didn't we? He chuckled sadly. Not anymore. Not under my watch, Shikamaru grunted, lighting a cigarette. I appreciate what you're trying to do, Naoki, but we are weapons. You can't change that. Maybe not. But I can try. Naruto's head rose and he grinned at the skeptical ex-Tokubetsu Jounin, clasping him on the shoulder. And we'll start by resisting the urge to kill everyone who gets in our way. Naruto cheerfully greeted the Chunin secretaries, sending them a jovial "Oh heyo. How's it hanging?" and flashing a brilliant grin. Shikamaru just nodded to them. One of the secretaries led them to the Hokage office. While he confirmed that the Hokage was free, Shikamaru and Naruto took the time to analyze the new decorations. Sure hasn't changed much, Naruto muttered. Shika glared at him. Don't talk about it, he hissed. What? Naruto grinned innocently. No one's in hearing distance, Shikamaru growled. Someday someone is going to deceive those ears of yours, Naruto, and I'm going to be there to laugh at you. The Chunin stuck his head out. Hokage-sama will see you now. Thanks, man. Naruto patted the shinobi on the shoulder, ignoring the tension running through the guy, and pushed his way into the office. Shikamaru muttered an apology and followed him. The Sandaime looked up when they came in, his dark eyes examining them. Both boys met his gaze calmly. Satisfied, Sarutobi stood up. Well, it's nice to finally meet you. I assume one of you is the Tiatari sure guy? Shikamo hid his laugh behind a snort. Naruto blinked. Tita, she didn't. He groaned and rolled his eyes. Haruko, you are so going to get it when I get back. With a sigh, he stepped forward. That would be me, and ignore the nickname, please. It's a remnant of a troubled past. Shikamaru coughed, amused. That's one way to put it. Shut up. Sarutobi looked amused. I'm sure there's a fascinating story behind this, but I'm afraid the council wants us to get down to business. Council? Naruto repeated. The Sandaime looked around him, so Naruto turned about to face the sober-faced cluster that stood along the wall. Oh, that council. Shikamaru resisted the urge to smack his revered Rokudaime Hokage over the head. Unrivaled senses indeed. Lee pounded the nail into the roof studiously. His powerful wax had sunk the nail into the wood a long time ago, but the taijutsu specialist didn't seem to notice. It had been 2 days since the discussion over unyouthful conduct which Niji should be ashamed of supporting, and Lee was still angry. How could he condone that? Lee scowled fiercely at the innocent nails beside him before picking up another one. Daisan's roof was nearly thatched, so he would have to find other work soon. If he didn't keep his hands occupied, he just might challenge that stuck-up troll in human clothes called Niji to a sparring match. He twitched. Maybe he'd challenge him anyway. Such a blatant disregard of youth. Why he oughta, Lee-san? Is that you? Lee looked up to see Rin standing below him. Rin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and shaded her eyes to squint up at him. It is you. What are you doing up there? Lee grinned at her. Fixing the roof. He shut the lid on the nails, picked up the hammer, and sprang down to the girl below. He landed with a quiet thump and stood up from his crouch. Rin didn't look shocked or dazed, so he assumed she expected everyone to be able to spring off of roofs. It was a common mistake for genin to make. I am, unfortunately, not skilled in any form of craftsmanship. So I have been rerouted to manual labor, Rin smiled. I'm sure you do well at whatever you choose. It is very kind of you to say so, Lee answered good-naturedly. He stooped to pick up the metal box. I take it that you're on break from your team? At this, Rin rolled her eyes. You could say that. Obito and Kakashi are being egotistical again, so I decided to slip away. Lee blinked. Egotistical? Yes. Rin huffed. First, Obito was trying to complete a new jutsu. Jutsu are our techniques. And then Kakashi was like, why don't you just quit? You'll never be anything good. So then Obito got mad and jumped on Kakashi, and Kakashi beat him up because, obviously, Kakashi is better. So then Obito got offended and began yelling at Kakashi, and then Kakashi called Obito a. Here Rin trailed off and blushed. Lee laughed and held up a hand. That's fine, Rin-san. I understand. So you decided to escape for a while. They began walking. Yes. Minato-sensei wasn't there to stop them, and they think a girl is too weak to interfere. Rin muttered this bitterly, crossing her arms over her chest. Just because I specialize in medicine they think I can't fight. I mean, sure, I'm not going to win any Miss Konoha competitions, but I can hold my own. Lee nodded politely as the girl continued to rant. He wasn't aware of where they were walking until they saw the aforementioned teammates engaged in a rather bloody brawl. Lee stared in shock, having never seen such blatant animosity between teammates, especially with Kakashi, while Rin groaned in resignation. Kakashi finally threw Obito onto his back and planted a foot on his chest. Just like you, dead last? Kakashi snorted. People like you are just deadweights. No matter how hard you work, or how much you desire it, you will always be a sad excuse for a shinobi, not worthy to follow a genin's command. Shut up! Obito yelled, his voice hitching. At least I have feelings and emotions, something that you wouldn't understand. I have friends, Kakashi laughed derisively. Just more proof you aren't fit for the headband you wear with such obvious pride. You break our rules with such blatant disregard. What do I bet you'll get killed on our first B-rank mission? Dobe. I bet you believe in friends. I bet you would even abandon a mission for your friends. Don't expect anyone to do the same for you. Someone who abandons their mission is trash. Obito surged upwards, only to have Kakashi slam a palm into his face and hold him down. Kakashi looked him over impassively, then sneered, pathetic. He turned away. Obito bit his lip until he winced, the blood from his already split lip trailing down his chin. His eyes were filled with hurt, and Lee could see him trying not to cry. It was nostalgic. Lee remembered more than once being in that position, to be staring up at someone called genius who tore down your dreams coldly and irreverently. The pain of striving for the respect of someone you admired and having your attempts at friendship brushed off like flies on a slice of choice meat still lingered with him. To know that the one you wanted to call friend was hurting inside, burying it all beneath a cold shell of ice. Niji. How did we fall so far? As he watched the boys, time seemed to stand still as he remembered Guy and his Kakashi. Guy had always been respectful to Kakashi. Guy hadn't told Lee much about Kakashi's past, but Lee had understood that Guy had been an anchor for the elite jounin. Kakashi's loyalty to his comrades had been infamous, and Guy had often spoken of a boy who had made Kakashi this way. Guy had loved Kakashi as one would a fragile brother. He had seen him as his best friend, and had been given great joy over being Kakashi's rival. Never had Lee heard either of them disregard the other. Kakashi would rebuff Guy, but there was always a hint of playfulness behind their actions. In the Sound War they had never been too far from each other, always running to each other's aid. Kakashi, after Guy's brutal death, had spoken at the funeral. It had been the first funeral Kakashi had shown up for in 25 years, and the first he had ever spoken at. Lee remembered the exact words Kakashi had said while standing over the fresh grave. Here lies a good man. Odd. But good. He was a rival, and he was a friend. Loyal, full of vigor. I hope everyone can find a rival like him. And I hope everyone can respect their rivals as brothers, such as I came to respect him. He is another companion lost to the road of life. Remember him well, so we can meet him with pride when our own time comes. Kakashi smiled behind his mask. Of course, if anyone repeats this speech to him, I will hunt you down from the gates of hell and send you back again in such a way you'll wish you'd never been born. And now Lee was seeing this same future man crumple into a degrading adolescent who disregarded his current rival. It was something Lee would not allow. Secrecy B. Lee surged forward, more filled with righteous anger than he had been in a long time. Who cared about Itachi? He and Niji would hash that out later like the rivals they were. This was Guy's future he was protecting. He grabbed Kakashi by his collar and flung him away from Obito. Kakashi flew through the air and smashed into a nearby tree, the bark splintering under his weight. As he slumped to the ground, Lee crouched down to assist the shocked Obito. Ignore him, Obito-san, Lee said, grinning cheerfully. In my experience, the dead last are the ones who make the biggest differences in life. What they don't learn in the classroom, reality teaches them in due time. Obito stared at him in bewilderment, as Lee helped him to his feet. Rin stood as still as a statue, her hand covering her mouth. Both kids couldn't comprehend what had just happened. For as long as they had been genin, Kakashi had been the unbeatable. It wasn't uncommon for him to be challenged by chunin older than them, but he always managed to win or make his loss come dearly. Kakashi was always praised by their sensei and their superiors. Obito's uncle, the head of the Uchiha clan, was often heard comparing the Uchiha's own shinobi to Kakashi. Obito had graduated into a world where he was measured up beside Kakashi and found wanting. Kakashi was a genius. Kakashi was a prodigy. Kakashi was slumped at the base of a tree. It was wrong, it was creepy, it was hilarious, and Obito didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The silver-haired boy groaned as he pushed himself onto his knees. What the 00 was that? Lee glared at him. I cannot stand back and watch such unyouthful conduct occur before my eyes. Hitaki Kakashi, I, Tai Lee, challenge you to a match. If you win, you may decide my punishment, and I will acknowledge you are right. However, if I win, you apologize to Obito and submit to a punishment he deems fitting. Kakashi glared. Idiot. What do you think you can do to me? You're just a civilian. What's more, you can get kicked out of Konoha for this. I know that, Lee said calmly, nodding his head. However, my father would be ashamed of me if I stood back and let such despicable behavior transpire before my eyes. Kakashi snorted. Father. He echoed bitterly. Father, mother, brother. What do those things matter? Black eyes flashed as he glared at Lee. Connections are worthless. They only hurt you. They are trash. Lee's face became taut. If you truly believe so, then prove me wrong. I will fight for Obito and his friendship that you so foolishly try to throw away. Come, Kakashi-san! And before Rin and Obito's horrified eyes, Kakashi attacked. Naruto's eyes flickered towards Shikamaru. The genius met his eyes, then deliberately looked out the west window, confirming his sinking feeling. Naruto resisted the urge to snarl, and fiercely reined in the red chakra that wanted to burst out of him. Lee, I hope Neji kills you. He didn't have time for this. He was standing in front of the Konoha's Greatest 00 United, also known as the Konoha Council of Old Fogies. They were old-fashioned, prejudiced manipulators who couldn't see past the ends of their noses but insisted on inserting their arthritis-ridden fingers into his business time and time again. In short, they were meddlers and he hated them. And based off of the glares they were sending to him, they didn't like him much this time around either. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. He glared pointedly at Naruto, who rolled his eyes. What's up, Aji-sama? He asked flippantly, folding his arms behind his head. He heard one of the council members, Old Hag No. 1, also known as Uchiha Koharu, gasp. How dare you! She hissed. Show respect to our Hokage, you insipid little cretin. He is the strongest shinobi in our village and has made our town the strongest of all of the 5 villages. He deserves all the reverence your puny little life can give him. Yeah, Naruto waved her off. I know who he is. He saucily cocked an eyebrow. And you are. The woman flushed darkly while Shikamaru resisted the urge to groan. Naruto's already baiting the Council of Elders? Should he make excuses or just run away now? Decisions. Oh yes, this is going beautifully. Shikamaru put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, causing the blonde to glance at him curiously. Shikamaru respectfully bowed his head, and Naruto's eyes softened. The subtle movement reminded Naruto that not only his neck was on the line, but the necks of all their companions. Naruto nodded that he understood, and turned back to the elders. That didn't mean he couldn't have a bit of fun, though. The boys stood across from each other. Both faces were blank, Lee's frighteningly so. Kakashi finally gave a grunt of resignation to making the first move and attacked. He flashed from side to side in the diamond formation, his movements so fast his teammates were unable to follow it. It appeared as though he were going to take a step, except he disappeared with his foot halfway down. He would appear in his new location and lower his foot. It was an incomplete form of the Shunshin, but it was effective. One moment he was 30 feet away from Lee on the right, the next he was 20 feet away on the left. When he was within 10 feet, Lee sprang forwards. His foot slashed out towards the boy's head with his heel turned outwards. Kakashi flung himself back roughly. He landed in a crouch and used his momentum to spring into the same tree he had crashed into before. Lee stood where he landed, waiting. The ex-shinobi closed his eyes and listened. The brush of wind through leaves was like the sound of 1,000 hands clapping in applause. The shifting of grass under Obito was a gentle squeak, while the quick breaths of Rin betrayed her worry. There, the scent of lightning and dogs. The smell of fresh dirt. The sound of soft scraping. Below, Lee leaped into the air as Kakashi burst from the ground. The former Leaf Nin planted his palms on the ground and alternated his hands to spin around. He used his thrust to kick Kakashi firmly in the chin twice. As the boy flew backwards, Lee disappeared and reappeared below him. Kakashi found himself launched into the air, again. Obito couldn't believe his eyes. He's wiping the floor with him, and he's not even trying. Rin added, her experienced eyes taking in all signs of exertion. Obito blinked and looked closer. Not only had Lee not even broken into a sweat, his face wasn't reddening. His muscles showed no sign of weariness, though he had kicked from the air 3 times now. His eyes were still loose and calm. Of course, he hasn't really given Kaka-chan a chance to get his feet either. Obito exclaimed, his admiration for the taijutsu civilian increased. Tai Lee wasn't giving the silver-haired Chunin any chance to fight back. Instead, he worked on systematically desecrating the arrogant boy. All at once the green-clad teen froze in mid-high kick and drew back. He stood in second position, his feet spread apart, his left leg and arm bent in front of him. His hand was placed with the palm upwards. He smiled apologetically. Gomenasai, Kakashi-kun. I should have allowed you to counterattack. After all, this hardly proves anything if you are just being kicked around. Kakashi wiped a hand across his mouth, the blood off where blood had trickled through his mask, and growled. Shut up. He shakily stood up and glared. A trembling hand reached upwards to secure the blue fabric that covered his face from nose downwards. Already the cover was ripped in several places as Lee had been aiming at his jaw and ear bone. They had been deliberate strikes to show Kakashi how easily Lee could have ended his life at any moment. The silver-haired Chunin burned with wounded pride, which, if Minato had been there, he would have said was already an improvement. Kakashi had thought himself beyond pride. He glowered at the waiting caravan member before making his seals. Jinjutsu wasn't his strongest area, but for this weakling it would do. Akumo no Jutsu, technique of nightmares, Rin and Obito gasped, while Lee stood coolly. Genjutsu, eh? Well, it was his weak point, but he would find a way to make do. He concentrated on his surroundings as they faded into black, remembering every detail. The genjutsu took effect, and he found himself in the middle of the sound Konoha war again. Guy, face full of fire and vigor, screamed in exhilaration and pain as he opened the final celestial gate that finally killed him. The jutsu started too late for Lee to do anything but watch, shocked. Once again he was too late. All at once he became aware of Tenten, her green ribbons and silver ribbon pendants flying around her as she fell to the ground, Orochimaru's sword through her torso, her brown eyes staring in horror at the black-haired jounin. Her full, bloody lips mouthed a single question: "Why didn't you save me?" Lee couldn't make himself move as her brown eyes that had been so often filled with laughter even in the worst of the slaughters, dimmed. They fogged over, and she was gone. Niji, a younger, colder, deader Niji, watched him blankly, not sparing a glance to the two corpses behind him. It was the branch member Niji, who Lee had fought against for so long only to be defeated again and again. This Niji didn't watch him with bemused glances, or stare at Tenten for hours, or tease Lee and Guy for their flames of youth. This Niji didn't watch over Hinata with single-minded diligence, glaring at any presumptuous person who thought himself worthy to grace her presence. This Niji didn't care if the whole of Konoha lived or died. This Niji would have thought the fall of Konoha was fate, and never given a moment's thought to the possibility of saving her. Around the two boys Konoha burned to ashes. Lee felt his chest tighten. It hurt. He knew it wasn't real, but it still hurt. Akumo no Jutsu took your greatest fears and worst memories and combined them. Then, it made your mind feel everything as if it was actually happening. It was rather easy to disrupt with a chakra surge, but Lee, being Lee, had no chakra to disrupt it with. The longer he stayed trapped, the more memories it brought up. Lee didn't want to remember the horrors of the war ever again, and certainly not in the detail the genjutsu would make him see. He did have one trick Kurenai had taught him a long time ago. Lee closed his eyes and turned all his attention inwards. He focused on the memory of the clearing. With his eyes still closed, he began bending his joints. First his toes, then his ankles, then his knees. He twisted his waist, curved his back and rolled both shoulders. He moved his jaw. Then he repeated the process with his hands. He burst into a flurry of movement. He shut off his ears, his nose, his eyes. He refused to acknowledge the touch of the ground or the taste of the air. There was nothing but him and the darkness of his mind. He moved faster and faster in circles, pushing his body to the limit. His muscles screamed in protest. His bones felt like they would snap from the pressure. His lungs struggled for air. With a sudden crick the illusion shattered and he found himself staring into Kakashi's shocked eyes. Lee grinned. A fine example of ninja art. Not the most sportsmanlike, naturally, but effective. He changed his stance. Now, prepare yourself. We called you here to sign the official contract that legalizes your stay here in Konoha. Ugly Hag Number 1, Udatane Koharu, sniffed and pulled out a thick sheet of official-looking paper. If you would just sign here, please? She glanced over at the two boys, contempt in her eyes. After this, the Hokage has something to speak to you about, and you'll soon be on your way. Naruto coughed. Right. And what exactly happened to the contract Haruko and Ino signed again? Old bag number 1, this guy was male, sniffed. Obviously it is not acceptable for a subordinate to sign a treaty. It was enough to get your access here once, but we'll need a stronger contract if you want to keep coming back. Shut it, Baba. Naruto retorted. The male counselor rose up in indignation, while Naruto froze suddenly, Shikamaru's glare hot on his neck. Wait, you in no way deserve that title. Let's see. Ero Gigi. Mitokado Himura froze in indignation. What? Naruto cocked an eyebrow. What? That's still not good enough? Okay, let's try, Naoki. Shikamaru broke in. He sounded resigned, so the blonde shot him a sheepish grin. Shikamaru really didn't need to be here, but Naruto preferred him around when things got hairy. So he mouthed an apology, which Shikamaru accepted with a mendokus. Throughout all this Sarutobi stayed silent. He had returned to his chair and was puffing smoke rings at the ceiling to keep from bursting in guffaws. It had been quite a while since he had seen his elders so flustered and he was enjoying every minute of it. He had agreed to this meeting in hopes of seeing how the caravan head would deal under pressure, but it seemed he would have the added pleasure of seeing his finest taken down a peg. In his mind it was high time for someone to give them a dressing down. He had heard rumors around the village that the council thought he was their puppet. They thought they could order the Hokage around and he would follow like some whipped dog. It had gotten quite annoying. Behind the old elders, the clan heads, a branch of the council, watched the interactions with varying emotions. Hyuga Hayashi seemed affronted by the blonde's disregard for authority, while the Inuzuka head seemed amused. Then again, no one could predict Tomo's moods. Akimichi Chusa looked as if he were going to jump in at any moment to calm everyone down, while Uchiha Fugaku's mouth was turned down so far at the corners his lips almost touched his chin. However, the blonde didn't seem to notice the enemies he was making as he blatantly ignored them. Anyway, the blonde continued, oblivious to the glares aimed at his back. That whole spiel about the contract being invalid is bull. Whenever someone is sent to a shinobi village as a representative, they are given as much respect and authority as the one who sent them. Anything Haruko, Ino, or Lee did while they were here would have been seen as my own actions. He smirked slightly. In fact, I would bet that what you didn't like was Haruko putting restrictions on taxes, among other things. Am I right? Himura reddened in anger. That's preposterous. Besides, if you looked at the original contract, you would see nothing different. View this as added assurance. Naruto was amused. He reached over and plucked the paper out of the councilman's hand. I, the head of the caravan, do sign this agreement with full knowledge of what it details. I sign it under my own power, and willingly place my signature below. The caravan shall give 30% of their earnings to Konoha to pay for room and board. Well, that's one thing I know Haruko would never put in. For one, we wouldn't be sleeping out in a wagon. I agree that I will obey Konoha's laws. I will respect rank, and will obey the orders of my superiors, the ninja of Konoha. Ha! The day Ino consented to that is the day I dye my hair green and run around in my birthday suit. I will not cause harm to any Konoha member. And both girls, and Lee, if he had been paying attention, would have added something to the extent of except in self-defense. So, that's strike 4. Strike 4? Fugaku stated coldly. Yep. Naruto smiled at him, face cheerful, his eyes cold. After all, the first paragraph stated that I knew exactly what I was signing. Obviously, I didn't, and you didn't want to tell me. He held out the paper to Shikamaru, who calmly used his cigarette to light it. Seriously, if I wanted to, I could blacklist you all for harassment. Shikamaru sighed. Naoki, just get to the point of this visit, please. I've got a shugi game to get back to. Naruto glanced at him. Eh? I thought you were playing Go. No doubt by now my opponent has decided I forfeited. Shikamaru glared at him. In which case, it will have been my first loss. Naruto laughed nervously and lifted his hands in surrender. Okay. He turned to the Hokage, once again ignoring the simmering council behind him. So, old man. What you call us for? Sarutobi smiled. Oh, nothing in particular. By the way, Tomo-kun, where is Minato, eh? Oh, he'll be along in a moment, Kakashi hissed as he landed on his side. Lee stood over him. Well, I would say this is my victory, Kakashi-kun. Kakashi glared up at him defiantly. This proves nothing, Lee laughed. This proves everything, Kakashi-san. When my father began training me in the art of taijutsu, I was considered dead last. I had no skill in the craft of our village. I am not sharp nor cunning. However, through blood, sweat, and tears I came to the place where I can defeat anyone who hurts that which I consider precious. Lee looked thoughtful for a second. What was that you told me? Those who abandon their mission are trash? TCH, so unyouthful. His round eyes softened. My rival was the same as you, once. Bitter, hardened by life. He and I still have disagreements which occasionally lead us to blows. But he is my respected rival whom I consider a friend and brother. Kakashi looked away. However, his search for seclusion was aborted when he met Obito's eyes. Obito was staring at him, hurt warring with disappointment. Finally, the Uchiha huffed and looked away, and Kakashi couldn't understand why it felt as if a knife had been shoved in his side. He winced and looked down. He didn't even want to see the look on Rin's face. Lee sighed. Perhaps I am being too hard on you. Kakashi looked up. I suppose you've never been taught better. Suddenly he snapped his fingers and punched his palm. I know. It'll take you to Katashi-kun, eh? Wah! Kakashi was hardly able to protest before Lee was dragging him along. Rin and Obito stared after them, shocked at Lee's speed. Baka no baka. A voice murmured behind them. The genin swung around to face the tall boy behind them. His long brown hair was pulled up into a braid and his blue eyes followed the dust trail left behind by the enthusiastic Lee. A soft yet exasperated look covered his regal face. If his eyes had been white, Obito would have pinned him for a hyuga. He's so simple you just have to listen to him. The boy stared at the ground where Lee and Kakashi had been fighting before he snickered. Your friend won't know what hit him. He sighed. Well, at least he's not angry at me anymore. And with that cryptic remark, the boy turned away. The caves. The third day after caravan departure, Shinsei watched as his temporary caretaker practiced dance. She moved in slow, careful movements, her grace captivating him. In her hands she held two fans which she occasionally opened to make an abrupt slashing or flicking motion. For the life of him, the IWA genius couldn't figure out what she was doing. Suki didn't seem to notice him, and the 8-year-old was quite content to watch her. As for Hinata, she was in a world of her own. Konoha, 3 months after Naruto's departure. It was Thursday, which meant Girls' Day Out. It was the day when the girls of the Konoha 12 would get together to complain about the boys on their teams. However, as the girls laughed and told jokes, Tenten noticed one of them wasn't joining in. Hinata, Tenten placed a hand on her forearm. What's wrong? Hinata glanced at her. Oh, it's nothing. She picked up her plate and forced herself to start eating. Tenten cocked an eyebrow. Well, it's obviously not nothing, or you would have noticed you're eating from my plate. Hinata looked down and gave a startled eep as she dropped the plate. Tenten laughed. See? Okay, girl, spill. What's troubling you? Tenten's face darkened. It's not Niji again, is it? 'Cause if it is, I swear I'm gonna march up to him and. No! No! Hinata quickly denied. Niji Nii-san isn't at fault. It's just what? Ino broke in. Common, Hina-chan. We're friends, you can trust us. Hinata's fingers tightened around her chopsticks, her knuckles white. The 3 girls watched her and eventually turned away, thinking she wasn't going to speak. I'm worried about my clan. The girls turned to Hinata, attentive. We are stagnant. I've seen how we fight, and even though our techniques are formidable, if one finds the flaw we will be easily defeated. We don't know how to break away from tradition, and we look down on other ways of combat. But what happens when someone sees through the gentle fist? Then, to the shock of the 3 girls, Hinata bowed to them. Please teach me how to fight without the juken. Tenten, Sakura, and Ino stared at her, dumbfounded. Then, slowly, a smile spread over Tenten's face. No need to beg, Hinata. It's not like we're going to turn you down. So get up. Up now. Tenten pulled Hinata to her feet. Well, I wasn't planning to train today, but hey. If it's for a good cause, in game. She walked towards the exit whilst dragging the Hyuga air behind her. You coming, girls? Ino and Sakura exchanged glances. Hi. It was the start of a long and grueling training process for the Hyuga heir. She trained without her clan's knowledge with the 3 girls. Kurenai-sensei had realized something was off when Hinata would come to practice with bruises and cuts. Of course, Kurenai, having always been suspicious of Hinata's home life, had promptly challenged the heir about her injuries. Thus, Kurenai found herself inducted into the small group in the know. This had proved to be a wise move, as Kurenai knew more about fighting than all 3 girls combined. Tsunade found out when she overheard Sakura talking to Tenten about it, so she talked Kurenai into teaching all the girls new skills. Tsunade's genjutsu having never been up to par with a chunin, Sakura had been forced to learn genjutsu from Kurenai. She had never regretted it. Hinata had found herself immersed in a study group where everyone learned from each other. Tenten taught them about weapons, Sakura taught them about healing, Ino taught them interrogation, and Kurenai taught genjutsu. Hinata found herself sharing her wealth of knowledge about politics and chakra flow. Hinata found herself focusing on Saban and the art of the fan. Saban were a natural weapon for the Hyuga heiress. Her knowledge of anatomy and her Byakugan enabled her to hit pressure points easily. The fan took a little longer for her to dominate. The fans Hinata chose were small and elegant hand fans, such as the daimyo and his lady would use. However, they were made of metal and their edges were sharpened. Hinata had hers made so as to shoot Saban from the wide end. By opening the fan and flicking it in a rapid movement, 5 Saban would hurl from the metal spine. Sakura had taken one look at its design and decided to stick with her small explosive notes. Tenten, who had mastered the art of the fan a long time ago, was directed to teach the Hyuga heir. Tenten was a patient teacher. She rarely got angry and would spend considerable time from her own training regime to help Hinata. The 2 girls became close to the point of requesting missions with each other. The 4 girls, after their promotion to chunin, would take missions together whenever their squad schedules would allow. These days were the catalyst for finally knitting the breach that had formed between Sakura and Ino. Naruto eventually returned and Squad 7 was reinstated. This time was peppered with things such as the rescue of Gaara, and the attempts at retrieving Sasuke. All throughout that period, Sakura was very busy, but they still managed to have their Thursday girl meetings. During those days, Sakura's emotional state had been fragile and Hinata had found herself shoved into her first leadership role. Just before war was formally declared on Akatsuki, Hinata took an increased corner of the mantle of leadership in her clan. She didn't hesitate and began making radical changes, most of them behind her father's back. She made it a requirement for the branch members to study advanced taijutsu and ninjutsu. Weapons fighting, such as swords and spears, was also highly encouraged. She also created a fake birdcage seal which she would place on new branch members. In this manner, the elders of the clan never knew that people weren't actually being branded. By the time she formally assumed the mantle of leadership, Hinata had influenced the Hyuga clan more than any other leader since its founding. Suki-sama, are you alright? Shinsei's voice cut into her musings. Hinata blinked and realized she had frozen in mid-swing. She smiled at the boy, her Byakugan taking in his appearance through the bandages that hid her silver eyes. I'm fine, Shinsei-kun. She tilted her head. Perhaps a little distracted, Shinsei nodded before remembering that she couldn't see him, supposedly, and spoke aloud. Okay then. It's been a week since I got here already. Hinata frowned. Has it really? She walked over to pick up her towel and dry her face. I hadn't realized. Are you already counting down the days? Well, Shinsei shifted slightly. You know, I just want to keep my options open. Yeah. He looked away over his shoulder, glancing at her in sulky, fugitive looks. Hinata hid her smile. In the week they'd been alone, she had learned a lot about the boy, and his mannerisms amused her. You are perfectly welcome to stay with the caravan if you wish. Of course, if you do so, you will never be a shinobi again. Hinata watched behind her bandaged eyes as Shinsei's face twisted in uncertainty. Finally, the boy scowled. Hey! I never said I wanted to stay here. He stomped out of the cavern. Stop assuming things, woman. Unfortunately, he was so caught up in his tantrum he missed the exit by a full 4 inches and slammed into the stone wall. He stumbled back dazedly, his eyes unfocused. Hinata struggled not to laugh as he muttered, I meant to do that, and continued his march. When he tripped over a piece of debris, however, she gave it up as a bad job all around. Hinata's peals of laughter echoed behind him. Hinata signed for her package tranquilly. Behind her she could hear Shinsei try to avoid conversation with some of the town boys. Will that be all, Nei-chan? The desk attendant leaned over to grab the paper from her. Was it her imagination, or was his hand lingering next to hers? Aggregato Shuheijin-san, mailman. Hinata answered quietly, pulling her hand away from his. His chakra wavered and Hinata's bandages hid her frown. His chakra feels dirty. She paid him and walked outside, calling Shinsei to her. They had several more stops before they could go home, and she couldn't help but feel anxious as the man's gaze burned itself into her back. They had divided up the work. Shinsei was responsible for buying a hammer and nails. He was to stop by a clothing store and choose an outfit. She would pick him up there after picking up the new loom she had commissioned and some embroidery cloth. Her bandages wouldn't allow her to pick out the color of the thread, but her sensitive fingers could easily tell between higher and lower quality of fabric. She knew that several salespeople would be willing to assist her. This was not, after all, the first time Hinata had to play blind. During many undercover missions she had learned all the tricks used by the blind to live comfortably. She could read Braille, play shugi and chess. She knew how to knot the unused ends of her thread so she could tell colors apart. Her 4 other senses had adapted to increase her mobility. Reading chakra ensured that she could sense everyone in a 20-meter radius, a useful tool even when she wasn't walking around with a blindfold. Her increased chakra sense had one disability though. The crowded streets of the civilian town jostled her as she walked. Her knuckles whitened around the white cane she used to feel in front of her. So many beings crowded around her, all of them filled with different levels of chakra. The strong ones shone like mini suns around her, while the weaker ones felt like a candle. Occasionally she flinched as a vacuum seemed to appear. These were the people who were ill or depressed. Hinata was so concentrated on not bumping into anyone or thing, she didn't notice the chakra signature following her down 4 different alleyways. Shinsei frowned as he scanned the streets from the store window. Samhain was late, which was totally unlike her. Despite only having lived in the cave for a little under a week, he had already figured out that Sum was never anything but proper. And being less than punctual was not proper. A hard ball formed in his stomach, and he dashed out the door of the shop. He ignored the curious look of the passerbys as he searched for the tall form dressed in an elegant kimono. It was blue with pink highlights, if he remembered correctly. As he dashed down the street, he expanded his chakra searching for any disturbance. Chakra carried people's emotions better than their faces, and it definitely increased your range. Suki's chakra was calm and sedate like its possessor. It felt warm and reassuring, much like he imagined his mother's would have felt. He was going down his 4th road when he caught whiff of it. Except, this time her chakra signature held killing intent. His jaw hardening, he formed the seals for the Shunshin no Jutsu and took off. Hinata hissed as she slammed into the nearby wall. Of all the days to wear my new silk kimono. The chakra in front of her confirmed her attacker to be the mailman from this morning, something that didn't really surprise her. What did surprise her was his ability to restrain her for a good 5 minutes. She had been walking in front of an alley when he had grabbed her, her shock making her weak enough for him to subdue her and tie her up. She had figured it was another pervert out for a thrill until he started talking about a slave market. Hinata felt enraged to her very core. This man wanted to sell her? This man had sold others like her? This man had no idea who he was dealing with. Pumping chakra to her forearms, she strained against the ropes that bound her. The cords cut into her arms, cutting off her circulation. Stinging pain coursed through her arms as blood trickled down from the new rope cuts on her wrist. The man picked her up and slung her over his shoulder, his hand on her rear. Hinata's eyes narrowed in indignation, and she redoubled her efforts to free herself. This is pathetic, Hina. You can't even get out of a civilian knot? She bit the cloth gag in frustration. Are you always going to be so weak? The man made his way into the back of the alley where he had set up a ladder leading to the roof. Oh yes, and Ai-chan. You are going to make me lots of money. Where you're going it don't matter if you can't see. Hinata strained against the ropes. A little bit more. Just a little bit. She never got the chance to finish ripping through the cords. With a furious yell, Shinsei slammed into her capturer, sending him flying in one direction, while Hinata soared head first in another. She could sense the wall coming closer and winced. This is going to hurt. Shinsei caught her in mid-air and landed away from the attacker. He set her down and prepared to fight, only to relax when he realized the man was unconscious. Head-on collisions with walls tend to do that. He turned to the teenager beside him. Are you okay, Tsukihime? Hinata nodded, smiling slightly. Shinsei-kun. That I am. She lifted an eyebrow so it appeared over the strips that bound her eyes. Hime? Shinsei blushed furiously until even his ears were red. Hinata's smile widened. I am honored you think of me as such. Now, perhaps you could untie my bonds? After Hinata had related her tale, the mailman had been taken away to prison. The mayor nervously assured her they would uncover the slave ring, and Hinata left the town with the impression of a job well done. One of the doctors had put pullets and bindings on her wrists so they didn't pain her. She was quite interested in what he had used, having been an expert at medicinal herbs and remedies since childhood. Thus, Hinata was happy and humming a lithe tune on their way home. The same could not be said for the storm cloud known as Shinsei, however. Finally, Hinata decided it wasn't going to help to ignore his sulking. May I ask what is troubling you, Shinsei-kun? Shinsei looked away stubbornly. Hinata sighed. Kids. Always so stubborn. I have found that it is better to drain infected wounds, rather than let them fester. Hinata admonished softly. Shinsei glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, before fixing his sight on the road. The Hyuga heiress resisted the urge to hit him over the head. One more try, then. You know, today was a very good day. Not only did we get wonderful fabrics, you also got a new outfit. This new thread is also very beautiful. And can you believe we managed to uncover a slave ring? How lucky. Luck. Shinsei spat out. What luck? You got assaulted and injured. We were delayed at the police station, and what do you bet that mayor was in on it? We didn't do anything except get you hurt. Hinata frowned. That is an awfully pessimistic way to look at things, Shinsei-kun. I wasn't hurt that badly. Think of it rather as an adventure to relate to Niji and Ai-san when he returns. I can already imagine the look of utter horror on his face. Shinsei swung around, angry. This isn't funny, Suki. You could have been killed, or sold, or worse. Aye. The boy turned away as suddenly as he came and began marching away. Hinata stared after him for a moment in shock. Had he been worried for her? Hinata lifted her kimono and ran after him. She grabbed him by the shoulders and spun him around, hugging him tightly. She was surprised and pleased when he hugged her back, and shocked when he started to cry. The moment marked a deep and sudden change in Hyuga Hinata. A change known as maternal instinct. Naruto was frustrated, not to mention Nancy. As far as he knew, there was only one Minato who was called to an elders' meeting, and Naruto was not ready to come face to face with him. He didn't know if he'd ever be. After all, it was this man who had made Naruto's life living hell for the last 18 years. Without so much as a by your leave, he had sealed Kyuubi into Naruto's belly, and hadn't had the decency to stick around for the fallout. Shikamaru shifted uncomfortably behind him. Making a decision, he tapped Naruto on the shoulder. Naoki-sama, may I speak to you for a bit? Naruto shot him a relieved look, and after glancing towards the Hokage, he followed his subordinate out a side door. Yes? Naruto asked after the door closed behind them. Shikamaru calmly lit another cigarette, only to frown in annoyance as Naruto snatched it away. Your chain smoking again. The blue-eyed boy calmly threw it into a potted plant. If you aren't careful, you'll kill yourself. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Troublesome. I suppose I don't have living a dangerous life as an excuse anymore. Definitely not. Naruto answered immediately. Now, what was it you needed to talk to me about? I just thought it might be prudent to remind you to breathe. Shikamaru answered nonchalantly. He leaned back against the wall as Naruto stared at him. Then, slowly, the blonde began to chuckle. Heh! He grinned. Thanks, Shika. I needed that. With a deep breath, the number one most unpredictable former ninja leaned himself against the wall. Naruto leaned his head back and closed his eyes. The sun streamed in through the nearby window, hitting him against the face and warming his body. His muscles relaxed, and he sighed. The reprieve lasted a few minutes before the blonde's brain began working again. Naruto wasn't always the sharpest tool in the box. Sure, during battle there were few others who could make snap decisions like he did while in berserker mode, but politics and rational thinking had never been his strong point. Naruto was a boy driven by his emotions. His blunt and stunted upbringing had ingrained animalistic instincts into him which had only been enforced with his gradual merging with Kyuubi. Naruto knew he had zero talent in diplomacy, but his blunt honesty and open face had given him a natural charisma that seemed to draw allies around him. However, charisma wasn't going to help him here. Should I kill Itachi or let him live? Decisions. Though Naruto had so boldly stated that the Sound War survivors were no longer shinobi, and thus would no longer have to do dirty things such as kill children, a part of Naruto rebelled against letting Itachi live. In a very real way, Itachi was a large player in causing the Sound War. If Itachi hadn't killed the Uchiha clan, Sasuke wouldn't have been possessed by revenge. A non-vengeful Sasuke meant a non-power-seeking maniac Sasuke. A non-power-hungry Sasuke meant no Sasuke becoming Orochimaru's right-hand man, which meant he would never be possessed by Orochimaru, which meant Orochimaru wouldn't have had the Sharingan which gave him the confidence to declare war on the Leaf. TCH. It all comes back to you, team, doesn't it? Naruto opened his eyes into narrow slits to watch the sunbeams dance on the carpet. On the other hand, Naruto was forced to admit he didn't want to kill Itachi. Naruto had never understood why Sasuke hadn't finished Itachi off after chasing him all over Kingdom Come. However, after seeing the 4-year-old boy with dead eyes who hit all targets without a hint of satisfaction, whose proud father stood at a distance, and whose mother was too timid to hold him, Naruto was beginning to understand the Uchiha genius. Itachi had been a showpiece. A tool, a decoration. During the war against Akatsuki, Naruto had grabbed everything he could about the members of that cursed group. Among the countless folders read had been a diagnostic on the Uchiha clan and a description of Itachi's official and unofficial life. From the physique evaluations and the observations of Itachi's commanding officers, Naruto was now able to fit together a picture. In summary, Itachi had never been allowed to be a child. He had started training as a ninja before he could walk. He was taught clan matters before he could read or write. He graduated before most children joined the ninja academy. Itachi had known nothing in his life except the pursuit of power. It was no wonder he had turned to Madara. Madara had found the perfect pawn in Itachi, and the Uchiha clan had more or less handed him over with a bright red and black bow attached. No, Naruto mused. There is no way I can kill Itachi in cold blood. Really, if I want to stop Itachi from becoming a monster, all I have to do is get to him before Madara does. And then I just have to show him that power and fighting isn't everything. A polite knocking broke Naruto out of his thoughts as Tomo stuck his head through the door. Yo! Minato's here, so I guess you'd better come on in. Naruto grinned his thanks and turned to face his next demon, his father. Minato shifted nervously as the boy called Naoki entered the room, followed closely by his spiky-haired companion. The blonde cast a glance around the room, his eyes landing on the older man for a second. Naoki blanched for a second before clearing his face. The boy certainly looked like a Namikaze, though his face and body posture didn't match. His expression was just too open, and his posture was confrontational. Not to say the Namikaze clan wasn't known for being controversial, but at least they were subtle about it in the beginning. Of course, he noted, by the sour looks on Midokado-san and Yuditane-san's faces, he has probably been antagonizing them for quite some time. The suave and cocky grin the boy shot at Yuditane confirmed Minato's suspicions. Ah man, if I didn't know better I would say that was the same look Kushina throws at Yuditane Dano when she meets her. Right before she starts calling her an old bag. How you Hanjin? Not too well, judging by all those wrinkles on your face. Ever heard of Botox? Minato choked and heard Naro Shikaku chuckle behind him. Did he really call her? And Botox? Yuditane's face reddened. Brat! She hissed. And proud of it, Naoki retorted. Ma, is that the worst you can come up with? It's almost as bad as your face. Maybe you really are old-fashioned. And here I thought it was just your clothes. This time Minato's eyes weren't the only ones to open wide. He was pretty sure he heard Shuza swallow his dango harshly and Shikaku draw in a sharp breath. Tomo grinned wildly, eagerly anticipating the upcoming match. It wasn't common knowledge, but Koharu was very conscientious about her appearance. The blonde boy had just crossed into very dangerous territory, and based off of the smug look on his face as well as the irritated and annoyed expression of his subordinate, they both knew it. Well, this has gone to the dogs rather fast. Minato reconciled to the thought that he wasn't going to get out of here quickly or easily and decided to hide in the corner. Why couldn't I do the smart thing and train my team today? Or better, take an A-rank mission and get far away from here. Even fighting IWA was preferable right now. Shikamaru leaned up against the wall and let his eyes wander. Naruto was baiting the elders again, something that Shikamaru didn't necessarily approve of but understood. After Naruto had made Chunin, Tsunade had pulled him aside and explained some of the politics that were happening behind the scenes. She explained how certain members of the council were behind several of the attacks on his life, and how they were trying to restrict him from going on missions. She also revealed several ways that the elders had stirred up resentment against the Jinchuriki, and how their positions on the council would make it difficult for him to be Hokage. Naruto had listened to her silently, hugged her in thanks, then walked out and hunted them down. That year was remembered for the worst epidemic of pranking known to Konoha. The elders soon were afraid to leave their homes for fear he would desecrate them. Their homes were assaulted with paint, mud, slime, and smelly socks. Their clothes were stolen and scattered all across the village. Naruto investigated their points of vanity, and derived sadistic pleasure in making a mockery of them. It was childish, but it was just so Naruto that no one could really accuse him for being immature. The elders had eventually been forced to resign from their positions to get away from the enraged Jinchuriki. Naruto had then taken it upon himself to promote trusted comrades to the positions of power. When Tsunade had picked up the sheet giving her the list of names for the newly opened elder positions, she had cast a shrewd look at Naruto. Did you plan this? Who, me? Naruto asked innocently. Tsunade smiled and stamped her approval. In her mind, the new elders were really more for Naruto's benefit for after he took the mantle away from her. Why not make his future dealings easier? Shikamaru, the present Shikamaru, wanted to wince. How ironic. Oh well. Naruto had received the burden of the Hokage without his council of elders anyway. And to Shikamaru's eyes he had done a fine job without them. Kakashi turned the page of his book, careful to hide his lower face behind the cover. It wouldn't do for Sakura to see him blush and steal his precious keepsake. Honestly, that woman couldn't tell true literature apart from trash if she tried. Seriously, where did Jiraiya come up with these things? Kakashi glanced up at a sudden surge of killing intent and found the pink-haired former Jounin standing in front of him, a vein popping in her forehead. Katasha, what exactly are you reading? He laughed nervously. A cookbook? She drew back her arm, and Katashi decided that running away was the best course of valor. He jumped over the wagon side and sprinted down the road, Sakura yelling and shaking her fist at him from inside the wagon. TCH. Stop and come back? Who is she kidding? Shall burn my book. Kakashi was in such a hurry he didn't notice the green-clad guy clone until he was right on top of him. He stumbled over his feet in an attempt to slow down, and knocked himself and Lee head over heels. This action had absolutely nothing to do with the silver-haired accompanying Lee. Nothing at all. Obviously, it wouldn't do for his younger self to think him a fool. Right. And Minato-sensei would come around the corner in a princess pink tutu and daisies in his hair. Katashi-san! Lee exclaimed when he had finally righted himself. I have come with this unruly fellow in hopes that you will teach him how to properly stoke his flames of youth. I caught him engaging in unyouthful conduct against his rival, Uchiha Obito-san, and I have high hopes that you shall show him the error of his ways. If you do not, I shall dress in one of Ino's pink tutus and do a ballet around the village. I shall also sing She's Only a Woman at the top of my lungs. Lee pushed the younger Kakashi into his older self's arms. I am counting on you not to fail. These actions which you are about to partake in hold the fate of all rivalries on your shoulders. With a military salute, Lee marched away. Kakashi, the older one, blinked twice before glancing down at the shocked boy in his arms. Well, I don't know about you, but I sure don't want to see that. I guess that must mean I have to figure out what he was babbling about, eh? Kakashi Jr. scowled. Whatever. Just let me go. Kakashi Sr. cocked an eyebrow. So, who are you again? Kakashi Jr. sneered. It is proper for the Inquisitor to introduce himself first. I call myself Katashi. Katashi grinned. Strange, I don't remember being such a brat. And your name? Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi bit out. Katashi grinned. Okay, Hamake Kafashi. What was Lee talking about? Oh yes. Katashi was so going to enjoy this. Chapter 8. Konoha Hokage Tower. The rest of the meeting consisted of political games, which bored Naruto very quickly. So, he decided to play a few pranks such as pouring delayed itching powder down the old hag's dress. It would hold off until she walking into direct sunlight before making her dress the embodiment of suffering. Shikamaru rolled his eyes at his antics but didn't stop him. Naruto got the feeling Shikamaru was ready to get out of there as well. Finally the Hokage let them go, and Shikamaru had to restrain Naruto to keep him from bursting down the doors in an attempt to get away. Nara Shikaku chuckled dryly as he watched the interplay. Not one for politics, kid? Both boys made faces. Eck no! The blonde exclaimed. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck. I'm surprised you lasted this long, Naoki. He snorted. Usually you're declaring war within 10 minutes. Akimichi Chusa looked startled. War? Prank war. Shikamaru clarified, amused. It was so weird to talk to his father and surrogate father on equal terms like this. Not only that, but they weren't much older than him. His dad would be 22. What a scary thought. Shikaku rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Prank war, eh? Well, if you ever need competition, there's a jounin whose reputation has become rather formidable. Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto smiled tightly. Really? Herr Roma told me about her a while ago, but I thought he was exaggerating. We only wish were. Chusa dryly replied. Uzumaki-chan has made it a hobby to antagonize the village elders. A laugh broke out of Inoichi. I don't know. Seeing old Sourpuss's face twist up like that is definitely worth the trouble that comes afterwards. The long-haired man chuckled. Between the red-headed wench and you, kid, I don't think we'll be bored. Too bad I have a mission. Shikaku frowned. Inoichi. Hush. What? The Yamanaka asked, shrugging his shoulders. It's not like it's classified. Chusa hurriedly broke in, the fights between Yamanaka and Nara being infamous. Shall we go? I'm starving, Inoichi snorted. Always thinking with your stomach, Akimichi. You know if you get any fatter we'll have to haul you around in a wagon. Chusa froze, as did everyone else in the room. What did you just call me? Minato and Shikaku exchanged glances and rapidly grabbed the Akimiki's shoulders, ready to restrain him if necessary. Inoichi was rapidly trying to backtrack, but was only digging himself a bigger hole. What I meant to say, Chusa, was just that you're bigger boned than most people, and when you eat more you… well get… Shikamaru leaned back against a nearby wall and smirked. It wasn't every day he saw his parents make complete fools of themselves. And a stuttering Yamanaka that looked like Ino provided entertainment like none other. Not that he would tell Ino that. Sai dragged his easel to the ledge overlooking the village. It was a perfect view. The sky was a deep aquamarine today, with perhaps a hint of baby blue. The Hokage mountain reflected a hint of the sky, so he would make the stone more red. Perhaps with a hint of orange. He grabbed the oil paint from his box and set about making the picture. He was tempted to paint the Yondaime and Godaime on the mountain to spite Naruto and Sakura, but decided against it. Orders were orders after all. And painting a future Konoha was not discreet. Sai worked as rapidly as the oil paint would let him, running his brush over the wet paint to make it softer and friendlier. He was finishing a white and gray cloud when he felt the prickly feeling of expelling chakra. He frowned. He hadn't felt chakra this dead since his root days, and it wasn't bringing back pleasant memories. He moved to put new paint on his brush, only to stop as his hand trembled. He closed his eyes and sighed in resignation. Placing his brush in the cleaning oil, he stood up. Yar. I do believe the idiot is rubbing off on me. Naruto wasn't exactly sure how his father had talked him into dinner. Maybe it had something to do with the ramen in front of him, but he was sure he wasn't so dense as to accept a bribe like that. Apparently not, he thought to himself, looking down at his ramen glumly. Oi, you gonna finish that? Minato asked, pointing with his chopsticks. Naruto glanced at him from the corner of his eye before grinning. You better believe it. Ramen is the best food in the world. It's cheap, tasty, and has good memories for me. Naruto laughed. Minato lifted an eyebrow. Really? Like what? Not that he disagreed, of course, Kami-sama forbid. He was just wondering if the kid had the same kind of feelings about the food as he did. Naruto shifted uncomfortably, not liking the look in Minato's eyes. He decided to throw out the faux story he and Shikamaru had come up with. Well, I was an orphan. No one knew who my parents were, or at least, if they did know, they didn't tell me. So anyway, I was considered to be a taboo to the kids and adults, but there was this really cool sensei who watched out for me. He would always buy me ramen. Ramen for my birthday, ramen for his birthday, ramen for my first date, ramen for my graduation, ramen, ramen, ramen. He laughed. Looking back, I really ate him out of house and home. He glanced to his mirror image and hid a wince. Minato's eyes had gained a new glint. I was trying to head him off, not give him another bone. What caught his interest? Minato returned to his meal. Well, I get a fairly large paycheck, so you can eat your fill. Naruto laughed. Sure you won't regret that? Another miso ramen, Oyaji. Sai crept through the trees, years of training making it impossible for him to any sound. His shoes made it more difficult, and his required khakis were quickly getting on his nerves as they seemingly caught on every bush and bramble in the entire forest. He finally took to the trees, ignoring the voice of Sakura that was lecturing him about staying hidden. He hit the ground 10 feet away from his target and started pushing his way through the dense foliage. Grunts and thwacks sounded from in front of him. It was the sound of fists on wood. The sound stopped abruptly, and Sai crossed the plant barrier in time to see the small figure slump at the base of the tree. The Uchiha fan was prominently displayed on his back, his dark hair and pale skin revealing his heritage. Sai froze, his gut tight. Oh no, no way, no how. Reform all evil people philosophy of Naruto B. There is no way I'm going to help. The shoulders of the small boy in front of him heaved. With a gagging sound the child retched into the nearby bushes before standing up and grabbing a kunai. The young Uchiha began hacking away at the tree in front of him, deep gasping breaths and the thunk of the kunai the only sounds in the clearing. Sai took his eyes off the boy to glance around to the nearby trees. At least 10 of them suffered extensive damage. There were 2 or 3 that were still smoldering. Sai swallowed thickly. This was the power of Uchiha Itachi, and he wanted no part of it. Unfortunately, he contemplated as he made his way to the trembling boy, the baka has rubbed off on me more than I thought. Oh heyo. Uchiha-san! Are you okay? Itachi spun around, his kunai held in standard defense to attack position. Sai watched him impassively. Marks signs of stress. Frustration. Is this really Uchiha Itachi? Minato felt sick to his stomach. If what Naoki had said was true, then it was more than possible they were related. But how to suggest it? You know, a few years ago my family was slaughtered in a ninja attack. We assumed everyone was killed, but we never found the body of one of my cousins. He was 4 during the attack. If he lived he would be about your age right now. Minato laughed. It doesn't hurt you have the typical Namikaze looks going for you. Naruto blinked. What are the chances? Sorry Namikaze-san. I don't remember that far back. Minato watched him, his face carefully blank as Naruto scrambled for an answer. This was unexpected. Where's Shikamaru's cunning to get me out of this? Look, Minato-san, while it is possible, the chances are. What? 2 billion to 1? Namikaze nodded. Sounds about right. Naruto blinked. And you're still asking me? You are optimistic, aren't you? Well, you didn't tear down the road screaming, so I take that as a good sign. Minato picked up his ramen bowl and quickly slurped up the remnants. And I'm not that optimistic, but Kushina will never let me live it down if I don't ask. Kushina? Naruto asked, though he had already identified the name from 3 days ago. It wasn't every day you learned your mother was the pranking menace of a village, Uzumaki Kushina. Minato elaborated. Well, I guess you could call us friends. Some of the time. She's the one who told me to ask you. Said the worst that could happen is it be true. Naturally, I defended my honor and that was why I was late today. Naruto laughed. She sounds like quite a character. Yeah, the best. Minato answered, smiling fondly. Speaking of which, I still owe her dinner. Naruto turned back to his meal. It was funny to hear your dad who you had just met talk about your mom in a supposedly platonic manner. Tsunade had told him his father had adored his mother, and Naruto could already see hints of this in Minato's face. It was in his smile when he talked about her. It was in the spark that appeared in his eye when her name was mentioned. For some reason Naruto felt warm inside. Somehow, knowing that his father had loved his mom dearly made the Kyuubi deal more forgiving. After learning about the fox sealed inside him, Naruto had often wondered if the Hokage had callously left his mother to die when facing the monster. He had wondered if he was the result of a one-night stand, despite Tsunade's assurances to the contrary. Knowing that his father loved, or had the potential to love, his mother and by consequence himself, made Naruto feel a lot happier. So Naruto said through a mouth of noodles. Let's say it is true. Do I get to call you Minato Otoji? Minato glanced at him. If it's true? Heh. I'd like that. Well, thought Naruto as he walked away, it's not dad, but I guess I can live with it. Uncle Minato. It'll take some getting used to. Boy, did he ever have things to tell the crowd back at the caravan. Come to think of it, he still had to talk to Lee about getting into fights. They had felt him all the way over at the Hokage Tower even without chakra. Seriously, is he trying to blow our cover? Civilian training only goes so far. It was a battle to end all battles. Dark eyes locked on each other, either boy willing to look away. The wind blew dust into their eyes, but they didn't move a muscle. Who are you? Itachi demanded, his voice monotone. Sai gave a fake smile. I am called Sai. Itachi didn't blink. Sai, a knife-like weapon used for defense. Handle is bent up toward the blade so as to easily trap offensive weapons. Made out to be an offensive weapon in popular culture. Typically a female weapon, Sai tilted his head. Is that so? It seems you learn something new every day, Itachi stared at him calmly. Finally the young Uchiha stood up and gathered his tools. Why are you here? I heard something and got curious. Sai replied. That's my story and am sticking to it. Itachi walked past him towards the village. He stopped and stood for a moment with his back to Sai. What is it like to be human? The 4-year-old asked curiously. Sai glanced at him. Aren't you human? Itachi answered matter-of-factly. I am a tool. Sai frowned. So that's it. No wonder his chakra was dead. And at his age too. I am afraid I cannot answer your question, Uchi. What is your personal name? He refused to call him by that despicable family name. Not yet anyway. Itachi glanced at him confused. Itachi, Itachi-san? I am afraid I can't answer your question. However, one of my friends will be the perfect teacher. Unfortunately, he is in a meeting. But you are welcome to spend time in my company if you wish. Sai smiled at him, hoping that someone who was as socially inept as Itachi wouldn't be able to tell it was fake. Itachi studied him for a moment before nodding. I have a few hours before the clan head expects my return. Sai smiled. To Sai, who had been raised as a weapon, it never occurred to question that a 4-year-old was left unsupervised for so long. Nor did it bother him that Itachi referred to his father as the clan head, not his dad. Kakashi glared at the man in front of him, willing his eyes to turn into daggers and stab him in the back. How could anyone be so annoying? The 11-year-old had never, in his entire life felt so willing to murder someone like he did right now, consequences or not. He was sure it was acceptable. Any reasonable human being with a heart would agree with him. However, the rules stated he could not attack neutral civilians, and thus his hands were tied. His glare intensified as Katashi gave out a perverted giggle. What kind of person reads that junk anyway? And in broad daylight. He had taken a glance over Katashi's shoulder, only to turn away red and stuttering. Pervert. Katashi, in the meantime, had glanced at his crimson face and burst out laughing. Had Kakashi mentioned he was annoying yet? The guy wouldn't stop humming. Katashi always mangled Kakashi's name, disregarded any signs of respect to jounins and shunins, Kakashi included, and would occasionally read parts of his book out loud, around people. His reputation was going to be ruined. Ruined. Not only that, he had a total disregard for standards of conduct. When Katashi first began leading him around, the eye patch-wearing man had told Kakashi they wouldn't really be able to talk because he had an appointment at 1. When Kakashi had pointed out it was already 3 o'clock, Katashi smiled and answered, of course, I wouldn't want to be on time, now would I? It was even worse than Obito, Makashi-san. The older man called in a sing-song voice. If you keep that expression too long it'll stick like that, the Chunin growled. Who cares about capital punishment? He reached down to grab a kunai. I should get a medal, and that was how Hatake Kakashi, prodigy, genius and respectable Chunin, broke the rules for the first time in 4 years. Kakashi, the older, porn reading, rule disregarding Kakashi, grinned from behind his book when he felt his chibi self flash killing intent. Who knew egging yourself on could be so much fun? But honestly, he must congratulate Lee and the others for wearing the younger Hatake down. I still can't believe I was such a brat, Makashi-san, he called, enjoying the spike of chakra Kakashi released at hearing his new name. If you keep that expression too long it'll stick like that. Katashi dodged out of the way just in time to avoid the hail of kunai, and raised an eyebrow in the silver-haired boy's direction. Kakashi was staring at his hand as if it bit him, his eyes wide. Katashi didn't have to be a mind reader to know what he was thinking. What did I just do, Kafashi-san? No need to get violent. It's a good thing we aren't in public, or else you might get punished, any? Katashi smiled at him. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, how about I start teaching you what it's like to be more human and less of a clamped volcano? He smiled at Kakashi. Kamafi-san. It took all of the 11-year-old's control not to launch himself at the civilian. Naturally, that didn't stop his killing intent, but to his immense frustration, The taller man didn't even seem fazed. What is wrong with you? Kakashi finally burst out. Can you even call yourself an adult? Have you no sense of dignity? What about your pride? You're just a waste of breathing space. Maybe, maybe not. Katashi shrugged, his voice nonchalant. Of course, if I am a waste of breathing space, I assume that means your lungs are so fragile you need every pint of air to support your puny little body. Kakashi flushed in anger, his shoulders quivering as he struggled to suppress impulse to strangle the older man. Katashi hid his smile behind his book. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who do you think you are? Kakashi exploded. You're just a civilian. I'm a chunin. I am a rule-abiding shinobi who is willing to throw everything away to complete a mission. You still haven't taken your face out of that piece of SHSH. Shoelace you call literature. Katashi cocked an eyebrow. My. Is the big, grown-up shinobi afraid to swear? Kakashi smirked. Funny, you didn't have a problem when you were with Obito, or so Lee told me. That's because Obito's Obito. He's. When did Lee tell you that? Oh, you know? He told me when he told me. Katashi waved his hand nonchalantly. Not that concerns you. Kalaspi Hamakfi, Hataki Kakashi. The child growled. We are a distinguished and respected clan. The Hataki family has served Konoha faithfully for generations. Our honor is unblemished. You have no right to look down on us. Completely unblemished, eh? Katashi mused, his visible eye focusing on the boy beside him. Really? Not a single black mark on your entire family tree? Kakashi gritted his teeth. He can't possibly know. But even if he does, what does it matter? It's just one more judge to join the thousands. Narrowing his eyes at the tall man beside him, he turned away. What is it you want anyway? Oh, nothing much. Katashi answered, flipping another page. I'm just enjoying this chance to annoy you. Uzumaki Kushina gritted her teeth. Her grip tightened, her eyes narrowed. The muscles in her back had been so tight for so long that they were cramping. She had hunched her shoulders and her frown was so deep it looked like someone had taken a plow and formed rows on her face. Sweat rolled down her cheeks as her eyes shone in concentration. She took a deep breath and pulled. With the sound of a chink, the row of symbols in the device froze and she stared, shocked. All of a sudden her face brightened. A grin broke out across her features. Yada! She punched her fist into the air. I'm rich. Rich, I tell you. Take that, you cheating, low-down slime balls. Uzumaki Kushina shall rule the gambling hall, I tell you. Rule. Her grin was still shining bright when she carried her arm full of chips to the cash-in counter. With a proud laugh she dumped in onto the counter table. Count it up, gambling man. I am rich. The man looked out from behind his copy of Ninja Daily News and glanced down at the chips. Rich? Heh. Nah, you just got 1,000 yen at most. Sorry, Kushina-chan. Better luck next time. What? Kushina gasped. She stared at him in dumbfounded shock for a moment, before she reached over the counter, grabbed the newspaper, rolled it into a ball and tossed it off to the side. Kushina reached out and grabbed the man by the collar to pull him forward. What are you talking about? I checked it out. Each of those is worth about 0.2 yen for people from out of town. Don't take it personally, Kushina-chan. You understand, it's just business. Kushina slowly closed her eyes in realization, before she opened her hand to release the scared desk jockey. She took a deep breath and turned around slowly, leaning back to rest her hip against the counter. The redhead crossed her arms over her chest. Aigo-san, what a surprise, she said dryly. I didn't think a high and mighty member of the Supreme Council of Ahem would care about my gambling. But I guess snakes just can't stay under a rock forever. Too bad. The man in front of her raised an eyebrow. He was taller than her, built, and had a small stomach. His hair was thinning, but he had gelled it and pulled it back into a low ponytail. He was dressed in a nice yukita, something a ninja wouldn't be caught living in except for during festivals or special occasions. A yukita was impractical. It was like trying to fight in a skirt. Kushina eyed the expensive designs embroidered into the silk. Red and green dragons circled his sleeves, up over his shoulders and down his chest. She smiled, except this time it was in mocking disgust. Still so vain, Aigo-san? One would think that after a few years you would lose that sense of overimportance. She cocked an eyebrow. Of course, no one anticipated you making the Council of Old Foggies. I guess it just shows the pompous attract the brown-nosers. She lifted a red eyebrow, her brown eyes flickering over him. Judging from your increasingly rattled appearance, you're about to accuse me of being a disruptive influence again. What is it this time? She smiled. Could it be Minato-kun's getting under your skin again? You poor baby, Igo snorted. Someday someone's going to break that pretty face of yours, Kushina-chan. He smirked. And I'm going to be there to laugh at you. The redhead, who had started to turn away, froze. When she turned around, brown eyes were flashing dangerously. Let me make this clear, Kyo. There is one man, and only one who gets away with calling me Kushina-chan. And you sure as aren't him. Ah yes, Minato-kun. Your friend and... He trailed off suggestively. Kushina's lips tightened. I don't know about you, but I would watch what I say around me, she said coolly, her tone as sharp as a knife. It was Igo's turn to lift his eyebrows. Defensive? HM. Suddenly Kushina found herself shoved up against the desk, his hand wrapped around her neck. Don't forget your place. You still owe this gambling house a good deal. If you would just stop defending that Namikaze so much, you just might find a couple 100,000 knocked off your debt. All you have to do is stop backing him so much. Maybe start a rumor or two. Simple stuff. Just take that blonde thorn out of my side and you won't have to take so many dangerous and risky jobs to pay off your debt. Kushina broke his grip. Keep dreaming. You know as well as I do that if you ever paid me the right amount of money for my winnings you would be the one in my debt. Don't think that just because you're a council member and am a foreigner you'll be able to screw me over forever. If I were you, she glanced down at the embroidered dragons, I'd watch my back. She patted him on the shoulder with a cold-eyed smile. After that, with a smirk and raised eyebrows, she pushed past him and made her way to the door, her chips still on the counter behind her. Igo glared after her. Ahem. The desk tender coughed nervously. What? The elder snarled. With a timid finger the man behind the counter pointed down at Igo's sleeve. The heavy man frowned in confusion before glancing down, only to gasp in shock and surprise. His new, expensive silk and embroidered yukata was on fire, the dragons lighted in a royal blaze. When he tore off the robe, he saw the kanji clearly on the back. Told you. With a grimace he threw away the garment. Hero. Send out the order for Uzumaki Kushina's apartment to be seized, effective immediately. Shall find out what happens when she doesn't follow orders. Sai glanced up at the sun. Eh? So late already? He'll be back now. Shall we go see him? Itachi, who had sat still and silent while watching the older boy paint, glanced up at him. Who is he? Who? Naoki? Sai asked. He smiled when Itachi nodded. Curiosity. That's a good sign. He's our leader. He's also the most impulsive, dense, stupid and foolhardy person you'll ever meet. He's also the bravest, kindest, and strongest. He has more guts than anyone I've ever met, and I've never seen him run from a challenge. He's a guy worth being loyal to. Sai reached out a hand to ruffle the young Uchiha's hair. Itachi drew back from the stranger's hand, his eyes crossing as he tried to focus in on it. I know you don't understand what I'm saying. But believe me you will. With a hop, the painter picked up his tools and handed them over to the boy. Then he picked up the child, startling the Uchiha genius. What are you doing? Itachi deadpanned, the slight widening of his eyes the only sign of his disconcertion, not actually a word. Tongue sticking out, maybe wariness? Sai didn't answer, but started down the hill towards the caravan. The sooner he and Naruto got this resolved, the sooner he could paint in the comfort of the wagon without Sakura yelling at him every 10 minutes. Itachi sat on Sei's shoulders, his keen eyes taking in everything from this height. Is this typical behavior for a civilian, HM? Well actually it's typical behavior for siblings and parents too. And friends. Itachi repeated cautiously, testing the word on his tongue. Hi, do you know what those are? Sai ducked under a tree branch, his hand tightening on Itachi's knee as he kept him on his shoulders. Itachi shrugged, shifting his hold on the painting supplies. Friend, a person one knows, likes and trusts. A person with whom one is allied in a struggle, or conflict. Itachi quoted. Sai felt a vague sense of déjà vu, but shrugged it off. That's right. Do you have many friends, Itachi-kun? The boy didn't answer, which Sai supposed was an answer in and of itself. When Sai and Itachi got close to the wagon, they immediately noticed something was amiss. Of course, it wasn't hard to overlook. What was Sakura screaming at a Konoha Chunin, her face becoming a startling shade of red. Ino was standing behind her, nodding firmly at every point she made, while he looked as if he were trying to fade into the background. He had a noticeable bruise on his face, and Sai wouldn't have been surprised if that wasn't a punishment for fighting. Yes, he knew Lee had been fighting. It would have been hard to miss, after all, though the change was so minuscule that a Kage wouldn't have noticed it. Even Lee's chakra fluctuated when he was in a fight. However, not even Lee's battle could have gotten Sakura that agitated. He hadn't seen her this furious since he called her a Well, never mind. The point was she rarely got this angry. That Ino was apparently agreeing with her confirmed his suspicions. He set the even stiller and colder Itachi on the ground. Itachi's face had become dead and hardened, and Sai suddenly got a cold feeling in the pit of his stomach. He smiled a fake smile at the boy and hoped Itachi was emotionally stunted so as not to differentiate his smiles. Itachi watched him unresponsively as he walked towards the irate Sakura. Sheesh, the kid gives me the creeps. Then he thought, was I like that? When he got closer he finally managed to make out Sakura's words, which was quite a feat since he was 400 meters away and against the wind. What do you mean we cheated? Those prices are reasonable. You think you can just walk in here and demand we give you them for free? Who do you think you are? Just because you have some shiny new green vest, you think we all have to bow down and obey you, like you're the new demigod of the civilian world. You think I'm going to stand back and let you, Haruko-chan? Sai called out. The group turned to look at them, and the Chunins did a double take when they noticed the small boy trailing the dark-haired teen. The younger one blinked several times, especially when he noticed the box of paints the 4-year-old was hauling. Uchihas did not haul things around. It wasn't done, and especially not the Uchiha heir, Taro. Sakura bit out. I thought you were painting. I was. Sai answered, taking his paint case from Itachi, and after ruffling a hand through Itachi's locks, which resulted in shocked, dumbfounded and nice scandalized looks from the Jounin and a quizzical look from Itachi, he walked over to the pink-capped girl. However, I met the most intriguing person and decided he should meet Naoki. Then, I happened to come back and find you and Ino in a heated discussion with two men. Care to explain, gentlemen? Sai shot them a friendly smile which was gainsaid by the dangerous aura that poured off him. So what if Sakura and Ino would lecture him about going into Big Brother mode? No one upset his girls. No one except for him, Naruto and Kakashi of course, but that was a completely different story. Sakura laid a hand on his shoulder. It's okay, Yamada, they were just leaving. She leveled a glare at them. Right, boys? The two men didn't look as if they were going to back down. Instead they shifted their weight forwards, an intimidation method that made them look stronger and darker. Sai knew it well. He and Naruto had used it many times when they needed information and their client wasn't cooperating. So, he shifted his weight forward too. Vaguely he was aware of Lee coming out of the woodwork, apparently feeling comfortable enough to face Sakura's wrath. Hey! Is there a problem? Naruto's voice broke the tension. Abruptly both Sai and Lee relaxed their stances, while Sakura and Ino allowed themselves to release a less confrontational aura. The Chunins would have to have been blind, deaf, and chakra-deprived not to notice the attitude adjustment in their opponents. The older Chunin aimed a glare at Sakura, who responded by tilting her chin up and looking down her nose at him. Naruto stepped in front of the group. I said, is there a problem? No. Bit out the older Chunin. He cast a resentful glance at the caravan. We were just leaving. Come on, Kiyomi. The younger, and obviously more inexperienced Chunin opened his mouth to protest, but the first man grabbed him by the arm and dragged him away. When the duel was lost in the crowd, Naruto turned around. Anyone care to explain to me what just happened here? Sai lifted up his hands in a declaration of amnesty. Hey Naoki, I just got here. I confess to leaving to paint, and only to that. Lee. Naruto bit out. Lee's eyes shifted to the left for a second, before meeting Naruto's baby blue and crimson red eyes head on. Gomenasai, Nar Naoki-kun. I lost my temper earlier today and engaged in a spar with the young Hatake Kakashi. However, I do not believe that this was the cause of the current aggression. Sakura? The girl sighed. They decided they had a right to whatever they wanted. I was simply correcting them. Yeah, well, your corrections were audible all the way down the street. The teammates exchanged glares, sparks flying between their eyes. Finally Sakura backed down, lowering her head in deference. Naruto gave a nod of thanks, before glancing over at Itachi, who still stood behind Sai. He did a double take. The blonde blinked twice, glanced at Sei's carefully blank face, swallowed, opened his mouth to speak, shut it twice, then blinked again. Taro, if you don't mind, who is that with you? Finally Itachi moved. I thought you said your name was Sai. Sai glanced down at him, pleased that no one tensed as they heard of his potentially disastrous blunder. Sai is a nickname. My real name is Yamada Taro. Itachi leaned his head to the side. Nickname? AA. Sai answered. It is a name given to you as a pseudonym for your real name. Except that everyone still knows what your real name is. Then what is the purpose of this nickname? It is impractical and useless. Itachi answered dully. Sai smiled. It strengthens the bonds of friendship. Sai smiled. Itachi blinked. Lee beamed. Ino, Sakura, and Naruto wondered how they ended up with these maniacs. So, Sight tells me you want to understand what it's like to be human. Naruto tucked one hand into his jeans pocket and used the other to tighten the collar on his hoodie. That is correct, Itachi answered. Naruto glanced at him, a funny look that appeared to be a mix of skepticism, doubt, and intrigue plastered onto his face. Well, I guess the real question is, why? He didn't wait for the boy to answer, but walked forwards to lean against a nearby swing set. They had taken a walk away from the wagon, Naruto deciding that privacy was best. They were now in the middle of an abandoned playground, most of the children in school or at home. As he waited for the 4-year-old's answer, fully expecting the genius to know and understand his reasons, he reached up a hand to rub it against the bright red bars that made up the swing set. He had played here as a child, before the Hokage had moved him to his apartment. The orphanage wouldn't be founded yet, as half the adult population of Konoha hadn't been killed off by the Kyuubi. Not yet, anyway, and if Naruto had his way, not ever. Have you ever observed a clan, Naoki-san? Itachi's childish voice was structured, his words formal, his tone bland. We have rules and regulations for every aspect of our lives. I am proud of my clan, but I tire of having the same symbol printed on every article of clothing, painted on every wall, depicted in every story. My clan claims to be the strongest, but I can already defeat most of the genins. Hundreds have not even activated the Kakai Genkai that our family is so proud of, and those that do shame us with a history of early deaths and near suicides. My clan is weak. Not only that, but Naruto had stilled when Itachi had begun to rant. His hands supported his weight as he hung from the upper bar of the swing set. He had paid the child close attention, his keen ears hearing the minute warbles and rises that were signs of the rising tension that piled in the small body. However, when Itachi trailed off, Naruto finally turned around. But, he prompted gently, sharp blue eyes focused on the small figure. Itachi stood still, his eyes focused intently at the ground before him, the slight twist of skin between his forehead labeling his expression quizzical. For a second Naruto's breath caught in his throat, because Itachi looked so much like his brother. He bit back the pain that rose in his chest at the thought of his first friend and concentrated on the boy in front of him. But, what? Naruto asked again. Itachi slowly looked up, his head turning to the side in a way that disturbingly reminded Naruto of a raptor eyeing its prey. But, when I exit the clan walls I see the civilian families in parks such as this. The fathers. They want their children because they're children, not because they are the next lethal weapon. Itachi swallowed. Naruto didn't know what prompted him to move. For Pete's sake, this was Itachi. Sasuke's worst enemy and rival, Naruto's worst nightmare. But he found himself kneeling in the sand, holding the quivering kid and couldn't help but think, it's official. We've teleported into the Twilight Zone, believe it or not, Itachi. Naruto said once the boy started to calm down. Sai and I know a lot more than we should about these things. Itachi leaned back, not pulling out of the blonde's arms, but rather trying to see his face. You do? Was it sad for a 4-year-old to sound so hopeful over something like this? Oh yeah? Naruto brushed a lock of the boy's hair out of his face. I was the village pariah. The complete opposite of your situation. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Uchiha clan is somewhat considered a God's gift to the poor pathetic people who make up the rest of the world, yeah? Itachi blinked furiously. Naruto began contemplating it as a stress reaction. I've never heard it put that way before. The Uchiha answered honestly. Naruto cocked an eyebrow and chuckled dryly. Heh, well you don't listen too well. Itachi actually glared at him for that one. And Uchiha? Not listening? Preposterous. A snigger drew his attention back to the blonde. I bet you just thought a lot of Uchiha is supreme trash. When Itachi nodded reluctantly, Naoki gave out a grin that nearly blinded him. See, that's what I'm talking about. You've swallowed that superior crap like candy, Itachi frowned. But is it not true that an Uchiha has a higher success rate? Is it not certain that an Uchiha takes more dangerous missions than any other? Yeah. They also have the highest rate for insanity, suicide, amo-ness. Naruto listed them off nonchalantly as Itachi's face fell into a sulk. The blonde smirked. And have I mentioned their incredible superiority complex? Honestly, Itachi-kun, I'm amazed you haven't gone insane. On the other hand, you're 4 years old and use better grammar and reasoning than I do. Just the fate of a boy genius. Itachi shot back sardonically. The next second his eyes flew open in shock while Naruto began laughing hysterically. Atta boy. The Sword Hokage gasped out between heaving bursts of laughter. Show me that wit. Itachi rolled his eyes, his nose and cheeks flushed red. He looked away, but couldn't stop the small smile that tugged at his lips. Naruto's hysterics calmed down and he settled down to think. When Sai had more or less shoved him into this new task, Naruto rapidly tried to come up with a plan. Itachi had always been connected to power. It was what he had been raised to pursue. No child entered the NBU at the age of 13 and became a captain without serious pushing from his parents, superiors, or comrades. Maybe from all three. While Itachi was the most incredible genius to happen to Konoha since the discovery of ramen, no one could suppress their emotions to such a point without intense conditioning. However, Itachi was a genius. Naruto had read his file, and knew that even without the Sharingan, Itachi was gifted with taking apart techniques and learning them. His keen mind picked things up instantly, gathering the small details that were essential for a jutsu to work easily. He could find flaws in taijutsu simply by comparing it to what he knew a body should do. Genjutsu was the area he excelled more than any other in Naruto's time, but that wasn't that surprising, what with the Manjikyu Sharingan and all. Before killing Shursui, Itachi had been pretty balanced. Well balanced in the excels in everything beyond compare sort of way. The video recording of Itachi's Chunin exam had filled Naruto with a mixture of awe and fear. Awe that someone could be so good at 10. Fear that he was going to have to face this man on the battlefield. What had always alarmed Naruto the most when researching Itachi, fighting with Itachi, and talking with Itachi between battles, was the fact Itachi's facial expressions never changed. Never. He never showed amusement, anger, irritation, fear, or hurt. Once Sai had gotten a lucky blow, his sword slicing into the traitor's shoulder, cutting through muscle and bone. Itachi hadn't even flinched. It had been then that Sakura had concluded Itachi was no longer human. No one can be that dead inside, she insisted as they hid in the darkness. Akatsuki's minions were searching for them, Itachi having been recalled to take care of more pressing matters. Team 7 didn't know whether to be relieved or insulted. No one can kill their emotions that much and still be human. He's a machine, Naruto hadn't replied, choosing to stay silent instead. He didn't agree. There had been one difference he had observed in Itachi's face for years before. Itachi's face when he had seen his brother was different than that marble of stone they were always fighting against. There was no denying that Itachi had shown emotion. Scorn, perhaps, derision too. Itachi had smiled, but it was a cruel smile as he shoved a fist into his brother's gut and proceeded to cut down any confidence left in the broken boy. To Naruto, Itachi was a broken man twisted and turned into nightmare. But this boy who tried to hide his smile, who started at touches of affection, who stared longingly after other children. This boy was human. This boy still had a chance. Kakashi was still sulking. Honestly, Kakashi thought to himself, how did people keep from killing me so long? On second thought, I always wondered why the IWA Nin always targeted me. Maybe someone took out a hit order. It would explain a lot. After all, being in a war was no reason to get attacked in every battle. The younger Kakashi glanced at him from the corner of his eye, only to be caught, and turn away with an even greater storm over his head, while Kakashi Sr. thanked whoever had been watching out for him that he hadn't died before the age of 13. You know, your family's shame doesn't have to carry over to you. As Kakashi's head jerked up, Kakashi knew he had to tread carefully. He had no delusions about himself. Self-delusions got people killed, and he knew his younger self was in a fragile state. His father, Hatake Tsukumo, had been Kakashi's greatest hero. In the young boy's mind, his father could do no wrong. Not even Tsukumo's humiliation shamed his son, only his suicide had broken Kakashi's tinted glasses. The betrayal had been the worst. Suddenly Kakashi had no shield from the harshness of the world, from the cruelty of humans. Kakashi found himself left out in the cold, as he suddenly became the shame of the village. As a shinobi, he was trained to hear the softest of whispers, the slightest changes in expression, the smallest of hesitations in people's mannerisms. And notice them he did. There's Hatake Kakashi, the one whose father. Yeah. I heard he couldn't take his shame and committed seppuku. I heard it was because he went to retrieve his companions instead of carrying through with the mission. He's the reason we're in this blasted. Shh. Hell hear you, who cares if he does? He should learn from his father's disgrace. What kind of a ninja abandons his mission to save his teammates? Soon all the adoration that Kakashi held for his father turned into a burden. It weighed him down, and as people watched him from behind accusing eyes, he swore to remove the stain of humiliation from his family. Obito saying his father was a hero was a balm on his wounded heart. His saying that those who abandoned their companions were worse than trash felt as if for once someone was excusing his dad. After all, so many shinobi would choose their companion over their mission. Why should Tsukumo be any different? And Obito didn't make any excuses for the Hatake head's death. He didn't offer Kakashi platitudes. He didn't tell him that Tsukumo had regained his honor and Kakashi should be happy for him. He didn't mention it at all. Yet, The older Kakashi knew that it was because it was Obito, and Obito alone that his younger self had believed it. For one, Obito had been a shinobi, no matter how abyssal. For another, no matter how much Kakashi put him down, Obito had been his friend, and Obito would never say anything out of false sincerity or duty, like Kakashi had always felt the other people, even Minato-sensei and Jiraiya-sama, do. Hearing it from a complete stranger, from a civilian, and from a non-factor would only turn Kakashi against the words of Obito later in life. So he said nothing about robots in shinobi's clothing, or of dead fathers who weren't really as big as a shame as the village made them. Instead he only said, "Think about it." And got up. "If you ever need to rant, be teased, or whatever, you know where to find me." Katashi grinned. "Not that I won't be dropping by to annoy you as well," Kakashi growled at Katashi's retreating back. Then he rolled his eyes and turned away, so he didn't see Katashi freeze. "Appreciate your team. You never know when it'll be gone." Kakashi's brow furrowed and he swung around, only to see nothing but the crowd. Katashi was gone. Kushina grumbled as she sat on the hardwood bench, what was left of her worldly possessions gathered around her feet. That omitted beep, omitted of a omitted man. Can't even take a joke without throwing a girl onto the streets. I am so going to dye him green tomorrow. After I find a place to say, what is with all these fair weather friends of mine? Mikoto can't. She's got Itachi. Kyoko lives in a one-room flat, so that was definitely a no. Tsunade. Kushina's face became contemplative for a moment, before she rolled her eyes and shook her head. No way. That's a dead end if I ever heard one. Exasperated, she flung her hands into the air. And everyone else I know are guys. Can a girl get a break? With a sigh, she rested her chin on her hand. Her eyes dully looked out to the street. Hotels were far too expensive. Most of her paycheck had gone to Igo Team, as payment for her own apartment. Highway robbery? Definitely. But she was outsider, and he was a councilman, which meant he would win any court case. In summary, no money for new apartment. Twisting at the waist, she turned to bang her head against the backrest. You just had to go anger your landlord, right, Kushina? You just couldn't keep your mouth shut. You know, talking to yourself is a sign of insanity. A cheerful voice broke into her wonderfully gloomy world. Slowly she raised her eyes to glare at the intruder. He stood over her, his hands tucked into his leather jacket, his orange shirt peeping over the zipper. His black, baggy jeans covered the tops of his tennis shoes. His blonde hair was tied back by a black bandana across his forehead, which only accentuated the startling bright blue of his eyes. She was a little startled to notice small flecks of crimson branching out from his pupil through the iris. As she stared at him, he lifted an eyebrow, smirked and quipped, "What are you staring at? Never seen a good-looking guy before?" On his part, Naruto had just seen a damsel in distress and decided to check it out. Kushina flushed, not only because what he said hit a mark, he was cute, but because it sounded like something she would say. "No need to get pertinent, brat. You're the one bursting in where you aren't wanted." "Well, I couldn't let a beautiful lady like you sit here in such a picture of depression," he answered. Kushina rolled her eyes. "First of all, I ain't no lady, got that? Second, what are you, a chauvinist? Just 'cause I'm a girl doesn't mean I can't take care of myself." Now it was the boy's turn to sigh and roll his eyes. Ma. A guy can't do a good deed anymore without having his head snapped off. "I wasn't insulting you, your ladyship of crabbiness." "Hey!" Kushina protested. "I'm not crabby, I'm PMSing." The boy blanched. "Lady, please. There are things that no one in the world wants to know." He shook his head firmly, as if trying to dislodge what he just heard from his memory banks. "Have some discretion, for your womanly pride at the least." Kushina just laughed. "You are so easy. Really? Were you born yesterday and somehow aged 16 years overnight? You're naive enough. Ho ho ho!" Naruto returned sarcastically, holding his stomach. "You're a riot, but don't quit your day job." Kushina snorted. "What job? Hey, aren't you a ninja?" "What do you mean, what job?" Kushina glanced at him. "Kid, trust me on this. It's a long and boring story. However, the result is this: I'm out of house and home." Kushina gestured around her, her voice and gestures filled with mocking cheer. Naruto frowned. "No offense, but it sounds as if you expected this." Kushina glanced up at him, her sharp brown eyes meeting his sharply. "You know, for a gaki you're really sharp." "Hey! I'm probably as old as you are, ba," he yelled, waving an animated fist. "And quick changing the subject, ba." Kushina growled, pulling him into a headlock. "I'll show you, ba." An hour later found them slurping on ice cream, the white ice-cold desert dripping down their chins as the warm summer sun beat down upon them. So, long story short, Naruto said, tipping his head back so as to lick a drop of ice cream off the cone. You came here when you were 14, and got conned by a council person for money in a home. In exchange, you have to do his dirty work until the debt's paid, except he's sabotaging you so you can't pay him off. That pretty much covers it. Kushina answered. She waved the cone around carelessly to emphasize her words. I wouldn't even mind doing the dirty work, except he's trying to get me to spy on one of my friends. He wants me to get some dirt on me, him, and if that fails, make some. She snorted. The Uzumaki clan may be many things, but backstabbers and fair-weather friends we ain't. Naruto flinched. Uzumaki? Huh. Oh yeah? I never introduced myself. Uzumaki Kushina at your service. Kushina gave an extravagant bow, equipped with a looping hand wave. Naruto hid his shock behind teasing comments and laughter. Somehow, in a surreal way, he had always assumed he would know his mom the minute he saw her, that there would be some mysterious connection, and he would immediately know this was the woman who gave him birth. However, he had been walking and talking with this girl for over an hour now, and he hadn't realized a thing. Honestly, how many women had the name Kushina anyway? However, as he walked and talked with her, shooting off his mouth and getting his hide tanned by the metaphorical fire coming out of her mouth, he knew she was everything he had imagined. When he happened to mention he never knew his parents, she had gently put an arm around his shoulder and told him that he's a man now, but that doesn't mean it can't hurt. She offered to be a surrogate sister, and he laughed at the irony. She stopped once or twice to help out one of those unfortunates who beg on the corners, even if this was a shinobi village which supposedly wasn't supposed to have beggars. That was complete bull, if you asked Naruto. The people in a shinobi village could be just as prejudiced and judgmental as anyone else, and every family had their reprobates. The son and unknowing mother traded stories about people they knew. Naruto told her about his pranks, and she gave him hints. They talked about their friends, and Naruto found himself spilling almost everything about Sasuke. Naturally, he removed the parts of Orochimaru, Sannin, and ninja in general, but he gave her the gist of it. If you could go back in time and change something, what would you change? Naruto asked her. Kushina grew thoughtful, placing a finger on her chin. If I could change anything. Kushina grinned. Nothing. Huh? Naruto said blankly. Nothing? What the? Kushina tipped his head back with a finger under his chin. Everything in life, Naoki, the good and the bad changes you. How you deal with it defines you. I miss my clan, my village and my freedom, but how I deal with these trials shows my character. Do I wish I could somehow save my dead friends? Keep certain. Embarrassing moments from happening? Oh yeah? But I won't disgrace my friends by saying I could save them now when I couldn't before. I might even make it worse. And I like who I am. Those embarrassing moments provided turning points in my life. So, I wouldn't change anything. Naruto stared at her. That has to be one of the most twisted and confusing things I've ever heard. Kushina laughed. Yeah, maybe. Then she glanced at him, the twinkle in her eye promising mischief. Hey, you want to go with me to get some revenge on the pompous council? Naruto slowly grinned, his fang teeth thrown into sharp contrast. You bet. As the two Uzumakis made their way to the councilman's house, Naruto knew they would never know what hit him. Chapter 9. It was exactly when the moon reached its zenith that the village awoke. It wasn't voluntary by any means. Rather, their wake-up call came in the sound of horns, whistles and screams as the house of Council Elder Igo's home erupted into light, music and chaos. Pipes burst, paint balloons were released, and the dear home owners were forced to notice the conspicuous absence of any and all clothing. Their walls were defaced with propaganda for rival gambling house owners and political enemies. Their lights erupted into miniature suns, having been mysteriously replaced with high-wattage street lights sometime after the household had gone to bed. Loud music burst from several conveniently placed stereos, playing young and upcoming hard rock. Ice-cold water rained down on the occupants. The household rushed around, trying to get out of the nightmare. And so it was that the dignified house of Councilman Samama Igo stood outside in their pajamas and underclothing. Those who slept in the buff stood shivering, trying to hide their nakedness behind soaked sheets. Shinobi arrived soon after, members of the Council Protection Squadron landing around the family. 2 of the ninja began handing out blankets, while another 5 entered the building to turn off the water and the confounding racket. Villagers gathered around, witnessing the utter humiliation of Samama Igo as he stood shivering in a sheet. It would be false to say that there was not a grin or wink exchanged by the observers. In the shadows, 2 figures exchanged high fives in celebration of a prank well done. They probably wouldn't even find the nair in the shampoo until they all took a nice, long shower. Naruto was awoken by the curtain being pulled back from the wagon, shining the bright noon sun onto his face. Arg! He yelled, shielding his keen eyes from the sunlight. Sakura, what are you doing? I could be asking you the same thing. Sakura yelled right back. What were you thinking, pranking a village elder like that? I was thinking he deserved it. Naruto shouted angrily, throwing back the covers and leaping to his feet. The teammates stalked towards each other. Sakura thumped him over the head. Well, guess what, genius? Your revenge might get us kicked out of Konoha. Were you thinking about that? Yeah, well, what was I supposed to do? The guy threw a woman out of her house. Besides, he grinned cockily. They'll never trace it back to me. You can't know that. Sakura exclaimed, exasperated. You know what? I've had it up to here with you. She made a fast slice over her head. Well, right back at ya. Naruto growled. Fine, fine. And with that they jumped off the wagon, slammed the sides with their fists in unison, and marched off. Kakashi and Sai watched them leave from a distance. Well, Kakashi said blankly from where he had buried his head under his pillow. That went well. Kushina was woken up by a rather loud pounding on her cheap hotel door. However, unlike her partner in crime, she didn't have the luxury of a noontime waking. Instead, it was at 5 in the morning, far too soon after going to bed at 1. Uzumaki Kushina, open this door right now. With a groan, the redhead pulled her head from under the pillow. Go away, Namikaze. No! His angry voice resounded through the thin door. Do you want to get yourself in more trouble? Kushina opened the door so quickly it banged against the wall loudly. That's a laugh. She glared at him. How did you find me anyway? Now you're the one who's joking. Minato scoffed. You think just cause you left your apartment for some reason I wouldn't find you? Ho ho ho. Your regard for me is flattering. Oh, aren't you a prime example of a bloated ego? I didn't leave because of you, you stuck-up selfish, sorry excuse for a man. Kushina went to slam the door, only to Minato to catch it mid-swing. What did you just say to me? Minato asked, glaring at her. You heard me. She reached over to slam her door, only to be thwarted again. Yeah, I heard you. Minato growled, hurt. And you know what? You are the most, melodramatic and overblown woman who has ever cursed this village. Kushina stared at him, hurt, as he turned away and marched down the dirty hall. Her face twisted in anger, and in a fit of rage she picked up a shoe and hurled it at him. It hit him straight on the back of his head, and he spun around infuriated. Oh, now you've done it! Yeah, get out of here! Kushina yelled at him. Minato marched up, ready to force-feed her a piece of his mind, when the landlord stuck his head out of his room. Shut up! It's 5 frickin' in the morning. Some people are trying to get some sleep here. Shut up, you old! The angry couple chorused. The man slammed the door, offended. Kushina turned back to her angry friend. Listen, Namikaze, Kazakami, Kamikaze or whatever, I don't need you butting into my business. Okay, your business? Minato said, exasperated. It ceases to be your business when I have His Royal High Horse Igo knocking on my door at 3 this morning telling me that if I don't control, and I quote, then you will be out with the door slamming on your heels by sundown. He called me a what? Kushina raged. That's nice of him, considering that he already kicked me out of my apartment. Kushina winced as Minato's face darkened. Kicked you out of where? Your apartment? Is that it? Look, Minato, it's none of your business. Oh, it is my business. Minato interjected. Now what's this about him kicking you out? And so Kushina resigned herself to a day of keeping a certain blonde out of her business. Itachi knelt before the head of his clan, his head up in false pride, his gaze fixed on the wall behind his father's head. The Uchiha symbol stared back at him, its red and blue sides a blatant reminder of his heritage. His cursed heritage, Itachi. His father's deep rumbling voice rolled over him, drawing him back to the man's deep-set eyes. If Itachi were capable of judging beauty, he would have said his father was a dignified man. He was powerful, his muscles rippling under the thick robe he wore at home. His eyes, deep and fathomless, flashed under heavy brows. Fukaku's mouth was turned down at the corners after a lifetime of hard decisions. The frown lines in his forehead were already indented permanently, as Itachi well knew. Fukaku had been a handsome man when he was young, but the years had matured his beauty into something more dignified and refined. As Fukaku frowned at his son, Itachi kept his face carefully blank. 2 of the guards reported you spending time with the caravan. What were you doing there? Itachi didn't hesitate in answering. I was gathering information. I see. Fukaku responded after a moment. He had no reason to doubt his son, as Itachi had been the perfect son and tool for years, never telling any lies except for those the head had ordered. However, something in the face of his spies had alerted him to an anomaly in Itachi's behavior. When pressed, the Chunin had finally admitted that Itachi had been acting almost like a normal child. But that was preposterous. Itachi was not some village brat who wildly let his emotions drag him wherever they will. He was better than that. And what did you discover? Itachi's face didn't change or flicker, and Fugaka felt himself relax slightly. The caravan members are friends, most likely working together for years. I suspect several of them have had tussles. There is underlying sadness. However, I deem they aren't a threat, nor will they be a hindrance to any clan dealings. Their merchandise is good quality, and they expect to begin selling iron and steel tools soon. I would recommend engaging in trade. Itachi fell silent. Is that all? Fukage asked, except this time his voice was displeased. Itachi answered. You mean to tell me that in the 6 hours you spent with them this was all you discovered? Itachi tipped his head to the left slightly in a way not unlike a cat observing its prey, his keen eyes piercing as he stared his father down. Despite the sudden awareness in his eyes, his face remained blank, dull, and lifeless. The Uchiha head felt a shudder run down his back and was suddenly reminded that though Itachi was a weapon, he was also human. And humans were unpredictable. Itachi kept his gaze on Fugaka for what seemed like hours, before tilting his head back into the upright position. That is all. Fugaka felt inexplicable relief when Itachi returned to normal, so after ordering his son to gather all information possible about the outsiders, he nodded to Itachi in dismissal and tried to ignore the feeling that he had just taken a test, and failed. Naruto was sitting on the third's head, his normal sitting place dislodged by the fact the yondaime hadn't been selected yet, overlooking the village with a sharp eye. One knee was pulled up to his chest, the other hung over the third's forehead. His brown arms were wrapped around the drawn-up leg. His trench coat, the long black one with the orange flames along the bottom, was draped over his shoulders like a royal cloak. The orange flames were spread out behind him like the train of a king. His eyes were slit more than usual as he watched the bustling village below. Red streaked through the blue iris like ribbons of crimson. The sun broke through the clouds, lighting his hair into a golden halo. Its warm beams lit up long eyelashes and made the blue of his eyes translucent. Naruto didn't flinch when the sun landed right on his face. He didn't look away or even blink. Instead, he stared directly at the sun, daring it to try and make him blind, all the while knowing it was unfair because there was no way Kyuubi would have a damaged container. When he lowered his gaze back to the village below, he didn't even see spots. The red and green rooftops were so familiar yet so foreign. Eagle eyes, or rather, fox eyes, picked out familiar profiles that were a good 10 to 20 years younger than the last time he had seen them, depending on when they had died. He spotted Tsunade once, and it nearly made his heart stop. She was walking with a tall man, whose long gray hair made him recognizable despite never having met him in person, Tsunade's fiancé, Dan. So he was too late to save her brother. That was okay. He didn't even know her brother had died. It made him sad to know that he couldn't spare his ba that pain. Jiraiya was probably peeking into the girl's bath right now. He wondered, if Dan never died, if Jiraiya would ever tell Tsunade how much he loved her. Probably not. Even Jiraiya, dense as he was, had seen how happy Tsunade had been with Dan. Somehow he had to keep Dan from receiving the first necklace, however. Once he put that on, there was no saving him. Naruto sighed and leaned back to rest on his elbows. Are you just going to stand there all day, Itachi-kun? How did you know I was here? Itachi asked, curiosity the predominant emotion in his eyes. It warmed Naruto to see it. Wheel. You see, I met this old fortune teller, and she was like, a young robot will find his way to you. I was, kind of hoped to meet my first Tin Man, but since this is Konoha I assumed it must be you. His explanation was complete and utter bull, of course, but Itachi didn't need to know that. Of course, judging by the skeptical look Itachi shot him, it was a lost cause. However, no one ever accused Itachi of being dense, and he let it drop. Naruto patted the ground beside him, inviting the uptight 4-year-old to sit down. Itachi did so slowly, his eyes lingering on the black trench coat. Nice coat. Was all he said. Naruto grinned at him. For that comment alone, Itachi would have won Naruto's eternal friendship. And thus the strangest mentor relationship ever seen in the history of the world was formed. Kushina looked up from her scroll to see Minato staring at her intensely. She sighed and turned back to the paper. If you keep staring, someone is going to think that you and I are. She nodded suggestively. Are what? Minato responded. She trailed off. When he continued to look confused, she leaned forward. Together, Namikaze's face screwed into an imitation of a pug. Were what? Several heads turned throughout the diner, and Kushina quickly lowered her head, blushing. Will you keep it down? I was just saying that if you keep up with the intense staring thing, the rumor mill will have me pregnant by nightfall. If either of the Jounins had been watching, they would have noticed an abrupt shift of attention to their table. However, since they were so embroiled in their own discussion, they didn't realize the predicament they were putting themselves into with every passing second. Listen, Minato whispered harshly, leaning forwards across the table. All I want to know is why you are suddenly bunking in a hotel room. I would also like to get a formal apology for the destruction of Elder Igo's home, but that's not as important right now. His glare turned pointed. An apology for all the names you've called me today wouldn't hurt either. Ha! She hissed back. Fat chance, you tawny-haired little snippet. If you keep this apology thing up, someone will think we're getting married. Why you? Minato cut himself off when he noticed the beaming waitress who stood next to their table. Hi. We don't need anything right now. Oh, I'm so happy for you. The girl burst out. Let me be the first to offer my congratulations. She hugged Kushina around the neck, kissed Minato on the cheek, and went off squealing towards the kitchen. Kushina and Minato blinked olishly after her, wondering what the hillbilly she'd been on, and where could they get some. As several other customers got up to wish them congratulations before heading out the door, Kushina and Minato turned to each other in confusion. Little did they know that the news that the Yellow Flash was having a kid and getting married, to none other than his childhood rival, Uzumaki Kushina, was soon to be spread throughout the whole village. It was funny how things came together, Naruto mused as he corrected Itachi's footing so as to give the boy better balance. No sooner had Itachi sat down with him on the old man Hokage's brow line than he asked him point-blank what ninja village he had been affiliated with, and would he teach him? Naoki had stared at the boy with his jawbone somewhere down by the third chin, before stammering out some denials. Itachi had listened to Naruto for exactly 5 minutes and 45 seconds before calmly shooting his excuses down with some well-placed logical investigations. First of all, Itachi had said, his voice monotone. You knew I was here, even though I placed a low-level genjutsu on myself. I have advanced shinobi training, and I am a child, meaning I am lighter on my feet and can hide myself more easily. Second, you show the signs of a trained shinobi in your walk. You also scan your surroundings the way our veterans do. You show no surprise to the rules of the shinobi life, nor did you launch into speeches of the inhumanity of raising children to kill. You showed no shock towards my family. Not only this, but you and your companions are using code names. Naruto blinked a few times. Well, when you put it that way, he told Itachi an abbreviated and heavily edited version of their tragic tale. When he was finished, Itachi moved his head to the side and studied Naruto. Naruto didn't look away. Instead, as he saw the calculation and cunning hidden behind the facade of neutrality, he felt excitement. This was a person he would save. Itachi turned his head upright and smiled for the first time, and Naruto felt like he had taken a test and passed. Itachi followed Naoki around, but it wasn't the hero worship sort of way Naruto was used to. It was more in a learn what you can as fast as possible sort of way. And it wasn't just ninja arts, which Naruto had already promised to teach him about. It was also about human interactions. Itachi watched from a distance when Naruto bought food, or when Naoki flirted with some of the girls at the counters. He listened as Naruto talked with some of the townspeople about different things varying from the war to how crops were this year. When Naruto took him to a playground and saw how parents hustled their kids away because he's the Uchiha genius, Naoki promptly bought Itachi some new civilian-esque clothes, and it wasn't a problem anymore. Now they were in one of the middle training grounds, far enough away to be discreet, close enough so as not to arouse suspicion. Naruto had told Itachi his village had kept good intel about the hidden village of leaf, rain, rock, sand, and mist, so as not to surprise him with his knowledge. I know more about bloodlines than most people, he said whilst leading Itachi to one of the facilities. Its tall, bushy trees were perfect for hiding from unwanted eyes. The day started with simple sparring. Naoki asked Itachi to show him what he knew. Then Naruto improved on that, using hard-earned lessons of the past to see through the young Uchiha's defenses. He tore down the clan-encouraged habits, lectured on the strengths and weaknesses of other clans and individual shinobi. He scoffed at the ideals of clan pride, saying that the only pride you should have was in what was built through hard work and the respect of your fellow comrades. The problem with the Uchiha clan, Naruto explained, catching Itachi's fist in the palm of his hand. The child's face was red from exertion, sweat pouring down in buckets. Naruto was kneeling before him, sparing from the balls of his knees so as to be at Itachi's height. Is that they assume no one can or should be better than them. Now, 8 out of 10 times, that's true. The trouble comes in the form of those two who want bow down to Uchiha supremacy. He blocked a side pivot kick with a lazily lifted arm. Ironically, many times these are the people most easily underestimated. They are the people you and I would look over and dismiss. Dead last, lazy sleepyheads, fangirls. Fangirls? Itachi asked, his face confused before throwing another hit and kick. Naoki froze in mid-block before he caught himself. You'll understand someday. He cleared his throat uncomfortably before continuing. What's really sad is that the Uchiha clan has so much potential, and I'm not talking about that cursed Sharingan you guys are so proud of either. I'm talking about the base character of her members. You guys have a long history of genius, especially before you activate your eyes. Afterwards it's just copy, copy, copy. No originality, no flavor. The Sharingan users get trapped in their own techniques, and eventually, your gift destroys your mind and turns you psychotic. Why? Itachi asked and caught Naruto by surprise, having expected Itachi to protest. It's because your mind can't handle remembering so much, especially the carnage and destruction. Every bad memory is recorded, since, unfortunately, you don't use it to remember the good ones. It causes a meltdown which... Naruto stopped. You know what? I'll have Haruko explain it later. He muttered under his breath. Much later. Haruko? Why later? Itachi blinked. Is she angry at you? Well, let's just say I couldn't leave a damsel in distress alone and leave it at that. Itachi blinked twice before deciding he didn't want to know. Naruto stood up. Well, that's enough of that. He stretched. How good are you at chakra manipulation? I am advanced for my age. Itachi answered. Naruto snorted. Isn't that a load of useless information? Most kids your age don't even know what chakra is, much less rationalize it and harness it. In fact, most kids your age are only learning how to talk. Naoki ruffled Itachi's hair, his grin increasing when the genius didn't pull away. I know you're advanced for your age. What I want to find out is if you can think on your feet. Niji and Lee were in a face-off. Neither side was ready to admit the other had valid points. Neither side was willing to back down. Niji wasn't prepared to apologize. Lee wasn't ready to let him off the hook. Chuji was playing referee. Ino and Sakura got the popcorn. Shikamaru declared them all idiots and left to take a nap, conveniently in the wagon which let the others wander away. Naruto was conspicuously MIA, but they assumed that had something to do with the screaming match with Sakura this morning. Typically, these showdowns would end in a fight, and what a fight it would be. It would simply be impossible for the boys to resolve their differences without speaking through their fists the way Guy had taught them. Their ways of talking were just so different. Lee was filled with the flowery and dramatic flames of youth, and Niji was an ice-cold diplomatic iceberg. It was fire and ice, yin and yang, sunshine and moonlight, Star Wars and When Harry Met Sally. It was a great surprise to everyone when they entered the field to see Itachi and Naruto facing off. Itachi was showing the signs of ICD, initial chakra depletion, while Naoki actually had a cut here and there. As they watched, Itachi launched himself off the ground and aimed a top kick at the blonde's head. Naruto grabbed Itachi's ankle and snatched him out of mid-air. Wrapping both hands firmly around the boy's ankle, he spun in a tight circle. When he was going so fast all that could be seen was a colored blur, he released the kid. Itachi sailed through the air again. Itachi flipped and landed on the branch of a tree, his strength at its limit. Glaring at Naruto from his perch parallel to the ground, he placed a hand on the wood and closed his eyes. The sudden surge of chakra lifted the hair on the watchers' eyes. It sent static down their backs and made them shiver. The tree shivered. Leaves browned, fluttering to the ground. Other leaves burst into bloom as if it were spring. This cycle continued as chakra surged from the tree and was pulled into Itachi, filling his chakra banks and refreshing his stamina. Haruko hissed. He's like a Moloch Horridus. Katashi blinked a few times before letting out a low whistle. Nice trick. 3 hours later, Katashi was strolling along, feeling rather pleased with himself for all the chaos had caused today. Had set Sakura onto Naruto, helpfully advised some customers of competition about some shady business and scams that they may not have been informed of, had annoyed Ino and Shikamaru, gotten Chuji to yell at him after he spoiled a whole hour's worth of meals, and had refereed the Lee/Niji match of the week. Oh yes, he was good. Now he was searching for his favorite victim, because, after all, it wasn't fair that he punished everyone else and didn't punish himself. Mini-me, here I come. He was just walking past the new BBQ when he heard the rumor. Did you hear? The lady hissed to her customer, her body quivering in anticipation. Her round, cheery face was lit up with excitement, and her hands shook as she bagged the customer's onions and green peppers. Hear what? Her neighbor leaned over, wanting to join in too. Who cared about competition when there was a rumor about after all? Kakashi sure didn't and quickly backtracked to eavesdrop. By this time there were 4 women crowded around the vegetable stall, each of them leaning in to get their share of news. The first lady was puffed up with pride, pleased to the one to break the news to them. It's all over town. In the Kanai and Kata Cafe, you know, the small one just around the corner? Well, I heard from the waitress herself, she's my niece and all, and the Yellow Flash and Uzumaki Kushina were there, together. And apparently, Kushina is pregnant. Why, my niece was standing right by when she heard Minato mention marriage. What? One of the younger girls gasped. No, yes. The plump vegetables lady insisted. Of course it's no surprise. He's been flirting like mad with her for years now. Well, I heard he's been seeing her on the sly. A tall, scrawny woman with a hawk-like face said coyly. Why, this morning my boys saw them come out of a hotel together. There was a round of gasps and exclamations. One woman, dressed in stylish clothing, clicked her tongue. Well, it's no surprise. After all, if she is pregnant, and they haven't tied the knot, it means they went bad somewhere along the way. The younger girl who had gasped before, turned up her nose. It would be that Uzumaki girl's fault. That little snit came from the middle of nowhere, tagging along at Mina Namike-sama's heels. The poor man was just forced to adopt her. She's fiercely independent, I hear. The hawk-faced lady inserted. And I needn't mention her delinquent behavior. The women exchanged knowing nods. I honestly don't know how a polite man like Namike-san ended up with that rug rat. The stylish woman added. Every time she opens her mouth it's peppered with inappropriate language. I don't care if she is an orphan from the sticks. A woman should know better. The women dispersed, no doubt hurrying to carry the latest news elsewhere, while Kakashi peeled an apple he had snatched from one of the vendor's stalls. He frowned as he peeled it, pulling the long red strips from the fruit with a penknife and carrying it to his mouth. This was unexpected. It was doubtful that Sensei and Kushina-chan were actually dating, but the rumors hadn't started until a year before Naruto's conception. Finishing off his apple with a satisfied slurp, Kakashi wandered over to the plump lady's stall and calmly stole all her money from the day. Then he meandered away, pleased with his petty revenge. No one would slur Minato and Kushina in front on him and get away with it. The days of Shinsei's stay were up, but as far as Hinata could tell, he hadn't made a move to go anywhere. Right now he was stripped to the waist, and knee-deep in water trying to spear some fish. She had offered to buy a fishing line, but he had stared at her as if she were an alien from Alien vs. Predator, so she figured he didn't want it. He didn't need it either, she acknowledged as she cleaned the 3 other fish he had caught. Shinsei had long since given up trying to figure out how she did so many things blind. She had given him some practical advice, such as how to find your way in a dark room, or how to know who a person was even without seeing or hearing them. It might be good if you ever find yourself in a place you can't use your eyes, was all she had said. She probably didn't even need to offer an explanation, as Shinsei drank up everything she said like a dying man taking his last drink. She placed the fish on the fire and walked over to the river bank. Have you finished, Shinsei? Shinsei answered. I hope to have some to salt for when your companions return. I see. Hinata answered. They should be back in a day or 2, Shinsei blinked. Already? The blind woman's laughter pealed out like silver bells. Shinsei-kun. It's been 2 weeks and a half already. Oh. The boy looked down. Do I have to leave? Hinata's grin faded into a small smile. Only if you want to. Shinsei swallowed and looked up to meet her eyes straight on. I think you'll stay then. Hi. Hinata answered. Okay, whose turn is it to do the dishes? Kushina glared at Minato as he trailed her to the meeting room. Are you ever going to stop following me? Yep. Right now? Nope, Minato. Kushina groaned. Can't you just leave it alone? Leave what alone? I don't think you've told me what's wrong yet. Kushina scowled and slammed the door to the meeting area open with a bang. It crashed against the wall, and would have bounded shut if not for Uzumaki's hand holding it open. Her petite frame quivered as she stomped into the room and flopped into a far-away chair surrounded by women. The only open spot was about 5 chairs away and surrounded by some of the largest gossipers in the village, Chusa and Inoichi, who were also temporarily not on speaking terms. Minato glanced at the open chair in consternation. Kushina 2, Minato 0. Minato, I want you and your team deployed at the border in 2 days. The Sandame said solemnly. I know Obito and Rin are still genin, but we're losing ground rapidly. Your job is to identify the locations of the enemy camps along the river. Mark them on the map and send it back with one of your summons. Observe for change. Minato nodded. Hi, Hokage-sama. Kushina, Danzo, Kaito and Tairu. The Ino Choshu team has reported a large force moving toward us from south of the river. You all have group attacks, so I want you to lead 4 squads into battle. I don't want a single IWA survivor. Yippee! Kushina said sarcastically, picking up her orders. Danzo glared at her reprovingly, but she just ignored him. The old fart was a stuck-up idiot anyway. Strange how many of those she knew, wasn't it? She had worked with her 3 teammates before, so she threw a smile at Kaito and Tairu. The 2 jounins waved back. Now that her job had been handed to her, Kushina shifted uncomfortably in her chair. The hands of the clock moved agonizingly slow, and her straining ears heard each tick as if it were a gong. As the sandaime droned on and on, her boot-clad foot began tapping a steady rhythm against the floor. Ta-da-ta-da-ta-da-da-da-ta. One of her friends smirked and leaned over. Metallica? Hey, Kushina whispered back unapologetically. Bored, her friend rolled her eyes and leaned back into her chair. Minato looked away, shaking his head in amusement. The sandaime finished assigning home patrol duty and closed with a blessing. Kushina bolted out of her chair, the window dead ahead of her and offering so much freedom. Grabbing hold of the windowsill, she threw herself through to soar in the air. Kaito and Tairu landed beside her, laughing. My, Kushi-chan, Tairu said playfully. One would think there was a fire. This one hopes you are not becoming claustrophobic. This one would not like to see you sleep in a tent while struggling. Kaito didn't say anything, but he nudged her playfully. Kushina rolled her eyes. Oh, stop it, you two. I'm just trying to get away from the overprotective guard dog I suddenly gained. Tairu's hazel eyes lit up. Ah, yes. Namike-san. This one would like to offer his condolences. This one is sorry you ended up in such a predicament. However, this one is pleased to see that this is the result of years of bickering, instead of other more dire consequences. However, this one wonders why you are harried while in your condition. Were this one to decide, you would be staying at home. This one will have to have a talk with Minato-san. Kushina blinked. Okay. Weird. Sure, it was annoying to have Minato tailing her, but that sure was a bizarre response from Tairu. Shaking off the sudden feeling of foreboding, she started in the direction of her hotel room. Yo, I'm gonna go pack. Meet you at the gate at 7. Hi. As Kushina disappeared in a puff of smoke, Tairu turned to tall, dark and silent, also known as Kaito. Is it not wonderful, this one's friend? Our dear Kushi-chan is having a child, and getting married. However, this one wonders why she has not said anything. This one wonders if this one should be offended. Of course, naturally, that one does not know the news is already spread throughout the village. Kaito nodded in solemn agreement. Katashi lounged against the telephone pole, his legs crossed. His book was held firmly in his right hand, while his left was tucked in his pocket. He lifted a lazy eye from the lewd pages to squint at the sun. Checking his watch, he looked up to the corner in front of him. If his calculations were correct, and they were always correct, his younger self would be passing this way in 5, 4, 3, 2. Ah, there he is! Katashi thought gleefully. Sure enough, Kakashi Jr. rounded the corner at 5 o'clock sharp. Katashi snapped his version of Aika Aika make out shut and bounded over to the boy's side. Good afternoon, Salami-san. Kakashi jumped, his face paling as he took in the sight of the interloper. Katashi stood leaning over him, his eyes scrunched up in a smile, a pearly white grin beaming down on the smaller boy. Wait a second. Kakashi rapidly backtracked. How did you get Salami out of Kakashi, you nitwit? Well, Katashi began. It's like this. I was walking down the road of life when I found a single kanji, lying in the middle of nowhere. Not one to leave a poor letter all alone. I picked it up, only to find that it was. Shut up! Kakashi yelled. I don't have time for this. I have a mission. Mission. And I don't care how you got Salami. My name is Kakashi. Sure. Now I have to go, goodbye. He dashed away, only to find himself running on air as the annoying being who should have never been born lifted him into the air by the back of his shirt. Whoa there, tiger. Not so fast. He dumped Kakashi into a pile on the road. You know, if you keep that stress level up so high, you'll be gray before you're 20. Wait. You already are gray. Now when did that happen, I wonder? Oh great, Kakashi thought to himself from where his head was planted in the dirt. Not only is he a lazy, pervy idiot, he's a lazy, pervy scatterbrained idiot. Why oh why can't I attract the attention of someone useful every once in a while? I'm not asking for much here. Hello? Anyone listening? Katashi knelt down beside him. Why Kalamafi, what are you doing on the ground? If you're not careful you'll get your face dirty. Kakashi didn't think had ever been so thankful for a mission, ever. Itachi landed another kick on Naruto's forearm and the blonde couldn't help but feel a bit of vindication at the frustration that flashed over the 4-year-old's face. Was it childish to say, take that to the younger version of the man they had never managed to put a scratch on? Or phase? Or irritate? Or kill? Especially kill. Where are you going after this? Itachi asked, leaping over a sweeping leg kick. He threw a haymaker only for Naoki to casually block it. We were thinking about Suna. It's nice this time of year. Suna weather never changes. Itachi said calmly, bouncing into a flip. Exactly. Naruto grinned. Katashi nodded to one of the passing chunin cheerfully, ignoring his shocked stare. Howdy, he said to one. Good day, he said to another, all the while smiling with a very ticked-off Kakashi tucked under his arm. Let me go, you big bag of rotting cabbage, Kakashi yelled, kicking. After being teased a few times about Katashi over his language, he decided not to give the man any more ammunition. Unfortunately, now Katashi had another thing to tease him about. Isn't the little boy cute? Trying to keep his mouth clean, Katashi chuckled. Chibi Kakashi, you are a hoot. He nodded to another staring passerby. What say we go meet your team, like this? Kakashi thought in horror. No! Let me down! Let me down! I hate you! Katashi just laughed as he carried the kicking and screaming boy towards the worst humiliation possible. Kushina bumped fists with Naruto, smirking down at him. Well, I don't know when he'll get back. However, that one rabbit is still in the target zone. Next time you stop by, you might find him a little toasty. Man, you suck at code language. Naoki snickered. But I will definitely have to get a copy of the video. You did plant the security camera, right? Duh. Kushina smacked him over the head. You think I'm going to miss the havoc of my prank? Your prank? Naruto said pointedly. Kushina rolled her eyes. Fine, fine. Our prank happy? Indubitably. Naruto answered, smirking cockily. Kushina huffed. Hey, watch it, or I may just have to see how good you are at avoiding pranks. Do that and it'll be a war Konoha will never forget. Naruto warned. Kushina grinned and Naruto got the impression that was exactly what she wanted. Her teammate called out to her, and she flashed him the universal 1-minute signal. Ruffling Naoki's hair fondly, she smiled. Take care of yourself, okay? Hey, I'm not the one who's going death-defying. Naruto groused, smoothing down his hair futilely. Take care of yourself, you old hag. Will do. And with that her team ran out of the city. Minato riffled through the papers, half an eye turned to the door. The creaking of the stairs, the opening of a bottle from downstairs. Voices in the hallway. They seemed supersonic to his adrenaline-charged ears. Gloves ensured that no prints were left on the polished mahogany desk. He carefully placed the papers back the way they were. He grunted in frustration and turned to the drawers. Deactivating the security on the corners, he pulled it open quietly. A triumphant smile flashed across his face as he pulled out the yellow folder. Bingo! Laying it on a scroll, he rapidly formed seals. The seal on the scroll flashed red and an identical copy formed beside the original. Minato replaced the folder and carefully shut the drawer. He activated the traps and picked up his acquisition. Well, this should answer a few questions. He walked over to the door and strained his hearing to see if anyone was near. Satisfied that he was for the moment alone, he pulled the door open. Shutting the door behind him, he walked confidently towards the building exit, Uzumaki Kushina's file held securely under his arm. Judging by the thickness, it would be good reading for the mission. Obito and Rin stared, their jaws hanging somewhere below their knees. Rin blinked, and then Obito was rolling on the floor holding his hides as he collapsed into hysterical laughter. Rin was soon to follow, but at least she tried to hide the snickers behind a hand. Unfortunately, her increasingly red face gave her away. Finally, Kakashi's teammate gave it up as a bad job all around and let her laughter soar. Kakashi, suspended from under Katashi's arm with makeup and hair dyed blonde, flushed red. He was going to kill them. Tie them up, hang them upside down from the nearest telephone post, and force-feed them carrots and green beans. He didn't make any graphic death threats for fear Katashi could read his mind. He wouldn't put it past the perv. He shot a death glare at his teammates, but when they burst into another set of giggles he assumed the makeover had ruined the effect. Katashi set him down and patted him on his newly dyed hair. Kakashi lurked into a sulk. He didn't even know when it had happened. 1 minute Katashi had been carrying him kicking and screaming down the street, the next he was surrounded by women with mascara and lipstick. At least Katashi had drawn a line at the frilly pink dress. Wait, did that sound grateful? No. I'll never be grateful to the no swearing Kamalafi-kun, Katashi admonished. Obito mouthed Kamalafi as Kakashi stared at the adult incredulously. Do you read my mind or something? Katashi grinned cheerfully and winked. Or something. Rin giggled and started asking 1,000 questions. How did you do that? Was he really swearing? How did you dye his hair? Who did the makeup? Can you teach me? I like makeup, but I don't have a lot of chances to use it, because it's impractical on missions. Of course, some girls take it anyway, but it just takes up room that I can use for medicine, so I don't. Do you like makeup? I mean, naturally, not on you because you're a guy, but do you like it when girls wear it? My mom says I should wear makeup more, But my dad says I should stay plain or else he'll have to put bars on my window. He's joking, of course, but still. Are you married? Do you have a daughter? Katashi blinked as Rin's rapid-shot questions caught him off guard. Kakashi couldn't help but smirk when the normally implacable man was caught flat-footed. Yes, no, I had help. Rin lifted an eyebrow. You had help having a daughter? No. Not that. Katashi floundered before saying forcefully, I meant I had help giving the squirt a makeover. Rin said, nodding sagely. So how did you have a daughter without help? It was only when the boys caught the wicked glint in her eye that they understood that Rin had planned this all along. As Katashi actually blushed, Obito and Kakashi shared a laugh. That was how Minato found them, in the midst of a fist-pounding, side-aching frenzy, Kakashi with lipstick and eyeshadow across his face and Obito with tears running down his cheeks from laughing. Rin was hunched over, and a poor bewildered man was opening and shutting his mouth like a fish. Wait. Minato backtracked. Kakashi and what? 00. Minato had said a fast fare-thee-well to Naruto, so the blonde was feeling rather cheerful. If Itachi wondered why his mentor was so blasted happy at having said goodbye to a virtual stranger, he chalked it up to outsider weirdness and left it at that. He made absolutely no attempt to catalog the obvious similarities in appearance, or the vaguely uncomfortable aura that he associated with distant cousins when they came to visit. Nope, not at all. If he had cataloged it, he would have been obliged to submit his observation to clan head, and he wasn't about to give any more ammo than they already had. Naoki led him to the covered wagon where he was greeted by Haruko. The cherry girl nodded to the Uchiha in greeting, then turned her full glare on the blonde beside him. She opened her mouth, presumably to scold him. Suddenly it seemed she became aware of the guards who were watching over their wagon and clamped her lips shut. Naoki relaxed slightly. I assume she knows better than to undermine the leader in front of potential threats. He was pleased by this. Naoki entered the wagon for a few moments, and the sound of shifting boxes was apparent even after the curtain had fallen shut behind him. He was sure he heard several crashes, and glass breaking before Naruto poked his head out again. Haruko was visibly restraining herself as some of the damage was revealed. Utter and complete slob. Hurricane Naruto. Grr. Haruko muttered to herself, marching over to the wagon. Itachi blinked. Naruto? Who's Naruto? He was distracted when Naruto knelt before him. Here, I want you to have this. He opened his hand to reveal a small gold medallion, the chain long enough to hide it under his shirt. This was a gift from my mentor. I'll keep track of you, if you're ever hurt, or sad, or whatever. If you ever need me, channel chakra into that and it'll come running. You're too young to handle the world yet. Itachi looked at the coin-sized charm Naoki had dropped in his hand. He tipped his head in a way not unlike a cat and examined it. He met his mentor's eyes and nodded seriously. The blonde grinned and ruffled his hair. That moment was when Itachi decided it didn't matter what Naoki's real name was. It didn't matter where this caravan came from. It didn't matter if they were good for Konoha or not. Whoever he was, Naoki was offering him the choice to not be the strongest. He slipped the thin chain over his neck. When will you be leaving? He asked calmly. Oh. Naoki straightened. This afternoon, I think. We want to hit the road before sundown. Interesting. Was all Itachi said. He could have mentioned how most people would want to leave at dawn, so as to travel far before nightfall. He could have mentioned how traveling at night raised suspicion. But he didn't. Naoki winked at him anyway. Somehow, Itachi figured he would have to get used to people who read his mind. Sai handed Itachi a painting just before they left. It was a simple ink sketch of the caravan members with Itachi standing in the middle. 2 large stone dragons were painted on either side. Artistic license. Sai said with a shrug when asked about them. Kiba snorted suspiciously, but Itachi decided to accept it as is. Then, with a ruffle of his hair from Naoki, a pat from Katashi, and a nod from Sai, the caravan left. Itachi was startled to realize he would miss them. Had never felt that before. Hinata smiled when she felt the first rumblings of the wagon pulling up. It had been a long 3 weeks, but it was over now. Brushing her hands off, she got up to greet them. Shinsei watched her in confusion, not having the senses to feel the rumbling of wagon wheels on the ground. However, he picked up the game of Go and followed her out, only to stare as the white-covered wagon came through the trees. Suki was already running before the covered wagon cleared the tree line, her obi fluttering behind her. Kiba and Niji jumped from the wagon and hurled themselves at her. She was swept up by Kiba's hug as Niji scanned her for any signs that something was wrong. Seeing no broken bones, bruises, or other nefarious signs, he relaxed for what was probably the first time since they had left for Konoha. They pulled the wagon into the cave and Hinata enthusiastically dragged them around the fire to tell of their adventures. She was pleased to learn her tapestries had been enthusiastically received, having sold out by the second week. Seriously, Hinata, Kiba said enthusiastically, biting into the chicken she had prepared in case they arrived at home in time for dinner. I think there was actually a cat fight over the blue one. You know, with the wolves? Really? Hinata said, amused. And I'm sure none of the Inuzuka clan was involved with that. Kiba looked affronted for a minute before his twitching lip gave him away. Why, Hinsuki? What are you insinuating? That's clan pride you're insulting. Technically, Sai said from where he was dissecting his chicken, separating anything that didn't look like meat with the precision of a surgeon. Then wasn't it a dog fight? Yeah, Kiba said, a disgusted look crossing his face. No way were they related to cats. They waited until Shinsei was in bed to give her the important news, such as Naruto taking Itachi under his wing, or Katashi annoying Kakashi to near suicide. They told her about seeing faces long gone again. Niji quietly told her about his surveillance of the Hyuga clan. They're doing well, Hinata-sama. Otosan and your father are really close. Your dad's just started courting your mother. My parents are already married. He muttered something that sounded a lot like, thank God. Hinata shot him an amused glance. What? He said in exasperation. All I'm saying is it was awkward enough without seeing my parents wandering around like moon-eyed cows. I mean, it was bad enough seeing them. He blushed furiously and Hinata's gentle smile turned a bit more teasing. Did Niji spy something he shouldn't? Kiba laughed. Niji threw a handful of dirt at him. Shut up, make me. When Niji actually lunged across the fire to tackle the dog user, the rest of the ex-ninja scurried out of the way. After 3 weeks of walking on eggshells, a good fight was just what they needed. As the two boys brawled, well, okay. Kiba brawled, Niji did a deadly dance. Their fellow survivors jeered them on. Lee yelled furiously about the power of youth. Hinata cheered for them both at once, and Naruto orchestrated the betting. After everyone had placed their dibs, Shikamaru bet all his money on Kiba. To the shock of them all, Shikamaru once again proved to be right. When Kiba stared at his rival down in the dirt, he couldn't believe it. He blinked again, and then with a wild, enthusiastic howl announced his victory to the world. Niji, it seemed, would be doing the laundry for a long time. There were several fights during the night. Sai and Chuji faced off once. Ino and Sakura had a go at it. No one fought Shikamaru because the night brought the epitome of his power to the front, and no one wanted a guaranteed lose. Finally they wound down, and Naruto called them to order. We have several options from here. Suna, Mist, or we make a pit stop at Grass. We need to get as many of those civilian villages on our side as possible before Orochimaru gets to them. However, he's not going to make a move for a few years, and I hear Sand's wonderful this time of year. Nice, warm, very little rain, Sai snorted. That pretty much describes it all year long. Exactly, Naruto stated firmly. Plus, they just got out of sandstorm season, and the scantily clad women during the festival has nothing to do with it, Sakura said dryly, abruptly reminding everyone that the celebration of end of sandstorms was just around the corner. Kakashi sat up. I vote we go. Naruto does have a point. The Sand are rather suspicious of people like us, and well, since we're planning to brainwash Gaara, I figure why not get their trust while we can. Ino rolled her eyes. Of course you do, she sighed. I've got no opposition to going. I just ordered some great material for Suna anyway. They love their colors, and I've got just the thing. Naruto started bouncing in his seat. Okay, so that's 3 votes. You have mine, Kiba declared. Man, those girls are hot. Hinata glared at him so frigidly Akamaru whimpered. Kiba slunk into the shadows. Well, they are, he said petulantly. The final tally was 7-4 in favor. And for once Hinata proved herself a capable shrew by giving Niji and Kiba the cold shoulder. One thing was sure, this promised to be a very promising next few months until the next stage of their plan. And they couldn't wait. 3 months later, Suna hadn't changed. That was the first thing Naruto noticed. The walls were still the same. The houses were built the exact same way as before the Kona Oto War, identical mounds of sand with identical windows peering into the streets. That was the thing about Suna. The sands moved and shifted, but the village had managed to find stability in conformity. When a house was knocked down, it was built up to be exactly the same way as before down to the smallest step and tile. However, as he walked down the street to the Kazekage's office, he noticed another prime difference. The people were harder and more haggard. Tension lines marked the faces of the women. Men were hollow-eyed and dim, standing stiffly in the shadows. Children fell silent as they were passed, shrinking inward as if they could make themselves smaller. Naruto didn't need to guess why, he knew. Long conversations with Gaara as they sat on sandy walls with a pitcher of sake between them had taught him all he ever needed to know about Suna's former dictators. Because dictators they were. Gaara's father had reigned with an iron fist, brutally suppressing any attempts at perceived rebellion the way a paranoid man looks after his coins. Suna didn't need to look outside for war, they were in a war with themselves. Naruto relaxed slightly as Sai moved closer, reminding the Jinchuriki that he wasn't alone in hostile territory. Shikamaru walked ahead, his eyes scanning all the corners and shadows, taking in every scrap of information available. They couldn't afford to mess this up, but they weren't going to be caught off guard. The initial team was selected carefully. Naruto with his laid-back conduct was good for breaking down barriers with the guards and civilians. Not only that, but they couldn't risk Suna being insulted by not being approached by the leader of the caravan. Sai had lived under a martial law for the first 16 years of his life, so he was good at getting beneath a dictator's mask. The fact that he could read Naruto like no one else was just a side note. Really, Shikamaru was responsible for the brunt of the negotiations. During his time fighting with Temari and Kankuro, the shadow user had amassed a large reservoir of knowledge about Sans code of conduct and negotiations. He would be able to see the verbal trap several minutes before they could be sprung. He was the perfect choice. That didn't make Naruto any less nervous. He knew he couldn't save Gaara from becoming a Jinchuriki. For one thing, there was no way a traitor would know about the oversized raccoon stuffed in a clay pot somewhere. However, his chance to help keep Gaara from being isolated was hinged directly to this mission. If they didn't get the approval of the Kazekage to bring their caravan here, they were stuck. Screwed. Toast. High and dry. Without an ace in the hole. Stuck. Snapping himself out of his thoughts before he froze, the blonde tried focusing on his surroundings. He was humming with nervous energy, electric blue eyes flittering to every movement and shadow. He licked his lips for what must have been the 100th time and began bouncing on the balls of his feet. Sai rolled his eyes and reached forward to grab the bouncing boy's forearm. Calm down, or we won't even get through the front door. Easy for you to say, he hissed back, eyes flickering over the still and dull faces of the villagers. Sai rolled his eyes, choosing to be the bigger man and not rise to the insult. So you admit I'm more emotionally stable than you? Sai quipped. Hey, give a guy a break, that one was too good to pass up. Shikamaru stiffened in front of them. We're here. All three boys eyed the building in front of them in consternation. The sand structure towered over them, its dome reaching to the cloudless sky ominously, her guards staring at them suspiciously. Unfortunately, Naruto realized, there is no turning back now. 0-0. The Kazekage stared at the strangers from behind his desk, his face dark and foreboding. Dark eyes flitted from one to the other, sizing them up. The blonde met his glare with a stare of his own, meeting his eyes head-on. There was a hint of challenge in the electric blue eyes that stared back at him, and the Kazekage felt his hackles rise. At the same time he was impressed, because no one stared him down since his wife slapped him upside the head and announced to him with bright green eyes that she was going to marry him. But that didn't mean she would be the least bit happy about it, parents' approval or not. He never told her, but he loved her from the moment she refused to be cowed by the stifling customs that built their homes. However, this punk certainly wasn't his wife, thus he sat up and shot his best glower in return, mixing a little killing intent in the air. Civilians wouldn't know what it was, and their unknown fear would throw them off balance. The blonde stiffened the minute the killing intent filled the room, and the dark-haired boys closed in at his flank. Well, that was interesting. He now knew who the leader was at least. However, the kid wasn't cowering like he was supposed to. Intriguing and infuriating, he resisted the urge to throw them out of his city gates and bar the door behind them. Instead he leaned forward in his chair and threaded his long fingers together. My men tell me you have a proposition for me. There was a quick, nearly unperceivable exchange of information in the trio. If he hadn't been wearing this hat for 7 years he would have missed it. A rapid play of emotions crossed the face of the kid with the long hair, and the Kazekage could feel the plan changing. As it was, when the blonde stepped forward while the spiky-haired kid stepped back, he wasn't surprised. Hi, Kazekage-sama, the blonde said firmly, confident eyes meeting his. The Kazekage was hit with the resemblance to the yellow flash. My name is Naoki. My companions and I are here to make you a deal. It's like this. 0-0. 3 hours later, Naoki watched him, unblinking. The Kazekage stared back. It was a dance as old as time, a battle of wills that even the wild cats fought. The first to look away would be admitting submission. It was more than the deal on the table here. It was their pride, the respect of their rival, and all chances of working in and around each other. Finally the Kazekage sighed, and still not taking his eyes off Naoki's ice blue, nodded. Naoki nodded back and promptly turned to his men. It was a dismissal. On both sides. The door to the office opened and the Kazekage glanced up, ready to lash out at whoever had interrupted them, only to bite his tongue when he met his wife's emerald green eyes. Red and blonde hair was pulled up softly so as ringlets hung down and framed her face. Green robes to match her eyes, the only of their likeness in the entire village, fell like a waterfall of silk over her swollen abdomen, and suddenly he couldn't be angry anymore. She was bearing his heir, his firstborn, and he loved her for it, if not for anything else. The visitors watched her from their corner, bowing respectfully. The boy with the perpetually bored expression was watching his wife with sudden keen interest. Or, more importantly, her protruding stomach. His gaze was almost amused, the first emotion he had seen except for bored calculation. And suddenly he had the feeling that no matter how dangerous he had guessed them to be, how cunning, he hadn't even come close. As his wife nodded diplomatically to them, her mouth already quirking into a smile, he glanced down at the signed piece of paper on his desk and somehow felt he had just sealed his fate. He only wished he knew what it was. 00. 2 months later. Small civilian village. Rain country. You always knew when the caravan was in town. The bustle increased. The energy of the village became supercharged, the ordinary routine brushed away by the hustle and excitement of the caravan. Shopkeepers closed their stalls early. School was given a holiday. The caravan brought items from the outside world. Small trinkets made of shiny metal, hippie jewelry, colorful scarves and clothing. They brought medicine and spices which they sold for half the price the doctors and bakers would have paid if they had ordered them from the city. Fancy wooden toys were bought to entertain the children, and games stirred up competitions between the youth. Once every 3 visits the caravan would put on a show. It included fire-breathing, acrobatics, and dancing. Ino, the fortune-teller, was a hit amidst the young ladies who flocked to see which one of them would end up with the boy of their dreams. She had become famous for her pinpoint predictions, and already she was hailed as the new oracle of the village, despite not being a resident. The older generation was more skeptical, taking in her brightly colored skits, the tacky ropes of colored plastic that hung around her neck. At least, they said to themselves, she didn't burn the incense or spray perfume on the vibrant curtains she hung around her booth. Haruka was a blessing. Her hands were magic, praised those who visited her. She could heal any wound or injury, and her massages were to die for. She was kind to the children, listened to the old people babble on when even their children became exasperated. It was a large change from their first impression of her, with her short shorts and shirts and dyed hair. The oldest of them was a laid-back man who was infamous for selling contraband items such as porn or pirated movies. The young men, single men who didn't have a girl to be committed to, children to worry about, or jobs after 7, flocked to him. They took their sake and cheap meals, made by their mothers who couldn't, say no. The women would look on and roll their eyes, wondering how men could be so dense, and promising themselves that they would find the diamond among the coal. However, despite the eccentrics of the travelers, despite how they brought out sides of the men and women that they didn't want to bring to daylight, the caravan was always welcome. It put smiles on their faces, it made the drab village life a little more bearable. It made the women less like their female, canine counterparts, gave men a 3-day holiday in which to spend time with their families, and gave the children a place to run wild. They would bring tales from distant lands, silks from sand, carvings from Konoha, baskets from grass, fruits from waterfall, necklaces and beads from rock, art and food from all over. The caravan had come from nowhere, but it was already famous. It wasn't uncommon for someone to visit the village and talk about the caravan visiting them 3 countries over. They were fast, efficient, and they always did everything 110. They always delivered their packages, and if they couldn't, they refunded you. After all, a bad reputation was as hard to lose as a good one was to gain. A week later the caravan rolled out, leaving a cheerful village behind, children running after them yelling goodbyes. And the small boy with them looked out of the wagon back and smiled at the woman beside him as she sat and embroidered a new tapestry for the Kazekage's new daughter, Tamari. If asked why she was carefully stitching purple fans with 3 moons on the bottom, she would only smile and share a smirk with the spiky-haired man that watched the skies. 00. 4 months later, 4 miles out of Konoha, Itachi skidded to a stop and stood still, quivering in the shadows of the tall trees above him. His team was a mile back, setting up camp. He was supposed to be hunting for their dinner, having run out of rations 2 days ago. However, he had already piled his kills behind him, and was waiting anxiously for the reason he was standing here, risking discovery and humiliation. If he was caught, he could be accused of fraternizing with an enemy. He could be accused of being a security risk. But it was worth it. Those threats were of a former life, a life trapped in his father's shadow. A life of prison and solitude despite being surrounded by hundreds of members of his own household. So he waited. He waited as the sun lowered, stretching dark shadows across cold ground. He waited as the nightly noises began to sing from the surrounding forest. He waited as his teammates began calling to him. He waited when they stopped calling, figuring it was just another weird Uchiha habit. The kid was strange anyway. Who knew what was going on in his mind? He waited until a tall figure lifted out of the shadows, eyes shining red in the darkness. 00. It'll be gone for a few weeks, the silhouette of the man said, tearing the strands of grass to shreds. If you have any questions, you can ask one of the others. They'll be hanging around a bit more for the next month or so. Ah, Itachi answered. He didn't ask where he was going. He didn't ask for how long. He figured it was none of his business. I shouldn't be gone too long. Just about 2 months or so. The shadow told him anyway, tilting his head back to stare up at the silver moon. Itachi nodded, even though he knew the silhouette couldn't see him. He felt the figure smile anyway. I know you want to ask, but I also know you're curious. It's okay to ask questions, you know. The dry laugh came from deep in the chest and washed over Itachi like a mother's hug. Not that head, no. I need to see a fox about a man. Itachi twitched. A fox about a man? Itachi felt his mouth tighten. His companion was usually a lot more talkative than this, filling the air with idle chatter that always seemed to have double meanings. He would talk about how the summer bugs flying up like storms and swarming around their bodies would only be complete at the command of the silent statues. Or he would comment on a teddy bear and quip about how if it were dressed in Chinese silk it would be ready for letting loose a rain of knives and a hail of sharp-pointed thingies. Itachi would blink and wonder what teddy bears had to do with weapons, and what bugs had to do with statues, but then decide it was just one of his companion's quirks and return to training himself to smile and not lash out with a killing blow when playing tag. This silence wasn't like Naoki. This deadly quiet filled only by the buzzing of the mosquitoes and the crackle of leaves wasn't like his mentor. So he asked his first, non-training question that didn't have to do with his clan. What's wrong? Naoki started, his eyes flashing crimson in the dim moonlight before settling back to glowing blue. A flash of white teeth made their way through the shadows. But it wasn't the friendly smile had become so used to in the last year. It was pure violence and death. It promised pain and suffering and vengeance, and Itachi was suddenly scared, not for himself, because somehow he knew the man before him would never hurt him, but scared for the man himself, because he likes having someone beside him who sees him as himself, not an heir, not a tool, not a weapon, but as Itachi. So he bit his lip and took a plunge. Be careful. Your friends would be crushed if they lost you. Then he got up and walked away, not seeing the impact of his words. He walked away knowing full well that Naoki now knew he wasn't buying his merchant story, and that he was okay with it. He walked away reminding his friend that he had people who depended on him. He walked away letting him know he was one of those who would be left behind. 00. Konoha. Following day, when Kakashi spotted the tall brown-haired man, he froze. After half a year of the caravan's coming and goings, he had pretty much the routine down, and managed to avoid Katashi the Menace with such talent that Minato-sensei was considering promoting him. Of course, that prevent the scoundrel from getting his hands on Obito, and teaching him all the tricks of the trade. So now, even when they were on missions he couldn't get away from the chocolate-haired man's influence. Annoying thing, chocolate. It stuck to the back of your mouth, clogged up your throat and made everything else taste dull in comparison. He shook his head to clear it, then turned tail and ran. There was no way he was getting conned into another ticket of Katashi's roller coaster of H. He noticed Katashi never bothered him when he was hanging out with Rin and Obito, not training, just hanging out, so he quickly made his way to the Uchiha compound and wondered if his friend would be free today. He didn't even notice he had used the word friend until several hours later, when trying to catch up on all the training he had missed by going fishing and throwing rotten apples at the messenger genin just to see them jump. Even then, he convinced himself it didn't mean anything, because if there was one thing Kakashi was good at, it was lying to himself. 00. 2 weeks later, Naruto climbed, ignoring the sting of the rock against his hand. The wind hit him like a whip, but he gritted his teeth and got a firmer grip on the cliff face. He had tracked Kyuubi for days, starting at a large cave close to sand, then following it under an active volcano. Not fun, at all. Now he was scaling the icy cold cliffs of the land of ice over 700 miles away from Konoha. All to find the furball and make him stay away. His own furball, safe and snug and warm inside, is laughing up a storm at the irony. But Naruto's the one who's had severe burns on the soles of his feet, ash in his lungs, lava on his clothes, frostbite on his nose, his fingers smashed, and hands and knees scraped, so he didn't see the humor, and really, he just wished the stupid fox would just shut up and let him concentrate. After all, the blonde could only take so much bragging about being hard to track down before he deliberately let himself fall just to make Kyuubi earn his keep. But that would be painful, so he focused on pulling himself up another painful inch. He wasn't going to die, not here. Not far away from his family, not away from Itachi, Gaara, and the yet-to-be-conceived Sasuke. So he gritted his teeth and wondered what Hinata was making for dinner, what Sakura was chasing after Kakashi with, and what type of chips Chuji had decided to sell this week. He ignored the cold and wet clouds around him to wonder about what shapes Shikamaru was seeing, and he didn't admire the view, for imagining the scenery being painted by Sai was much too important to ignore, and when his thoughts were on them, he felt just a little bit warmer, just a little bit. 00. Konoha. Sakura was chasing after her formerly gray-haired sensei with an iron pen just because she could. Sure, she had the excuse that she had caught him reading Aika Aika Parodies, Chapter 7 to a group of round-eyed 10-year-olds, but that was just an excuse. She was really doing it to distract the others, to distract Shikamaru, who had been frowning for days, studying the map on the floor of the wagon with a dedication she hadn't seen since the war. To distract Ino, who had snapped at 22 customers in the last 2 weeks, when she had never snapped at a customer other than Sakura in all the years she had known her. It was bad for business, the blonde had always said. She was chasing the older man because she wanted to wipe the dead and dull look off Seiya's face, and make him paint something other than death and despair. That had been the title of his last painting, and it had been so depressing she had even heard a woman had cried after seeing it. So she chased after Kakashi with her pen held high, even though Chapter 7 had been mainly dialogue, and didn't even contain innuendo. Not that she would know, of course. She had burned any and all copies of those books she could get her hands on in a large bonfire with a lot of other women who felt degraded by the trashy novels. She knew when he didn't escape 4 minutes into his fight that he understood. She knew he thought it was worth a few quickly healed bumps on the head to see the morose look slide off Kiba's face, or see a grin light up Shinsei's eyes. Hinata's mouth would drop as she tried to look horrified. She always failed miserably, even though everyone knew she was the best actress among them. She always made sure never to look actually indignant, because Shinsei picked up his cues from her, and getting the kid to smile was hard enough. None of them have to guess what kind of trauma the kid had gone through. They knew enough from their own experiences. Undercover missions to other countries had provided enough mental and emotional scarring to tide them over for 4 lifetimes. They hadn't even been raised there. In this day and age, to a lesser extent, IWA still held to the traditions of the Bloody Mist. Survival of the fittest, killing comrades, and sending children out to fight against superior odds. It was all very current and happening. And for Shinsei to be as advanced as he was right now, he would had to have gone through things worse than death. He was officially Hinata's boy, but they had all pitched in to teach him that it was okay to chase a ball with the other kids, to stumble on a rough path, to cry when he skinned his knee. Kiba had taken it upon himself to teach the kid how to play pranks in Naruto's absence. He could be found showing Shinsei how to attack a bucket at just the right angle so you could pull the rope, dump it on Ino, and still manage to escape detection. Usually, Naruto would be right there beside them, whispering that they should have used paint instead. Shinsei had changed in the last year. Time spent wandering from village to village accompanied by his new aunts and uncles had softened the hard edges left by strenuous training. Chuji had taught him the rules of games such as tag, and hide and seek where the point wasn't to be lost or uncaught. From Ino and Sakura he had gained the healthy fear that all men acquired at some point or another of women in a shopping mood. He could now cower with Shikamaru, Lee, and Niji in the wagon as the women tried to change their styles. Apparently, the women thought the men's haircuts were entirely inappropriate, and were bound and determined to give them new styles. Shinsei didn't know what to think about Niji. He was fiercely protective of Hinata, but he was as cold as anyone the boy had ever met. He could count on one hand the times had seen the stoic man smile, and he could only remember once that Niji had laughed. Even that had been the result of a joint effort of Kiba, Naoki and Katashi that had taken 30 minutes of pure tomfoolery. Naoki had explained to the boy patiently that he had to do something for the rest of the group. He had calmly asked Shinsei to watch over them, because at times they could all be idiots and miss the obvious. He had also asked him to watch out for Hinata, and Shinsei had wondered why he had even felt the need to ask. 00. Kyuubi's den. Naruto stared up at the cave opening, somehow knowing that his prey was inside. The heat spewed out of the rock tunnel scalding his face and hands, the only part of his body exposed. It was a sharp contrast to the frigid cold he had just scrambled out of. The snow was melted up to 7 feet out from the cave entrance, the heat making a shell of safety from the raging blizzard. The snow on his shoulders, packed in the wrinkles and layers of his clothes, frosted to his boots and hair, melted into steaming rivers. His chakra was humming through his veins, thrumming in his ears with every heartbeat. Well, this is it, he muttered. Are you going to just stand there like an idiot, or are you going to go in? Kyuubi grumbled in his head, curling around himself. Naruto rolled his eyes and entered the furnace. He had to see a fox about a man. He walked for what seemed like hours. The furnace just grew hotter as he walked inwards, his skin burning black and healing just as quickly. Worn, tanned skin turned into soft pink before darkening to charcoal. His clothes were long gone, eaten up by the heat and melted stone. He came upon the flames gradually, first noticing the glow at the end of the tunnel with foggy eyes. Soon he saw the heat, licking at the blackened walls and floor like a living being. And it was a living being. He passed through the flame to enter the massive cathedral of rock and lava and flame. The nine-tailed fox lay like royalty on a bed of melted gold and diamonds. Kyubi was majestic. That was the first thought that crossed Naruto's mind. He lay with fur of copper flame, his ears black as soot, his eyes glowing like coals. Those same keen eyes latched onto Naruto's blackened features, taking in the smell of burnt hair, the stench of roasted skin, and laughed. Naruto grumbled. "Now you laugh." His chapped lips broke as he talked, spilling blood down his chin. "You dare to speak to me that way?" The fox chuckled, stretching out leisurely. "Don't you know who I am?" He stood up, his tail sweeping behind him. Yeah, you're that's going to make a deal with me." Kyubi laughed again, the flames arching up with every heaving roar. "And why would I do that?" Naruto's eyes flashed red. "Oh, I think you could probably figure that out." Kyubi glanced at him, amused and curious. He sniffed, ears twitching forwards, and then he was growling, white teeth revealed from behind pulled up lips. Naruto grinned, his teeth white against blackened skin. "Yeah, you recognize it, don't you?" He chuckled. "I'm a Jinchuriki to one of your own. And if your senses are as good as I think they are, you know exactly who I have in me." Kyubi watched him carefully. How did I end up with you inside of me while you are so clearly still free and wreaking havoc on the land?" Naruto grinned. "That's easy, time travel." 00. 2 weeks later, Kakashi sat beside Kiba, eyes roving the village. They straddled the wagon top, the spine creaking beneath them. Kiba sat tensely, his lips pulled back into a snarl. "He's supposed to be back by now." It's been over a month. Finding the target isn't very easy," Kiba snorted. "Nah, he would have found him weeks ago. Naruto's good like that." Kakashi's eyes flickered toward him in warning. Kiba shrugged unapologetically. "No one's in hearing distance. Saying his name makes it feel like he hasn't been gone that long. That's all. You shouldn't trust your nose so much. Hasn't let me down yet," Kiba retorted. He sighed, deflated like a loose balloon. "I wish he would get back here soon. It's hard keeping morale up with the clown missing. How many times can I put itching powder in Ino's blankets and blame it on the kids before she catches on?" They almost didn't notice the commotion. It was Sakura's high-pitched, "Na Naoki," that had them running at breakneck speed to the village gate. The Konoha residents glared at them, not appreciating the visitors' need for a quick reunion. Naruto was being glomped by the girls of the caravan. At any other moment, they might have said he would have been wearing a pleased grin, flashing them a wink over the girls' heads. Right now, however, he was exhausted. Dark rings circled his eyes, his hair was caked in dirt, oil and sweat. His clothes might have been colored sometime, but now they were a nasty yellow-brown caused by sweat, dirt, and grass stains. His mouth was tight, and pain lines strained his eyes. Kiba growled. The smell of burning flesh wouldn't have been obvious to a human nose, or even Kakashi's nose, but it filled up the Inuzuka's nostrils. Hinata wasn't so much hugging Naruto as supporting him. A blur dashed to Kiba's side. "Bring him to my house. I have a bed I can give him." It was Itachi, and somehow the dog tamer didn't think he had missed any detail of his mentor's precarious health. Kiba nodded to him in thanks, and hurried forwards to convey the message. Sai and Niji moved the girls aside so they could support the blonde to the Uchiha living area. It wasn't a slur against the women, but they were pretty sure Naruto didn't want to be helped by females in this weak state. Chauvinistic or not, no man wants to appear weak before potential opposition. His eyes crinkled up gratefully and his shoulders relaxed enough to comfortably be supported by his teammates. Shikamaru slinked up to Itachi and quietly asked directions, knowing that the boy had offered a hidden place where the family wouldn't cause trouble. Committing the instructions to memory, he gestured Niji to follow him. They walked quickly, hurrying even more when Naruto lapsed into unconsciousness as soon as they got away from the crowd. 00. They managed to get him to the room without attracting additional attention. Kiba would nod when he heard someone coming and they would blend into the shadows. Today was market day, so the streets were pretty much deserted in the living area of town. When he had been a kid living here, it had driven him crazy not to find anyone on the sunny afternoons when his mom had gone to sell puppies to the big-eyed kids who said, "Please, please, please, they'll feed him, and walk him, and you won't even know he's there." To their moms, Kiba grunted at Sai and Niji to signal the all clear and they sighed in relief, lowering their fearless leader to the bed. Sakura moved forward, her hands already glowing green. She hovered over his body while scanning him up and down. He's exhausted, she frowned. Really? Sai snarked. I don't think I could have figured that out myself. Shut up, Sai. Sakura shot back, already running more diagnostics. Check for burns. Kiba spoke up. I can smell burnt skin from here. They looked up at him, faces tensing. Sakura redoubled her efforts, eyes dark. What's the point? Chuji asked. Can't Kyubi heal everything? Kyubi can only do so much. Sai answered for her. Too much, too many, too extensive, and he works on saving the guy's life, not his looks. He knelt down beside her and began running a check down Naruto's other side. Sakura tensed. 3rd-degree burns on his chest. I have signs of smoke inhalation and internal injuries. I don't like the sound of his breathing, broken ribs. His shoulders got to be killing him. For once Sai wasn't smiling. Cracked spine. Sakura spoke up again. Sai, switch with Hinata. I'm going to need a certified medic for this. Hinata knelt down, seals flying quickly to gather the necessary chakra. It'll heal the spine. You take care of his lungs. He's got some problems with his intestines too. They'll get that. They worked until their arms shook, their eyes were blurry, and the sun had set. They worked when the others had left to watch the cart, when Kiba fell asleep in the corner, when they left to run around the village, his tension such that he couldn't stay still. Through it all, Naruto's eyes remained closed. 0. Kushina slammed the door shut, swearing. 3 months ago, her teammates had been treating her like a delicate doll, even going as far as to ban her from point and sending her to cook instead of hunting or getting firewood. Tairu never let her cook, saying that she could single-handedly win the war for them with her cooking. She thought he was joking, until she cooked for Minato and he had to be rushed to the hospital to have his stomach pumped. They hadn't let her get even close to the food since then, so she wondered who exactly had hinged into her lovable but weird teammate. And Kaido, who was the fairest guy around, who insisted that everyone pull their weight no matter what, had suddenly turned into a chauvinistic male. He didn't let her take point, or take the rear guard. Instead, she found herself constantly in the middle. Not only that, but she had been getting a lot of strange looks from them lately, and just yesterday Tairu had asked if perhaps she wasn't gaining any weight. She nearly killed him, but later she spent 3 hours on a bathroom scale checking to see if there had been any unwanted pounds added to her hips in the last 3 weeks. There wasn't, so she hit Tairu again. At first it had been amusing and a little annoying. Now it was just plain aggravating. It had gotten so bad Shed even ranted to Minato, who she never spoke about her team to, just to get a sympathetic nod. If it were only her team she could have stood it. Except, now it was the entire village. Women whispering as she walked by, men looking over her with knowing eyes. Vendors chuckling at some inside joke. She had thought for a while it was her imagination, but now she was feeling hurt. She liked to stand out, cause people to laugh, relieve a little tension. But she didn't like being singled out, laughed at, and used as a stress reliever. Grumbling, she pulled out a packet of ramen and set it on to boil, before checking her weight for the umpteenth time that month. Just in case. 0. Naruto slept for days, his body quickly building up rest and chakra. Sakura had gotten a saline drip and N4 from a nearby hospital, presumably by stealing it. Either she or Hinata monitored Naruto night and day, never leaving for a second without catching the other up on the status reports. The boys wondered why they did it, as the only thing that really happened was Naruto's hair grew 4 inches. They were trading stories about how that one happened. Then, suddenly on the 4th day, the bruises, burns, and what things the girls hadn't managed to cure because of a startling lack of chakra that spurned both girls into swearing to train for 7 weeks straight, began healing at an appalling rate. Hinata had squealed in glee and gave Kyubi phantom hugs and kisses for an hour. The others found this very confusing and weird, teasing her for hours. But the Hyuga heir didn't really care. Their fearless leader was getting better. What was there not to be happy about? Niji took her out for a break after that, leading her to some gardens just to talk. Shinsei and Itachi, who had hit it off during the weeks of their stay, finally left the room, deciding to play a bit of tag. At least, that was the edited version of what Lee told the Inquirers. The true story was that Lee had decided the boys were too gloomy, and in celebration of Naruto's youthfully speeding recovery, had decided to indulge the boys in a long and flaming rant about how youthful it was to spend time with other kids, and how the flames of youth shouldn't be stifled by standing at an invalid's bed. The boys had mysteriously disappeared only 30 minutes into the speech, so he figured they were okay. It was dark, and silent, and comfortable. He sank into the warmth around him, his body loose and relaxed. A sprinkle of light forced its way over to him, and he frowned. It was calling him, beckoning him out of his rest. Stubbornly he fought, wanting to stay in the blissful darkness. He was tired. Had traveled for weeks, dogging it. A woman's voice breached the silence, distant and muffled as if she were talking underwater. Or maybe it was the other way around, Suddenly the darkness didn't seem so comforting anymore. He clawed his way out of the inky blackness, the voice becoming clearer and more distinct with every long treacherous second. Naruto, I know you can hear me. If you don't open your eyes right now, I'm gonna. Sakura? Naruto? Naruto, you're awake. Figures the threat of no ramen would get you up. Huh. Naruto forced heavy eyelids to open to see Sakura leaning only an inch away from him. Ugh, he snapped up in bed and glanced around the room dazedly. Where am I? Sakura, who had been about to hit him because, honestly, what kind of guy woke up screaming at a girl's face, frowned and began feeling along the back of his head. I didn't feel a concussion. Naruto slapped her hands away with an annoyed frown. Hey, stop that. I meant where am I now? 'Cause this sure ain't a hotel. Sakura sighed in relief, dropping her head to laugh. It's a small house on the Uchiha property. Itachi snuck us in. Naruto flopped back onto his pillow with a grunt and huff. Itachi, huh? He chuckled. I knew the brat had it in him. Where is he? He and Shinsei have become the newest trouble twins. They're glued at the hip. Sakura rolled her eyes. Kiba's already gotten them in trouble several times. Naruto quirked an eyebrow, unable to restrain the grin. Those two together? Man, I never saw that coming. You and me both. Sakura huffed. They've been putting itching powder in Ino's sheets for days. Naruto threw back his head and laughed. I would have killed to see her face. How did she take it? She chased them around town, screaming bloody murder, and was arrested for voicing threats against the Uchiha heir. Sakura deadpanned. We had some serious diplomatic problems for a few days, but Shika got them sorted out. She smirked. Of course, Ino wasn't too appreciative to the elders being told she was just being overreactive, and along with a good dose of PMS it just really hadn't been a good idea to let her out that day. She got so mad she chased him around with an iron pot. She closed her eyes. The elders thought we were insane. Your mom got a kick out of it though. Naruto smiled softly. She did, huh? 0-0. They sat around Naruto's mat. Shikamaru pulled a drag from his position leaning on the wall next to the window, dark eyes intent on the group before him. Naruto still looked haggard, unconsciousness depriving him from the rest his body truly needed. Sakura hovered at his side, her hands always only inches from him, and the Nara could sense the chakra she gathered just under the surface, ready to spring forward to ease the obvious headache, the clear tension in his shoulders. Sai leaned on the wall behind him, black eyes taking in every detail, every new scar, every cut yet to be healed, the shorter hair, everything. Shikamaru blew out a stream of smoke, keen eyes picking up the blonde's well-concealed flinch. Nonchalantly, the genius flicked the cigar out the window. He could have a smoke later. Chuji frowned at him, but Shika didn't pay him any mind. No reason to worry his friend more than necessary. In the war, Shikamaru had been caught in fire lots of times. Sometimes it was as simple as a campfire gone wrong, or sometimes it started as grimly as an enemy katan. It didn't matter how it started, the end was just the same. A combination of the dry summer air, the lack of rain that browned the grass, and the low level of the streams caused forest fires to be a real and deadly part of the war. The fires wouldn't care for one side or the other. It just ate anyone who got in its way. The smell of burning flesh, the screams of the dying, the pleads for mothers, brothers, and friends. Smoke would clog Shikamaru's lungs, but not the kind he got from a cigar. This kind wouldn't leave. It would cover his vision so he couldn't make out the forms of his friends 10 feet ahead of him. Sometimes that had been a good thing. Sometimes the lack of sight had protected him from seeing the death of colleagues and friends. Most times he cursed it, wondering where's Chuji? Is he out? Did he get away? Is he ahead of me? Behind me? Is Ino with him? The dry air, dry ground, dry everything made it impossible for a Suiton jutsu. There was simply too little water, and by the time the fire had started, it had lapped up what water remained. It came to a point that the residents of Konoha were forbidden from using katan jutsu on the field unless they were alone or captured. Then it wasn't so much suicide as a last act of honor. After a fire, Shikamaru wouldn't so much smoke a cigarette as use it to remind himself that he was in control. That is, after avoiding them for days. Kyuubi was a creature that manifested in fire. It was his element, and the Nara was willing to bet that whatever Naruto had had to go through, whatever had depleted the inner Kyuubi so much that he couldn't heal a cracked spine and ruptured spleen, it had been bad enough to warrant a little freedom from flame. Naruto nodded at him gratefully. Shikamaru chid and shrugged it off. Did you find him? Kiba broke the inane comments that were being passed around, such as how are you, get a haircut, nice scars, and leaped right into the question they were all dying to ask. The dog tamer sat curled up against Akamaru, sharp eyes fixed on his leader. Naruto answered, eyes shadowed. And? Kiba pressed, never one for patience. Naruto smirked, eyes red and feral for the briefest of seconds. He bought it. There was a whoosh of air, and suddenly they were laughing, chattering, and patting each other on the back. Hinata hugged Niji, Ino squealed and pressed herself against Naruto as if she were going to merge with him. Kiba threw back his head and laughed, grabbing Lee into a headlock and giving him a noogie. What'd he say? Chuji asked, leaning forward on his knees. How'd you convince him? I said if he didn't agree I'd end his life there and then. At least my way he has at least another 100 years and then he's free again. Naruto smirked. Kakashi sighed. Naruto, only you could think of threatening one of the tailed beasts, and only I would win too. Naruto bragged. Everyone else groaned. Sai pushed himself off of the wall. Well, that's part's over. Now the question is, who's going to seal it? The room stilled. Geez, Sai ruined the moment, why don't ya? Ino groaned. Akamaru barked his agreement. Sai slunk over to sit beside Niji, deliberately annoying him. All I'm saying is we only have a little under 3 years before Kyuubi attacks. We have 4 months to save Obito if we can, and believe me, I like that little guy enough to give it a shot. If only to see him annoy the pants off the deadly trio. Naruto coughed. The deadly what? That's what we've taken to calling Kakashi, Shinsei, and Itachi. Chuji explained. He grinned. They've really bonded, if only over a common hate of Katashi and weapons. Hey! Naruto protested. Those are the best kinds of friendships. Yeah, right. Ino rolled her eyes. Kiba grunted. Well, it's not like girls do it better. Bonding over clothes and boys and gossip. Ino bristled and Sai decided it was time to get back on track. Anyway, we've already planted seeds of suspicion about Orochimaru. He's being investigated by ANBU as we speak. Chances are they'll run him out of town in about 2 months or so. Kakashi, Niji, and Sai will then carry out the assassination. With any luck he won't get to grass. Even if he does, Lee continued, our contacts have been warned against him. He won't receive a warm welcome, and if he tries to take them by force, hell stir up such a ruckus Konoha would come running. How we doing with Tsunade? Naruto pressed. Not good. Sakura answered. I tailed them for her fiancé's mission. There was no way she could have healed him, even with my help. Green eyes flashed guiltily. It was too much risk for too little win. I didn't even make contact. Naruto watched the floor, studying the small cracks in the wood. How is she? Not good. Sakura blinked back tears. She's terrified of blood. She hasn't stepped out of her house except under orders or by being frog-marched by Jiraiya. Even Orochimaru looks worried about her, and he'll tell you one thing, he doesn't appear to be faking. Yeah, well, Orochimaru wasn't always a... Naruto said quietly. He really did care for his teammates a lot, enough to let them live when he really should, and could, have killed them. Niji snorted in skepticism. Niji, no one's born evil. Hinata admonished quietly. When he looked at her doubtingly, she let it drop and turned back to Sakura. You've been talking to her off and on when she came to see our new herbs. Have you made any progress? Hardly. Sakura sighed. I get the feeling she looks at the medicine only because she knows there's a war going on. She doesn't even really care. It's like a duty to her. Naruto grabbed her hand and rubbed a thumb across the back soothingly. It's okay. He'll try to get her to talk to me, alright? See if I can't somehow break through her barriers. He slumped tiredly, already feeling the weight of his new duties. He turned to something a little less serious. How are the terrible trio or whatever you're calling them anyway? Kakashi sat up, shutting his book with a snap and a grin. They're doing well. Itachi's been working with me in the afternoons. I knew he was a genius, but that boy has more talent in his little finger than all of us combined. If I were lesser of a man, I'd be dying of jealousy. As it is, I just hope we can keep him from going dark. How's he doing with his clan? He and Obito have bonded well. That's given him some closer ties to his distant family. He had his father, however. Kakashi trailed off, leaving the others to draw their conclusions. He's getting along great with the village children, though. When he's not on missions, that is. Naruto smiled. Has he laughed yet? No, but he smiles more now. Sakura answered, standing up to get some tea. How's Shinsei? Naruto turned to Hinata, studying pearly eyes that for once were not concealed by black strips of linen. Hinata smiled, staring off into the distance as her hand absently ran up and down Niji's forearm. He's doing much better. Now him I can say has been laughing more. Kiba's been filling in for you in the prank department, and the boy seems to have some trouble with authority. He doesn't really fit in well with any people other than Itachi and Kakashi, but I guess that's expected. And Kakashi? This time Katashi's beam nearly lit up the room before he hid it nonchalantly behind a book. Oh, he's okay. Ino rolled her eyes. What he means is, he and Obito are sometimes positively glued to the hip when they're not with the other members of the terrible trio. Obito's sort of a balancing act, so we can't call them that when he's around. Plus, Genius over here discovered that if he implied he wouldn't bother Kaka-chan when he was with Obito, they'd hang out more, the boys sputtered. Kaka-chan? It fits. Ino huffed. Only with you, Ino. Sai quipped, moving on before she could explode. However, we still haven't decided what to do with Kyubi. Naruto's face tensed. Sai. We've got a little under 3 years. Let's wait till then to figure that out. 00. 4 months later. Iwa/Konoha border, 15 miles from bridge. Obito huffed, grunting as he dashed past trees and through tall grass. They had Rin, he wasn't going to let them get away with it. He reached under his goggles to sweep away the tears that gathered at the corners of his eyes. D. Kakashi. Head thought they'd made a connection. Head thought they were friends, and then the stupid volcano-haired jerk had to go shove all his assumptions into his face. Friends are useless. Those who abandon their mission are trash. Trash. Trash, 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 trash. Obito stifled a sob, refusing to be a crybaby even when he was all alone for once. He wasn't trash, and Rin sure as wasn't either. How could he say that? After all she's done for him, after all he's put her through. How could he say that? Anger and fear pushed adrenaline to aching legs, forcing him on. He slipped once and crashed ribs first into a lower branch. The impact knocked the wind out of him. His ribs protested with sharp sparks of pain that riveted through his cavity. Obito's mouth opened to gasp for air, but nothing rushed into his lungs. Hands deprived of strength let go of the branch, and he fell into a pile on the ground. Hissing at the pure agony that spiked through him, he forced himself to his knees. Rin, she would know what to do. She always knew, but she was captured, taken, possibly killed. Probably tortured, and he couldn't just stay laying there. Obito surged to his feet, breath hitching in his throat. He took one stumbling footstep and then another. And another. And another. Faster. 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 Faster, 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 faster. He wouldn't let Rin down. He wasn't like Kakashi. He might be trash. But he wasn't Kakashi. And he never would be. Obito crouched low, hidden in the bushes only 15 feet away. They had Rin on her knees, both hands tied behind her back painfully. But it was the dazed look on her face that killed him. Rin wasn't supposed to look so blank. Obito seethed, shaking in anger. Rin was supposed to be lively, laughing and going through dance routines which would cause the boys to go red in the face and look away. He toyed with the idea of just dashing in, grabbing her, and making a run for it, but quickly discarded it. For one thing, he doubted he was fast enough, and because of that they would catch him without his oh-so-needed element of surprise. Grumbling inwardly about how no good and easy plans never work, and why couldn't he get stuck with the dumb bad guys for once, Obito made his way to the treetops with a grunt of pain. He was pretty sure he had at least cracked a rib, and his monkey impersonation wasn't helping. He scaled the branches slowly. Black eyes stayed fixed on the men below, his blood rushing more quickly with every second. Adrenaline pulsed through his ears, his eyes picked up everything in sharper, clearer detail than before. Screwing up his courage, he closed his eyes and breathed out, feeling the unnatural calmness of his battle mentality. It was a talent he had harnessed when training with Itachi over the last 6 months. Itachi hadn't mentioned where he had learned it, just saying that it would help. Obito's mind cleared of any thoughts except his mission. Emotions were firmly thrown into a small box at the back of his brain to be dug out later. Training, techniques, and strategies filled his mind. Okay, he breathed. Let's go. To where? Obito turned around in time to see the genjutsu-using enemy come out of the tree behind him. Eyes widening, Obito's control slipped. The Iwa Nin grinned and pressed forward, taking advantage of Obito's surprise. A kunai hurled toward him, and Obito dodged, lunging off the tree branch to one higher. He somersaulted in midair, presenting a smaller target. He landed feet first on a branch. The branch offered a loud crack, but didn't complain further as he hurled himself back at the rock Nin. His own kunai was quickly drawn and he slashed at the enemy's face. The man roared, his eyes slashed. The Iwa Nin lunged wildly, his knife waving in the air. It would have been easy to avoid, had Obito not been in mid-lunge. The Uchiha saw the sharp-edged weapon swishing towards him, angled perfectly to cut through his stomach, gutting him, and spill his insides on the ground below. Obito's eyes fixed on the blade, his arms and legs helpless to twist him out of the way. With a cast swing the deadly knife was forced away, another blade coming between them. Kakashi darted forward, under the longer yet taller reach of the other man and lunged upwards. White fire sparked from the blade he held in his hand, his father's blade, and he cut diagonally. The IWA Nin dodged too fast to be killed, but the line of red dripping across his neck showed Kakashi had at least scratched him. Obito landed and quickly lunged at the unbalanced man's back. The ninja was caught by surprise as Obito grappled on his back, pulling muscled arm back. Kakashi didn't chance missing the opportunity and came up swinging. The man's head flew off, bounced off a nearby branch and fell to the ground below with a dull thump. An arch of blood traced its journey. The body began to slump and Obito quickly braced himself. While it was possible the second Nin hadn't noticed the head falling down below, it would be pretty hard to miss a 2-ton body making its way down. He grabbed the body with both arms, struggling to keep his balance on the narrow branch. Kakashi helped him secure the corpse on the branch, not meeting his eyes. Obito kept his own eyes on him, taking in the well-hidden guilt behind black eyes, the broken line in his back, the slight hunch to his shoulders that psych training had taught Obito was a sign of waiting for a blow. He wondered why he had never noticed Kakashi's obvious tells. How could he have been that blind? When Kakashi finally met his gaze, his dark eyes opened wide. "Obito, you have the Sharingan," he hissed. Obito's eyes expanded, shocked. He blinked and then blinked again, finally realizing that it wasn't just adrenaline making everything stark and clear. Then he swallowed thickly when he realized the IWA Nin's beheading would always be locked in his memory. Grabbing the sudden surge of nausea and guilt, he shoved it tightly into the box marked emotions in the back of his mind to look over later. Or more likely never. Kakashi watched his face lose all expression and nodded solemnly. "Come on, let's save Rin. It was an sorry, forgive me, and we've got work to do all wrapped up in one." Obito grinned, eyes warm for a second before anticipation overcame him. The boys shared a moment of cool victory, before bounding down to the ground below. Obito's adrenaline was pounding so violently, he hardly even felt his ribs. They crept through the foliage. Kakashi found his way through the bushes so easily Obito wondered why he had felt the need to climb into the trees in the first place. Obviously the best way to get to the cave where Rin was held was right through there. He rolled his eyes, taking advantage of the moment to enjoy the sheer detail his new eyes allowed him to observe. Kakashi turned to glare at him, so Obito assumed his enjoyment had been a little too obvious. Mouthing an apology, he forced his concentration on the mission. The familiar numbness of not feeling crept into his chest. His sight sharpened, and some distant curious part of him perked up in interest. That part was ignored in favor of noticing small twigs, loose pebbles and dry leaves that would crackle under his feet. They approached the man's back. Kakashi glanced at Rin, feeling guilt swell in him as he took note of bruised arms, the split lip that covered her chin in blood, and the glassy eyes. Her chakras all weird. Obito breathed into his ear, careful to keep his voice breathy and light. "I think she's under genjutsu." Kakashi nodded to him, swallowing thickly. "You'll get the genjutsu. You hold off the hostile until I'm done." "Got it." Kakashi waited for a second, then darted forward, already feeling Obito at his 5 o'clock. He skidded past the IWA Nin, feeling the man's surprise before Obito tackled him. Reaching over, he made a chakra-dispelling seal and gave a loud "Kai." Rin gasped, choked and spat out bile. Hazy eyes gradually blinked into clarity, but Kakashi couldn't sit around waiting for her to gather her wits. Obito was holding off the Chunin by himself. Same rank or not, Obito was much less experienced than his opponent. Kakashi lunged at the IWA, and soon all three of them were moving in a deadly dance. Kakashi and Obito wove in and out, around each other like the ribbons used during festival dances. When Obito weaved down and left, Kakashi jumped up and right. When Obito slowed, Kakashi sped up. Obito's eyes kept track of the IWA Nin's movements, letting out small reactions whenever the man moved to do anything alarming, knowing that Kakashi would pick up on his subtle body language. They kept the IWA Nin off balance until finally Kakashi sprang forward and stabbed the man, quickly and efficiently. The boys stood over the body, gasping for air and breathing heavily. Obito groaned and would have slumped into a heap had Kakashi not grabbed him. "Obito, I'm fine." Obito groaned. "Don't mind me." Kakashi slowly lowered them to the ground. Rin quickly scrambled over, grabbing her bag from the corner where it had been thrown. She then scurried back to kneel beside the boys. Kakashi sat behind Obito, supporting his weight on his front. Obito coughed wetly, his lips staining red. Rin paled. "Obito, where are you hurt?" She didn't give him time to answer, already pulling up his shirt and pressing along his side. Kakashi tightened his grip on Obito when the boy hissed, squirming. "Hey, you're okay," Kakashi said awkwardly. Inwardly, the massive bruising on Obito's torso was ripping him apart. "If you'd been here. If you hadn't walked away. If you'd stayed." Rin's hands carefully traced his ribs, not pausing despite Obito's weak complaints that her pale hands were cold. Finally she sat back. He has 4 cracked ribs. 2 broken ones, one of them cut his lung, so I'm gonna repair the damage now. She stopped and cleared her throat. Is that okay with you? Kakashi looked up from glaring at a poor helpless rock, and glanced at her guiltily. Yeah, that's fine. Try to hurry through. What? Obito gasped, struggling for air against the pain in his chest. No, I'm fine. You got to complete the mission, remember? The mission's no good if you're dead, Obito. Kakashi snapped. There's no way I can plant all the charges by myself anyway. So shut up and stop arguing. But what? Kakashi growled. Who's the Jounin here, you or me? Rin ducked her head to hide a grin, quickly channeling her chakra into Obito's side. How'd you do this anyway? It's almost as if you ran into a tree branch. She stopped. You didn't, did you? Oh, forget I said that. It's quite a common thing to do, actually. Though, usually, only genin or academy students. That's not helping, is it? Are you hurt anywhere else? What about you, Kaka-chan? Kaka what? Kakashi growled, glaring at her. Rin blushed and quickly returned to tending her other teammate. The preteens were concentrating so hard on Obito, or in Obito's case, trying to distract himself with anything else, they didn't notice the not-so-dead ninja behind them. The IWA Nin knew he was dying. Pain shot through him, followed closely by a cold numbness. He knew his teammate was probably dead. The big lug had gone looking for the intruders minutes ago, and he would have been back by now if he were still alive. He scowled, moving his hands to slowly make the necessary seals, wincing as each movement pulled on his skin. He smiled bitterly as he finished the final seal and slammed his fists into the ground. If he was going to die, he'd take them with him. The cave rumbled, the roof crumbling into boulders in seconds. The enemy, the blasted Konoha Nin, quickly realized what was happening and hurried to scramble out of the cave. Listening to their screams, the IWA Nin smiled. It wouldn't all be futile. Rin dodged, hurling herself sharply to the left as a large chunk of rock landed beside her. Rin, move! Kakashi's shout spurred her into action again, and she quickly dashed forward, only to skid to a halt as a rock slammed into the ground in front of her and behind her. Before she could move again, she felt herself picked up and carried. Kakashi set her down and dashed back over to Obito, who was trying to make his own way out of the cave. Unfortunately, Obito's adrenaline was spent. He was feeling the pain in his ribs more than ever, and the bone-aching weariness that came after running on adrenaline for 2 hours made every movement heavy, like he had 20 kilos strapped on each foot. Kakashi dashed back to him, and tackled him out of the way of another boulder. Sorry, Kakashi. Obito breathed. Just leave me. Get Rin out. Shut up. Kakashi growled. He grabbed Obito by the arm and dragged him out of the way of another ginormous rock. How many rocks could there possibly be anyway? When he pushed/carried a yelling in pain Obito out of the way of another rock, Kakashi reckoned there was just enough to kill them. Rin made it to the exit of the cave and began spotting for them, calling out whenever there was a rock Kakashi couldn't see. Obito was blurry-eyed, lips pressed together so hard he was white all the way to his cheeks. Things went foobar when Kakashi slipped. Obito, who had been once again leaning against him, flew out of reach, and directly under a falling landslide of rocks and sand. Obito, Kakashi knew, even as he started to move forward, that he wasn't going to make it. It didn't seem fair. He had worked so hard to get to this point. He and Obito had finally reached the understanding that had been missing. They had just rescued Rin. It had only been 3 minutes ago that they had been healing, laughing, recuperating for the next stage. Now Obito was going to die. In front of him. Feet away from him. Seconds away from help. No, it happened with an explosion of movement and action. 1 minute he was watching a wave of rubble crash down to kill his best friend, the next a female voice was screaming a jutsu and darting over Obito's prone form. He just managed to make out brown and blue colors, before the wall of sludge reversed, crashing back into the wall. Another blur dashed and picked Obito up, easily hoisting him so his ribs wouldn't be under any added pressure. Another figure blurred in front of him, and he felt himself being picked and flung over someone's shoulder. The impact knocked the breath out of him. Then things were blurring as he was rushed out of the cave in seconds, Obito only seconds behind him. Then he was being lowered to the ground, a quiet but intense voice asking him, "Are you hurt? Open your eyes, kid." "Hey," he batted the hands away. "Cammy, I'm not hurt," he growled, sitting up. "Rin. Status, I'm okay," she said weakly from where another person was bending over her. It hit Kakashi suddenly that the people surrounding them were familiar. Very familiar, actually, but not quite familiar enough to be part of the Konoha shinobi force. Then the woman attending Obito turned and Kakashi felt as if the breath had been knocked out of him again. It was Haruko. "Is Rin okay?" The woman asked, still concentrated on the semi-conscious boy in front of her. Suki was turned to the brown-haired girl. She seems fine to me. However, I have it on good authority, from the comments of a certain boy whose name starts with O and ends with Vtll, that you're quite the qualified medic yourself. Rin blushed. Ah, really? Suki giggled and leaned in to whisper, but you didn't hear it from me. Rin blushed deeper, if that were possible. Sakura knelt over Obito, hands glowing a fierce and stunning emerald, matching eyes focused on whatever her chakra-covered hands were showing her. Ino, I need oxygen, stat. Right. Ino turned and grabbed a small tank from somewhere. Kakashi strained to see past them, but found his view blocked by Ino, who was once again kneeling beside him. Kakashi, I need you to lay down, okay? Obito. And what the? He gagged when she shoved a pill into his mouth. What are you doing here? Oh, we heard the commotion and decided to stop by. Don't expect it to be a habit. Chew. Kakashi bit down on the pill, wincing at the bitter taste filled his mouth. Food pill? Obito's going to be fine. Right, saw Haruko. Haruko had her hands on either side of Obito's body. At some point or other she had cut off his shirt, which lay in tatters behind her. Breathe. Kakashi watched as one of her hands rose, the other falling. Mouth tightening, the pink-haired lady swore. She rolled him onto his side. Sorry about the pain, but you're just going to have to hold on for a little bit. She yanked off her shirt, leaving on a short top, revealing toned abs, and quickly rolled the green material into a tube and pressed it under his ribs. She reached into the pouch strapped onto her waist and pulled out a cargo bag which she quickly filled with dirt. She tapped across the asymmetrical side of his body, using gauze to hold it in place. That done, she sat back on her heels, wiping a hand across her forehead. His left side has multiple fractures. His right has a few breaks that I don't want to leave alone, so I'm just going to bind the broken ribs. Normally I wouldn't, but if you only leave them on for a day it shouldn't be a problem. Why wouldn't you? Rin asked, from where the blind Suki was tending her. Rin was already cleaned up a lot, the blood wiped from her face, the bruises around her neck and cheeks faded to look a week old. Haruko, if that was really her name, smiled at Rin as she rustled though her bag. Well, a few years ago I wouldn't see a problem with it. Pressure on broken or bruised ribs lessens the pain, as long as it's in small quantities. Unfortunately, it also increases the chances of catching pneumonia. I wouldn't even wrap him up now, but I have a feeling you guys aren't going to go straight home. Rin opened her mouth, but Suki rapidly put her hand over it, her mouth twisting in a semblance of a smile. We don't need to know anything about what you're doing. We're already towing a very delicate line, helping you as we are. According to the universal treaty we have with IWA and Konoha, we are not supposed to interfere with the war. Sakura was already pulling out another roll of tape as she began to feel along his ribs with chakra-sensitive fingers. Every once in a while she'd pull off some tape directly over the fractured rib, running across the sternum. She'd then place two pieces directly below and above it, so as to restrict movement and prevent pain. Obito, I need you to cough for me. It's going to hurt, but I'll keep the liquid out of your lungs. She grabbed the tatters of jacket, looking at it despairingly. Suki Ino, do one of you have an extra shirt? A jacket or something? Suki quickly removed her flowing overdress, revealing a long-sleeved second skin below. She tossed it with surprising accuracy to Haruko, who caught it without looking up. When you cough, hold this to your ribs. It'll help. Glancing over to the team medic, she gave her instructions. Rin, I need you to keep him coughing. Don't administer any narcotics. Do you have ibuprofen, acetaminophen, or naproxen sodium? Rin nodded, happy she could finally contribute something. Hi, I haven't used any of our stock yet, so we should be good. Haruko relaxed. I know you're good at chakra healing, or you wouldn't be wearing that patch, but do you know how to surpass the foreign chakra boundaries? The what? Obito asked, gasping from where he lay on his side. Haruko smiled at him. Despite the excellent healing that chakra allows, it's not a magical cure-all. There's a very exact science in how you use it. As you train your body in ninja arts, your chakra veins increase, as do your chakra resources. When you get injured, a small amount of chakra is dispelled to help with the damage. It allows us to heal faster than civilians. Anyway, that absence of chakra leaves a gap, which medics then take advantage of. We insert our chakra into the hole left behind, guiding it to the injury where we speed up the healing process, repair damage, etc. Unfortunately, if we saturate your body with too much chakra overload. Rin quietly supplied. You'd die. Exactly. Ino added soberly. And it's not an easy death. I've seen medics apply euthanasia rather than watch patients die like that. She snorted. In some ways, it's almost easier to treat someone who's seconds away from death. Kakashi finally had enough, and grunted as he forced himself to his feet, ignoring Ino's glare until she tripped him with a very clean-cut underkick to the back of the knees. When he looked up angrily, Ino's mouth twisted into a grotesque facade of a smile. "Sit down," the blonde threatened, eyes dark, "before I tie you down." The boy gulped and quickly dropped to the ground, looking up at her as if to say, "See? Sitting down." Ino gave him the evil eye anyway. "Obito, are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine." Haruko was finally sitting Obito up, her ear pressed against his back, as hands glowing with green chakra ran down his sides. "Breath in," she said quietly, still listening. "Let it out slowly. Again. Okay, we're done." She let the chakra fade from her hands, the bright glow vanishing. "I'll fill Rin-chan in on what I'll need her to do, and then I'm sure you guys have a mission to get back to. We've got to get to Sunin." She looked up, mentally calculating. 2 days eek, she made a face. "I'll have to tell Kiba to push it, doggone it." "Are you sure?" "Akamaru's not as young as he used to be," Suki quipped, a humorless smile playing the corners of her mouth. Rin didn't get the joke, but there must have been one, because the blonde threw back her head laughing harshly. Haruko rolled her eyes. Funny, Kakashi had something on his mind, now that he knew his negligence hadn't killed his best friend. "How do you know medical jutsu?" "I was under the impression that you were civilians." The girls exchanged looks. "We are, Kaka-chan," Haruko stated calmly. "However, just because someone has chosen to be a civilian doesn't mean that they can't have had a colorful and adventure-filled past. Our shinobi villages were destroyed years ago. New villages usually don't last long, after all. After the massacres, we eventually met and joined Naoki's rabble. None of us wanted to experience war like that again, but we still felt attached to our culture. Eventually, we decided to become a caravan, so we could still cling to some of our shinobi heritage, without being obliged to any one village. Understand?" Kakashi didn't, and made it clear by fingering his weapons pouch. "I do not understand how shinobi could abandon their village, especially to join a rabble of ninja from different villages." Ino rolled her eyes. "Oh, come of your high horse. Your Hokage knows we have some background in the shinobi field. That's why it was in our contract to never get involved in any of the wars. Speaking of which, how are we going to resolve this?" "Suki, I suppose we could accept payment. That way we could honestly say we did it for pay, and that we had no knowledge of an ongoing mission." "Both are true, from a certain point of view, of course," Ino added, smirking. "I like it," Sakura rolled her eyes. "Of course you do, Ino. You like anything that has to do with twisting words, lying or deceiving. I'd be less disturbed if you weren't so good at it." "Thank you," Ino said happily. "It wasn't a compliment. It was to me." "Well, you're twisted." "Thanks, it wasn't a compliment." Suki turned around, glaring at them from behind her blindfold. "Ino, Haruko, stop it. You are almost as bad as Sai." Konoha. Kushina sat in her windowsill, her stormy gaze looking towards the battle that she knew was happening just 20 miles out of sight. Sighing and giving it up as a lost cause, she jumped down, wincing as pain shot through her leg, and limped over to the bed. She was grounded. The doctors had been able to repair her broken, shattered actually, but she wouldn't admit to that, leg, but the damage had been such that they wanted her off the field for another 3 weeks. 3 weeks. As if they could afford for any capable shinobi to be sitting around that long, especially a jounin. Tairu and Kaido were out there, fighting alongside Minato even now. Though they were out of seeing and hearing distance, she imagined she could feel the ground tremble whenever one of them used one of those special jutsu they were so proud of. Minato was probably darting all over like an evil chipmunk on a caffeine and sugar high. Kushina growled, slamming her fist into the bed. She should be out there, guarding their backs. Minato was an idiot. He didn't know how to take care of himself. Sure, he could dodge like a wildfire was chasing his little flopping coat, but he never remembered to eat when on the field, and he always spent so much time worrying about the team that he forgot to sleep. She would know, doggone it. She's been on so many missions with him recently, she knew his habits as well as her own, even better probably, because she still insisted she didn't yell more when worried, and everyone else insisted she did. She knew he would worry his bottom lip when memorizing, twirl the hair in front of his ear if concentrating. He'd miss meals when worried, and pace around the camp when antsy. He always slurped his ramen, claiming that it made the noodles tastier, even if it did burn his lips and the roof of his mouth. Had always complained loudly when he wanted to do something but didn't want her to know he wanted to do it, and would go still and quiet when he had to do something he really didn't want to do. Had blushed like a girl with her first crush when anyone mentioned anything about girls he might, did, or should like, and would change the subject rapidly whenever she asked him who he liked now. And whenever he asked her why in the Pick and Sam Hill was she so curious, she'd either punch him in the face or laugh. Her? Curious? As if. Then she would ask him again, just to see if he might tell her. Tairu and Kaido, who were back to their normal selves, would nudge each other and nod, winking. Kushina pretended not to know what they were thinking, and then beat them up a bit more during training time, just to be sure they got the hint. Gossiping about any Uzumaki's love life, real or imagined, and it was definitely imagined in this case, was a big no-no. It didn't help that Minato and Kushina had found themselves spending more and more time together. Kushina would find herself barging into Minato's two-bedroom flat, already ranting about this, that or the other thing. It didn't matter if Minato had been asleep or in the middle of a really cool new seal, he would listen and nod calmly. Every once in a while, she would see his tails, pressing lips together, furrowed brow, hooded eyes, and sit down and quietly let him grieve the death of whichever friend had died that month. They would sit in silence, Minato staring down at empty hands, face white. Kushina wouldn't say anything, she would simply took his hands in hers and reminded him without words that she's still here. The first and last time Kushina saw Minato cry was after his teammate and longtime friend had been killed in a skirmish only 1 mile from Konoha's walls. 10 minutes from safety. 19 seconds from Minato's help. She held him as sobs racked his strong, lean body and never mentioned it again. Minato would train with her, correcting her form by showing it to her, knowing from experience if he pointed it out bluntly, she'd slam the criticism down and never consider it until she was wounded for real. Whenever she ended up in the hospital, which she inevitably did at least bi-monthly, Minato would sit with her up on the roof while she yelled insults at the pedestrians and threw rocks at the messenger boys. Once she managed to hit a Uchiha, and Minato laughed himself helpless as they ran for their lives. Well, he ran? She hobbled, or at least that was her excuse when she was caught. Injured anyone? But she'd never actually been grounded before. It was all Minato's fault too. Once again, the oh-so-invincible yellow flash had been passing up sleep, choosing instead to keep watch with the sentries. Usually, nothing happened as a result of this. However, he had been training Kakashi for weeks in order to have him ready to survive the Jounin exams, had been working on that stupid Rasen whatever, and had managed to drain his chakra to such amounts that he didn't have the normal levels of chakra in order to pull a week's worth of all-nighters. Normally, Kushina would have put him to bed, swearing to keep an eye on the kids while he was under. Unfortunately, IWA had decided to attack 4 minutes after dawn, before Kushina could sway him into taking an adequate amount of rest. Minato had been off his game, exhaustion finally catching up to him. Kushina looked up from where she had disposed the creep of an IWA Nin, only to see Minato about to be killed by a hole opening up in the ground to swallow him. She had knocked him out of the way, but her lower body had gotten caught in the closing crevice. Pain caused her vision to white out, and she vaguely remembered realizing the screaming voice was hers before she blacked out. When she'd come to, it was in a med tent, Minato leaning over her begging her not to die, not for him. She groggily lifted up her head and asked, "If not for you, then who, you dumb?" She blacked out again before she could finish her sentence, but not before seeing the look on his face. The throbbing pain had been such that not even unconsciousness could take it away, and she'd truly wished she'd just die and get it over with. She'd come to in the hospital, white walls surrounding her, the sting of medicine up her nose, and several IVs plugged into her arm. Minato sat beside her, slumped over, his face planted into her side. One hand held hers, the grip loosened in sleep. The other was flung over her waist as if to hold her there. She pulled out her hand, quirking a smile when Minato's face went stormy, and gently brushed her fingers through his hair. The remaining tension seeped out of his shoulders as he relaxed further, his face smoothing out. It was just her luck that her stupid teammates had to come in at that moment and catch her red-handed. Her startled jump woke Minato, who sleepily smiled at her, before double-taking and realizing, hey, Kushina's awake. Then the stupid idiot had to go and kiss her, in front of Tairu, Kaido, and about 20 other witnesses, not including the nurses and doctors. And then he announced he had a mission and had to go, even before she could gather her thoughts enough to ask with much swearing and loud shouts what that had been. Had dragged her traitorous, snickering teammates away with him, so she'd only been able to swear half the room into silence. And that was how she found herself here, sitting on the bed of her single-room apartment, gazing out over towards to the battlefield, wondering if he was still alive for her to kill him herself. The bridge, Konoha/IWA border. Obito was hunched over, arms thrown protectively over his ribs. Rin sat beside him, chattering about anything that crossed her mind, which included puppies, flowers, new medical techniques, and how clouds could be so fluffy and yet not be made of cotton. Or, at least that's what he thought, she said. He wasn't really listening at this point, more interested in watching Sensei dash back and forth, making sure everyone was well kept. He was currently over at the main tent, plotting out the next battlefield, planning with several other jounins how to mobilize the Chunin and Genin. Rin glanced up at him. Obito, are you listening? Hi? Obito garbled, attention drawn sharply back to the brown-haired girl beside him. Rin sighed. Never mind, it wasn't that important anyway. She fell silent, her own eyes clouded over in thought. Obito took the moment to just watch her. It was something he had found himself doing, more and more over the last years. Rin had cut her hair short after becoming a genin. She had experimented with several different styles, eventually settling for a very attractive but practical shoulder length straight across. It might have kept her from becoming a liability several times, but Obito didn't think it suited her. It made her seem younger than her 13 years. Brown eyes were as large as always, he thought in amusement. The bruise on her cheek looked weeks old, instead of fresh as it had before Suki had healed it up a bit. Her lip was still split, and she moved cautiously as if sore. It made Obito wonder what had happened to her, thinking that Suki wouldn't have skimped unless she had a shortage of chakra. Rin wouldn't talk about it, saying simply that they had interrogated her, and that she hadn't said anything. Obito responded that of course she hadn't said anything, but that didn't make it any less traumatizing. Kakashi had quickly left at that point, but Obito could have sworn he saw a flash of guilt in his teammate's eyes. Obito sighed, wincing as pains surged through his chest cavity despite the medical care he had been provided with. Rin, you should lay down. I need to see Kakashi. She didn't respond, causing Obito to sit up and look at her, leaning over to try to meet her eyes. Rin looked down at her chapped and calloused hands. It's not his fault, you know? Obito stopped. What? Kakashi, it's not his fault. He doesn't have to feel guilty about not coming to rescue me. The mission. She trailed off, looking up but still away from Obito's wide eyes. I knew when I was captured. I knew he wouldn't come. Rin. Obito breathed, reaching out toward her. Rin smiled at him, eyes warm but sad. He didn't know how to. Obito struggled to explain even though he hadn't quite grasped Kakashi's mindset himself. I know, Rin said quietly. But he does now. He hovered, torn between getting as far away from the girl as possible or sitting down and comforting her. He gradually sank back to the floor, a hand stopping on her shoulder. Rin's smile wavered before slow tears made their way down her face. Her shoulders bowed, hunched over as she began to shake. Obito felt his throat close, as he held the hurting girl gingerly, trying not to wince as her shudders battered his sides. Obito knew his crush on Rin had been obvious to everyone since they were kids. Had never been able to hide it, and hadn't really wanted to. It'd been a joke between him and his friends for years, only to become a forbidden topic after Rin's very large crush on Kakashi had become common knowledge. Obito had quietly hidden any signs of his growing, dare he think it, love for Rin, preferring to be a friend than a nothing. When Rin turned to him, tears twisting her face grotesquely, making her nose run and her whole face red, Obito pulled her into a hug. It hurts, she said between gasps for air. I know. Rin was asleep when Obito finally left. Minato had arrived, harried and worn out, but alert. He knew at a glance that Rin had been crying, needing even less than that to know Kakashi wasn't anywhere around. Quietly informing the boy he'd be staying with Rin, he sent the Uchiha out to look for their team leader. So here he found himself, stumbling around in the dark trying not to present himself a target by anyone on the opposite bank, or trip over anyone on this side of the river, while trying to locate their still elusive teammate. You'd think someone with white hair would be easier to spot, Obito complained sulkily. Why do I have to go look for him? I'm the one who's injured. He finally spotted the teen sitting below one of the many trees behind the camp, his many dogs surrounding him. Obito crossed over, careful to make more than enough noise to alert Kakashi to his whereabouts. Hey, you okay? Kakashi stayed silent, his hand moving monotonously over the fur of his newest puppy, Pakum, or something or other. Obito flopped down beside him, content that Kakashi hadn't told him to go away. They stayed like that for a long time. Obito, never one for long attention spans, began to shift nervously, humming a tune under his breath, nimble fingers tapping a rapid beat on his knee. Kakashi glared at him out of the corner of his eye, but Obito ignored him. What's it about? Huh? Obito stared at Kakashi blankly. The song. Oh, it's a lullaby. It's about a ninja who falls in love with a civilian girl. But then he goes off to war, promising to come back for her. 4 or 2. I don't remember. Anyway, he's reported Kia and she. Kakashi cut him off with a grunt. Does everything have to revolve around death? Obito stopped, mouth still open. Kakashi spoke haltingly. When I was 3, my dad decided I should follow his footsteps. I certainly wasn't complaining. Dad was everything I wanted to be. He was my hero. Kakashi stopped, hands fisting into the fur of one of the shaggier dogs. The mutt whined, reaching up to lick his face. After he died, everything became about war. The friends I made, the people I associated with. Everything was to remove the stain from our name. Everything was about stopping the war we started. For once, Obito didn't say anything, letting Kakashi breathe harshly beside him. When I found him, I'd just been made Chunin, you know? I just wanted him to be proud. To know he wasn't a failure. Kakashi shuddered. It was all for nothing. I promised myself I'd never turn into that kind of trash. I promised myself I wouldn't make the same mistakes he did. Obito turned to his friend, curious. Why did you follow me? I mean, you were bent on finishing the mission. What you said? Did you really mean it? Huh, about my dad. Kakashi was looking down again. Obito smiled. Yeah, I meant it. What your dad did. That would have been a tough decision. In the end, I think he made the right one. Kakashi was very still, dark eyes fixed on a point somewhere deep in the ground. But what you did? I think that would have been even harder. Kakashi looked up. What? Going back for Rin, that went against everything you've ever believed about you, your dad, hey, even me. It's been your code of life for years. But turning away from that was brave. It was right. Getting up, Obito brushed himself off. Well, don't stay out too long. Minato-sensei has us reporting back to Konoha with the wounded. We wouldn't want to leave without our fearless leader because he was still in the sack, now would we? Grinning, Obito walked away, only to be struck in the head by the rock Kakashi hurled at him. Shut up, dead last. And everything was right in the world once again. Suna, Kakashi was humming. Incessantly. For hours. Without stopping. Since they'd left Konoha. Unceasing. Continually. Shikamaru's eye twitched. He could understand Kakashi's euphoria at having saved his childhood friend, but if the older man kept it up for much longer, Shikamaru'd do more than just repeat himself and use cut-off sentences. The formerly silver-haired man reached an all-new high note, and Shikamaru snapped. Would you shut up? Kakashi, instead of looking cowed as the Nara had privately hoped, laughed. Actually laughed. Shika glanced at him, startled. Naruto poked his head out from the wagon, staring in shock at his sensei. Did he just laugh? They stopped a day out from the hidden village. Naruto pulled the wagon aside and they all gathered around. Sai and Kiba were sent off to find firewood or brush to burn. While they were dragging their findings over, Chuji got barbecue and ramen ready to cook. The girls pulled out a few boards from the wagon to make a table, throwing some of Ino's cloth over to make a tablecloth. Then they partied. Today had marked their first major victory and proven that they actually could change the past. They sat around, sharing stories and laughing. Shinsei had already gone to bed, Hinata not taking a no for an answer, so they felt free to regale each other with old stories that they hadn't pulled out and dusted off in months. They had great fun reviving memories of Niji drunk and singing karaoke, quite badly, or Kiba going on a half-hour rant during Meet a Real Ninja Day at the academy about lousy scum of the earth that hated dogs. Had never been asked back. It was debatable if that had been his intention or not. Niji retaliated by sharing funny stories about missions with Guy. They were hilarious in retrospect, but they had been mortifying for Ten and him at the time. Lee took the ribbon good-naturedly, and in a good-natured fashion, and passed the buck with a tale of Ten's first try with a sword. They lulled a little bit, before the conversation took a darker turn when they began retelling war tales. Those who had been in ANBU opened up about the formerly classified missions. The shinobi assigned to delegation complained about meetings they had been forbidden from ranting about until now. Occasionally a darkly humorous recount found its way in. Ten and Shino featured often, as well as Guy, Anko, Irika, and Asuma. Kakashi took the time to inform the Konoha 9 about some interesting, humiliating, blackmail-worthy things that happened back in the day. By the time he was finished, Lee looked constipated, Chuji and Shikamaru were pale-faced, Hinata looked shell-shocked, Ino was grinning sadistically, and Niji had his face buried in his hands. Kiba was laughing helplessly, shoulders shaking. Sai threw in a story about Kakashi, tomatoes, and a dog in heat, and soon Team 7 joined in with the jeering. Finally Sakura stood up. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to drink plenty of water and get to bed. Ah. Sakura-chan. Naruto complained. We're just getting started? Rolling her eyes, Sakura pointed at the rapidly pinker sky. Just getting started? Eheed. Was Naruto's only retort. In his defense, he was 4 bottles worth on the wrong side of sober. Sighing, Sakura reached over and pulled him up. Let's put you to bed, okay, tough guy. She pulled him in the direction of the wagon. Do you remember our first mission? Naruto's voice was soft, his weight comfortable against her. She thought about it, her mind trudging back, trying to get a decent idea of which mission had been her first. No, she answered quietly. I do. Naruto sighed, his heavy form sagging. Catching a cat. Man, Sasuke was so mad. He chuckled sadly. Not that he showed it much, not then at least. Sakura replied. I've always wondered if he opened up more, or if we just got better at reading him. She set him down on his bed, pulling the covers over him. Naruto laughed, shooting her. Are you kidding me? Look before sitting up. He wasn't going to bed yet, so neither was she. Sighing once again, she did that a lot. Sakura sat down beside him. Probably both. Naruto acknowledged. He smiled more before he. Yeah, Naruto suddenly laughed, leaning back on his elbows. Remember when we had that surprise birthday party? Sakura groaned. How could I forget? That was the worst planned party ever. Did anything go right? Well, we made a cake, only to have it stolen. We cleaned up the house, then a certain blonde knuckle-headed ninja had to play a prank and messed it all up again. Hey! That was a great prank, Naruto. You put paint over his door, dyed his clothes pink, and dumped. Yeah, well, he deserved it. They were sitting shoulder to shoulder now. Or rather, lying shoulder to shoulder, Sakura mused. She couldn't remember the last time they'd done this. Not since they'd started their facade anyway. After Naruto had come back. No, even before that. After the mission to Wave, all members of Squad 7 had begun opening up. It started simply, a small touch here, an inane comment there. Slowly it grew, until they were meeting regularly to eat dinner or stopping by each other's houses if they were bored. Before they knew it, it wasn't uncomfortable for her to lean on Naruto. Sasuke didn't mind when she absent-mindedly played with his hair when they were sitting around a campfire, and Sakura learned not to flinch when Naruto would fling an arm around her. Small talk turned deeper, until they were past awkward comments about the weather and uncomfortable silences. Instead, silence was companionable, another thing to be shared. When Naruto had come home, it had changed again. Instead of the pyramid, the triangle, the trio, there was only an unbalanced two. They were a tripod with a missing leg, so they adapted, they changed. Not only that, but age had brought maturity. Shared tragedy had brought connection. Separation had brought fondness. A mixture of the three brought intimacy. Not the romantic kind, though there had been a time that Sakura had turned that thought over in her mind. Instead, they became best friends, brother and sister, comrades. Suddenly Naruto was popping in and out of her new apartment like he lived there, so much that Sakura had a change of clothes always ready. And Sakura would be cleaning his house as if it were her own, complaining all the while about how he would probably be perfectly content living in a pigsty. Sometimes they would sit, just like this, on someone's bed and talk. Lots of times it was about Sasuke. Eventually, it mutated into aspects of their days, and soon after that, the deepest parts of their hearts. It's been a long time since we've done this. She said it out loud, part of her hoping Naruto would agree. Naruto sighed, slouching a little closer to her. Then he yawned. Man, I'm drunk, Sakura snorted. No, you're not. We don't have enough sake in the whole wagon to get you drunk. Stupid Jinchuriki metabolism. Of course, that also explains why you can eat so much. Hey! Naruto protested. I don't eat that much. Yes, you do. No, I don't. Yes, you do. No, I don't. Naruto, you ate 24 bowls of ramen. In one sitting, and, forget it. Sakura huffed, falling back against his shoulder. Naruto grinned in victory, mouthing a nearly silent yada. Sakura punched him for good measure. Can't have the boy getting too cocky. They sat in silence for a while, before Naruto finally spoke up again, his voice hesitant. Timid even, except that timid and Naruto should never be placed in the same sentence unless separated by a very emphatic not. Sakura. Do you think that? When Sasuke, when we graduate this time around, do you think we'll be placed on the same team? Definitely. If not as Genin, then as Chunin. Or even Jounin. Doesn't matter. We're Team 7, and we're always gonna be Team 7. Sakura spoke confidently. And besides, what good is a little time travel if we can't nudge them a little here and there? Give them some. She sneered. Hints. Now Naruto did laugh. Sakura, you kill me. I try. She said, shrugging. The blonde rolled his eyes, grateful that the darkness would hide his expression, or else he would have had another bruise to add to his collection. Do you mind if I join you? Sai asked quietly, slinking out of the shadows. Immediately the duo moved over, giving Sai room on the bed. The painter sat smoothly, dark eyes taking in his teammates. Sai was another change. A big one, but one that had helped them move on. As they sat there, talking until the sun had come up, and the rest of the camp was stirring, Sakura once again realized that they would forever and always be Team 7, Konoha, village gates. Kushina paced restlessly. Or she tried. The crutches made it slow going, but then again, the whole point of pacing was to eat up time, so she didn't care. Plus, it was so much fun to tease Roma and Rio. Poor Roma still hadn't learned that Rio loved getting a reaction. Right now he had the poor Chunin searching for a non-existent document, supposedly very important, that had accidentally gotten thrown away. It wouldn't have been such a good prank had the genin responsible for garbage not come and taken the trash away. Kushina, loudly, wondered how Roma hadn't figured it out yet, then chalked it up to male stupidity. Typically, she would have been helping with the torment. Who would pass up a chance to wind up an uptight perfectionist, after all? But today was an exception. Today, Minato got back from the field. Today, Minato died. Muttering darkly, she started to pace again. 22 steps from one side of the gate to the other, 12 from the gate to the guard stand, 32 from the guard shack to the opposite corner of the gate. Repeat. Muttering, she cursed him to a fiery pit with no ramen, no sake, no bed, and bright lights. Then she wondered if it would perhaps just be better to rip him to shreds. Or better yet, kiss him, see him react, and then never give him the time of day again. See how he likes that. Who likes what? Obito's scandalized voice startled her, and she jerked her head up as the Uchiha was carried in front of her on a stretcher. Uchiha was carried by on a stretcher. What happened to you? She asked, eyes wide. Rin snorted. He decided to do an impression of a monkey and missed. Rin-chan. Obito protested. What? It's true. Kakashi was silent, standing like a sentinel beside his friend. His eyes were crinkled up at the edges though, so she assumed he was smiling. She shook her head. You'll have to tell me about that later. For now, do you know where your sensei is? Yeah, but I'm not sure I should tell you. Obito trailed off as Kushina's killer intent filled the surrounding area. Why not? She growled out through gritted teeth. The medics carrying the stretcher gulped. Kakashi sighed. I believe he is referring to the rather vivid threats you were making against his person when we walked up. He raised an eyebrow. Castration? He deserves it. She muttered surly. Rin giggled. Well, we won't tell you. She smirked. But we will point. As Kushina dashed off, okay, hobbled off, but who cares? She decided to buy that girl chocolate for a week. He hadn't been sure what to expect when he got home. Awkwardness, sure. Anger, definitely. But everything else was a mystery. I'm so dead. This one thinks you should have thought of that before you kissed her. Minato wondered why Kushina's teammates couldn't be more encouraging. Honestly, was it too much to give the guy a break? A little you'll survive perhaps? Glancing at Tairu out of the corner of his eye and despaired at finding any sympathy. The freak was enjoying this. He scowled, slumping down on the ground to pout. With his legs folded up, his arms crossed over his chest, his shoulders hunched and a pout on his face, the great and fearsome yellow flash was reduced to looking like a sulking kid. Which was probably the only reason Kushina didn't kill him when she rounded the bend. Minato flinched. She's still on crutches. Guilt welled up in him, and he looked down, shoulders slumped. Had been trying to forget that part. Had forgotten that part for a blissful week. Vaguely he noticed Tairu and Kaido slinking away. His own gaze remained firmly on the floor in front of him. Hey! Kushina said quietly, her feet coming to his line of sight. They were still swollen, streaked with purple and red from the broken blood vessels ruptured during the trauma. Only so much foreign chakra could be introduced into someone's body for a period of time, and the doctors had been more concerned with making sure she could walk again than making her look pretty. He swallowed thickly and looked away. Hey! He whispered back. His voice was thick, he noticed absently. Kushina sighed, rolling her eyes as she threw her crutches aside. Hey! Minato exclaimed angrily, quickly jumping up to help her to the ground. Don't do that, you could ruin, Minato. Kushina growled. Sit down. I am not having this conversation looking up. Minato stared at her for a second before flopping down in front of her reluctantly. Kushina took a moment to study him. He was dirty, sweaty and stunk. 2 days' growth covered his face, and judging from his breath, he hadn't brushed his teeth in over twice as long. Dark half-moons circled the bottom of his eyes. Blue orbs were dull, weary. Sad. Kushina sat back, leaning on her elbows. Guilt. That's what she saw. Have you been sleeping? Or are you still doing your god impersonation? Minato glanced at her sharply. What? Lifting up her head haughtily, Kushina stuck her nose into the air. Namikaze Minato. I don't need sleep, I don't have to eat, and yet somehow I will always be alert and pay attention. She lowered her head to look at him pointedly. Minato's jaw clenched, and he looked away. Kushina sighed. I saw a Beto on the way in. Minato jerked, his jaw tight. He looked. She tilted her head suggestively. He nearly died. Minato supplied. Would have died, should have died. If they hadn't, they? Kushina lifted an eyebrow, curious. Minato sighed. The caravan. They were passing by, saw some of the battle. Got a Beto out, healed them up and sent them on their way. His smile was wry. Looks like Haruko-san, Ino-san, and Suki-san are medic nin. Surprise, surprise, Kushina nodded. Not really, Minato blinked. What? Naoki. He was definitely a ninja. Probably Jounin if I had to guess. And that Katashi, he has the look of a former ANBU. When Minato continued to stare at her, one part incredulously, one part impressed and two parts angry, she smirked and tapped her cheeks under her eye sockets. It's all in the eyes. And you didn't report it? Minato asked, dumbfounded. Kushina smacked him atop the head. Of course I did, doofus. They were under observation for a year before it was concluded they weren't a threat. She rolled her eyes. Didn't report it, my eye, Namike sighed. Look, I don't want to fight with you. Not right now. Kushina stopped, and looked closer. He was ready to drop. She'd bet anything had been running on adrenaline all week, probably keeping that infernal watch again. Growling deep in her chest, she tugged him over, ignoring his confused yelp, and pulled his head into her lap. He froze. Kushina, what are you doing? I'm going to sit here. You are going to take a nap. Reaching up, she unbuckled his pack, set it aside before digging out a blanket. As he stretched out, she folded it over his overly tall and lanky form. Gradually he relaxed, his muscles loosening from their tightly bunched groups. You shouldn't blame yourself, you know. What? He mumbled, for my legs. He tensed again. Minato? He lay tense and coiled against her, as if readying for an attack. He shot up to face her, jaw clenched so tight she wouldn't have been surprised if his teeth hurt. He glared at her. How can you say that? If it hadn't been for me, you would have stayed away. You wouldn't have. He looked down. Your lower body was crushed. They didn't think they could save you. At the very least, you weren't supposed to walk again, and it would have been my fault, Kushina. He looked up. If I had paid more attention, if I had just gotten a little more rest, He cut off when Kushina clapped a hand over his mouth. Yeah, you probably could have slept more, but really, Minato, I'm a grown woman. She scowled. Buck up. You sound like a fresh recruit on the field. If that can't change, what is? And stop feeling guilty. Or don't tell me you failed that class. Class? He blinked. The no guilt, no blame class, or whatever it's called. You've been a shinobi long enough to know that stuff happens, and if you hold on to it too long, I'll kill you. And I won't let you do that. Not over me. She pulled him back down. Now I'm pretty sure you haven't slept in a while, so I'll only tell you once more, go to sleep. Minato tried to protest, but then wondered why he bothered. He was asleep within minutes. The first thing he was aware of was the smell of honey and lilies. Then was the blessed feel of waking up after a long sleep. Or, well, waking up into another dream, because there was no way this wasn't a dream. Kushina holding him, running fingers through his hair, singing softly could in no way, shape, or form be happening. But it is. Kushina? He asked sleepily. Immediately the quiet singing above him cut off. Eh. Her fingers tugged through his hair, soothing him. You ready to wake up yet? NNNGH. Eloquent. She laughed. Minato reluctantly lifted his head. 10 more minutes? He grinned at her innocently. When she slapped him on the back of the head, he laughed and pushed himself up, flipped to his feet and turned around to give her a hand. She reached up, only to find herself flying as he pulled her into his arms. Minato! He winced when she shrieked right into his ear. Put me down! Smiling, he hefted her into a fireman's hold, making sure to slap her on the rump. Let's get you back home, eh? You shouldn't be up so much yet. Me nah too. She jabbed her elbow into his kidney, and drew back her knee to kick him in the side. The blonde oofed, his hold loosening. Kushina took the opportunity to slither down his front, only to find herself trapped in the cage of his arms. Where do you think you're going? You can't stand by yourself yet. Iron arms held her up from the ground, her toes barely touching. Kushina scowled. Cheater. A slow smirk curled the corner of her mouth. Minato glanced at her warily, knowing from experience that nothing good came from that smile. Eyes glowing with mischief, she reached up and pulled his head down. His lips were dry and chapped and still against hers. He was frozen, mouth cracked in the middle of a word. When he didn't respond, Kushina drew back, amused and a little bit insulted. She looked at him with one eyebrow lowered. Shocked, blue eyes met hers, and she smirked. Then Minato was moving, picking her up and pulling her to him. His mouth met hers with a fervor that shocked her. The kiss warmed her, filling her with a burn that started at her toes and ended somewhere in her chest. Pulling back slightly, she gasped out, "Minato, what are you doing?" Minato smirked at her, eyes dark. "Kissing you?" Then he ducked down again, his mouth coming down on hers with the hunger of a wolf. Hoisting her up so that he had his arms under her thighs, he held her close, as she cradled his face in her hands. Kushina sighed against his mouth and pulled back, laughing breathlessly as he tried to follow her. She rested her forehead against his, a gentle smile playing at her mouth. "What was that for?" Minato finally asked. He grinned. "Not that I'm complaining or anything." Kushina smirked back and kissed him again so she wouldn't have to answer. Suna. They'd been here 3 days, and Niji was already itching to leave. Quite literally, actually. There was sand in his hair, between the layers of his clothes, in his shoes, in his eyes, ears, and nose. It scratched against his skin when he moved, sat, or lay down, so he compromised by standing as still as possible so as not to shift his clothing, eyes forward staring blankly at the wall. Lee's clothes were scattered around his side of the room, nearly breaching the invisible line to Niji's side. After a long mission in which the boys had first been forced to share a room, Niji had quickly laid down some ground rules after had nearly burst a blood vessel trying to keep the room tidy. Lee's stuff stayed on his side. No socks, underwear, shorts, or shirts were to breach the middle of the room. No training equipment was to be spread out inside. No alarm clocks could go off at 4:15 in the morning, no matter what Lee had promised to do for some random person. No exceptions. In contrast, Niji's side of the room was strictly controlled. All weapons were arranged in an orderly fashion for easy equipment. His clothes were stacked in easy-to-access piles, planned so he could grab a change of clothing off the top and not mess up the pile. Dirty clothes were piled in a corner hidden by his bed so he didn't have to see them unless he needed to. His contacts, toothbrush, and other hygiene products were lined across one side of the sink, unlike Lee's whose personal effects were scattered all across the counter. It was times like these when Niji missed Tenten a lot. She was the one who slept in the middle, who cleaned up Lee's space just enough so it wouldn't drive Niji insane, while letting a few things get scattered on Niji's territory so his perfectionism wouldn't make Lee feel trapped. Her own space, always in the middle, was a mix between the two of them. She took as much, if not more, care of her innumerable weapons as Niji, while scattering her clothes every which way. More than once the boys had come across one of her more embarrassing personal effects. It usually ended with them running away from a hail of kunai and arrows yelling apologies over their shoulders to the irate kunoichi. Sighing, Niji gave up his search for comfort as a bad job all around and sat down on the bed. He flopped down so his hands were clasped behind his head. Tenten. He missed her fiercely. 2 years had dulled the pain, but it couldn't take away the loneliness. Tenten had been closer to him than anyone had ever known, closer than Guy, Lee, or any of the Konoha 9. The knock on the door tore him from his thoughts. Scowling, Niji marched over and yanked it open. A nonchalant Kiba stood calmly. "I am gonna hide in here for a while." Ino's recruiting helpers. Brushing past the frozen Hyuga, the Inuzuka flopped down on Niji's bed. Raising an eyebrow as his eyes wandered, he smirked at Niji. "OCD much?" Niji spurred into movement, picking up one of Lee's sweaty and stinky shirts and hurling it at the messy-haired teen. "Shut up." Kiba pulled of the shirt, looking nauseated. "Oh, gross. You know how sensitive my nose is." He wrinkled the aforementioned appendage, cringing. "Great, now I'm gonna smell that for the rest of the day." Standing up, he stretched. "So what are you doing, sulking away in here? Sun too bright for your vampiric tendencies?" Niji flipped him the bird. "No, I'm just trying to avoid inane conversation, aka moping." Kiba muttered under his breath. He was already going through Niji's weapons inventory, picking up random pieces, then throwing them aside haphazardly when done. Lifting up a strange weapon that looked like a mix of a knife and a crossbow, he sniffed it, asking, "Hey, what's this?" "That," Niji replied, snatching it out of the dog user's hand, "is mine." "What are you really doing here?" Kiba made his way to the bathroom, uncapping the toothpaste and squirting some on his finger. "I already told ya," avoiding Ino. "She needs dishwashers, and when you're in one of your moods she doesn't like to bother you, and the last place she'll think to find me is with you." Thus, he stuck his finger into his mouth. Good toothpaste. What kind is it? Anyway, I'm here to avoid her." Niji snatched the tube out of Kiba's hand, annoyance increasing when he noticed Kiba had squeezed from the middle instead of the bottom. "You know, if you keep this up you'll be leaving here with bruises," Kiba grinned. "Now, that's something I can work with." Niji raised an eyebrow. Did you just come here to annoy me into fighting with you? Maybe. It was beneath his dignity as a member of the Hyuga clan to roll his eyes, bash his head against the wall, or growl. It was considered treason to attack a fellow leaf shinobi with an intention to kill without reason, but then again, it was also forbidden to be branch member without a birdcage seal, so nothing prevented Niji from wrapping his hands around Kiba's neck and squeezing. Had been provoking enough. Unfortunately, Dog Boy was slicker than Niji had accounted for, sliding away towards the door, a cocky grin on his face. Kyuso, I want to knock that look off. Throwing caution to the wind, he charged after the laughing Inuzuka, determined to beat the arrogant SOB to death with a bone. Wouldn't that be irony? Shinsei was in hell, a fluffy, girly hell where older boys were trapped for all eternity, playing with china sets and dolls. How'd he get roped into this? Oh yeah, it was all Uncle Lee's fault. I'm gonna rip him apart. A good earth jutsu should do the trick. Should I bury him alive, or rip him to shreds with sharp rocks? Or maybe I should trap him with quicksand. Yeah, that'd be good. Shi-kun! Temari exclaimed, holding up her teacup. Shinsei twitched. The girl was 2. Were kids supposed to be so annoying at the age of 2? He certainly hadn't been. The vein under his eye throbbed as he picked up the kettle to serve the girl. Her stuffed raccoon and 2 other dolls had heard Ino call Barbies. Strange. Had always thought Barbies were the dumb girls who couldn't tell the sharp end of a kunai if it cut all the way through their throat. The girl babbled on, chattering so fast he couldn't make out one word from another. Instead, he nodded politely and continued plotting Lee's death. Shinobi Killing Arts 543, attaching wire neck level across a doorway. Defects, could catch non-objectives. Tsukihime would kill me. Shinobi Killing Arts 542, kunai attached to trip wire. Defects, subject is very agile. Might be able to dodge. Shinobi Killing Arts 541, impale target with needles to the brain. Defects, too obvious. Might arouse suspicion to person responsible, mainly me. Shinobi Killing Arts 450, trip them off a cliff. Defects, opponent is heavy. Shinobi Killing Arts 449, pencil stuck in the table. Jam target's head onto upright pencil. Defects. It'd be fun. Shinobi Killing Arts 448, slice through arm with pen. Ink poisoning at the very least. Defects, too obvious. And Haruka would kill me because of the extra work. Shinsei-kun? Hinata stood in the doorway, horrified. What are you doing? Shinsei looked down to find he had one of the teddy bears in his hands and was strangling it, twisting his fists back and forth, muttering curses under his breath. Temari was staring at him, a disturbingly interested look in her eye. Shinsei slowly looked up at Tsuki's unamused face, not even wondering how she could see him without her eyes, and thought quickly. Playing politics, Naoki style. And Naruto wondered why he was sleeping outside that night. Konoha, Obito was feeling stir-crazy. For a week and a half had been trapped in this bed, unable to so much as get up and walk to get some water from the nearby fountain. The blonde chick who headed the hospital might be hot and be the Hokage student, but she was as annoying as heck. Whenever she wasn't snapping at someone, she was standing somewhere, a sad and grief-stricken look on her face, staring blankly off into the distance at something only she could see. Quite frankly, she was depressing. Sighing, Obito picked up one of the shoujo that his cousin Itachi had generously provided. Had already read them all twice, but he figured it was better than staring at the blank wall. The man beside him coughed violently, the dry heaves racking his body. Obito couldn't help but glare at him in exasperation. Had been able to listen in on one of the nurses, or rather, had used his Sharingan to read their lips, and overheard that they thought the patient was just faking. They were going to throw him out tomorrow after Tsunade confirmed their diagnosis. Obito slumped down, opening the magazine to a random page, and started reading. Tsunade marched down the hall, shooting glares at the nincompoops who got in her way. Shizen walked along quietly behind her, the girl's small steps and apologies calming Tsunade a bit. Dawn niece had showed up one day, her belongings in a bag at her feet, a stubborn glint in her eye, and had told her flat out, "You aren't going anywhere without me." "You sure about that, kid?" Tsunade had asked, swaying slightly, still drunk from the sake that had been warming her belly since Dawn's funeral. Shizen's jaw took on a firmer tilt, and grabbing the sake bottle from her nearly aunt's hand, she smashed it to the ground. "My name's Shizen," she spat out. Then she herded the older woman into the house, shoved her into a cold shower to sober her up, and while Tsunade took her first shower in 2 weeks, she rooted out all the sake and hid it away. She packed up her uncle's clothes that were still laying around the apartment, and set them in the attic. Shizen ruffled through the cupboards for anything edible, before giving up after finding the rotten tomatoes and moss-covered bread. She then dragged Tsunade out for her first good meal in a week. Since then Shizen had been walking behind her, learning everything she could about her aunt's craft. Even now the small girl was tagging along at her heels, pulling out the necessary charts for the next patient. Tsunade gave it a passing glance. Uchiha Obito? Hi. Shizen replied. He's 13, was injured in a border skirmish close to the bridge. Capsized chest, severe injuries to the lungs, but someone provided medical assistance on the way over. According to chakra readings. Shizen trailed off. Tsunade-sama, is this right? What? Tsunade snatched the folder out of her assistant's hand. Signs of snapped ribs, 3rd, 7th and 10th ribs snapped in 3 places, 6th rib broken yada yada yada. She flipped the page. Rapid healing. Injuries vanishing at rapid rate, fractures no longer visible. Chakra treatment. She shut the folder, perplexed. None. Tsunade bent over her desk, eyes focused. Obito's file lay scattered before her, the mission report somewhere below. Day 3, rapid lung improvement, concussion decreasing rapidly. Hemoptysis ceased. Patient still complains over pressure in left lung. Day 4. No signs of coughing up blood. No broken ribs. No concussion. She leaned back, frowning. Even his sprained ankle's better, and he got that in the hospital. Her hand curled under her chin. He hasn't shown any signs of rapid healing before now. In fact, judging by his previous records, he's always been a slow healer. So why the change? None of my doctors have given him chakra treatments after being informed of the chakra applied in the field. Did they note any anomalies in his chakra after he was brought in? She reached over for his chart, studying the chakra graphs closely. Kyuso, the foreign chakra had already begun to merge when he got here. In less than 3 days. That's unheard of. If I could get chakra like that. Standing up, she slammed her door open and marched down the halls. If I had had chakra like that, Dan wouldn't have died. Rage built up in her with every click over her heels as she marched down the hall. When I find who's been keeping this a secret. Obito looked up, shocked when Tsunade kicked through his door. She marched up to him, grabbing him by the front of his shirt and lifting him up so they were nose to nose. Who healed you? What? In the woods. Who was the medic that healed you? Where can I find him? Obito's eyes were large in terror. I don't care what it takes, just get me away from this crazy hag. Aye. She wasn't a Konoha nin. Tsunade's grip slackened. What? She felt her hope drain out of her as confusion arose. She's part of the merchants. The traders. They were close by when we were attacked. Haruko-san healed me. Tsunade lowered him to the bed, eyes pensive. She's a medic nin, eh? They said that they all came from different villages that had been destroyed. Haruko-san healed me, while Ino-san and Suki-san took care of Kakashi and Rin. We already told Namikaze-sensei. Wasn't it in the report? Obito was staring at her, face white, eyes wide, voice trembling. Tsunade forced herself to look less severe. Arigato, Obito-san. I'll let you rest now. With that she turned and left, slamming the door closed behind her. One of Obito's roommates whistled lowly. I sure wouldn't want to be on the opposite side of that temper, no siree. Obito laughed nervously, the adrenaline surging through his veins making him hyper. And you weren't even close to her. Tsunade marched down the halls. She didn't notice the interns and nurses scattering out of her way. Instead she stayed focused on her goal, which was getting to the Hokage Tower as soon as she could and tearing a strip off of her sensei's hide. Tsunade slammed the hospital doors open and took to the roof, running along the spines for a stable footing. She used Kwami to transport to the window, smashed it open, and leaped inside. Sarutobi-sensei, the older man sighed, looking at the potted plant that had been smashed into the wall at her abrasive entrance. Tsunade. What are you? Where's this caravan I've been hearing about? Sarutobi glanced at her quizzically. I assume they're in Suna right now. Suna. Tsunade repeated weakly. There was no way she was going to be allowed in enemy territory to look for a civilian girl without arousing suspicion. When are they going to come back? Sarutobi was surprised. Well, I suppose when they're finished their rounds. After Suna they normally go to Iwa, then the Hidden Mist, then they roam to a few civilian villages. After that they go to Rain, before taking a sojourn to Cloud. I would venture to guess 5-6 months if they take their time. And if they hurry? Tsunade pressed. 3? 4. He beamed. They made it in 4 months one time. Tsunade's lips pressed together. Arigato, sensei. With that she darted out of the room, knocking the gathering of A and BU guards out of the way. She would have to inform Shizen they would be staying for another 4 months. Suna, do you think she'll bite? Ino asked absently, rubbing lotion on her legs. The girls were taking a day off, laying out on some sunning booths, trying to work up a tan, despite their naturally pale skin. Oh, you'd better believe she will. Tsunade's never been able to resist a mystery, especially one that runs away from her. She'll stick in Konoha until I get back, and then it'll play hard to get. Sakura toasted her glass. And the rest, as they say, is history, Ino huffed. I've never been one for medicine. I still don't get that newfound chakra manipulation that you created, Sakura laughed. Yeah, poor Tsunade. If I don't help her out, it's possible she'd never get it. I only discovered it through examining Naruto's healing rate. She rolled over onto her stomach. Did you know by increasing the rate of chakra speed, you increase the white blood cell count? Those fight off the infection, which allows the cells to rebound faster. The only problem is that the white blood cells run the risk of turning on the healthy human body. The trick is fooling the ag. Ino lifted up her hand. No work babble, please. I get enough of that watching you take care of the munchkins and poor civilians down there. Hinata frowned. I was enjoying it, actually. You would. Ino huffed. On an unknown road, Shinsei hung out the back of the wagon playing I Spy with himself as the cart chugged along. The merchants were traveling to a civilian village, well stocked up on cloud wool and clay jars from sand, and Shinsei was happy to be on his way. Whenever he was in one of those shinobi villages, he always felt tense, expecting to have to duck and run at any given moment. They had just rounded the bend that marked their journey halfway over, to Shinsei's great relief, when he heard Shika announce the runner up ahead. The man was gasping for air, hanging onto the wagon side to support himself. Naoki and Kiba quickly reached over to support him, while Ino threw them a water thermos. Drinking gratefully, the man lowered himself to the ground. Thanks for stopping. I need to get to one of the shinobi villages as fast as I can. Why? Naruto squatted down to the runner's eye level. Shinsei crawled his way to the front, curiously staring at the man. The runner was dusty, sweat allowing the earth to cling to his face, and clothing like glue to paper. Runners, Shinsei knew, were trained for endurance and speed, being the messengers that carried important news and documents from one village to another. For this man to be so out of breath was alarming. There's an epidemic in Takani. People dropping like flies. The armies put them on quarantine. No one's going in or out, and they've started to run out of food. The man's face was gray. Quizzically, Shinsei pondered what could make the man look like that. Sure, the carnage at the village must be great, but had seen worse. IWA had once decimated an entire region as a warning to a rebelling clan. Had been part of the cleanup crew, not having been old enough at the time to take part in the massacre. There had been blood everywhere, and those who had been spared had only been allowed to go so that they could spread the tale. So he wondered why this man was so sickened. It was only one village after all. A hand dropped to his shoulder, startling the boy. I suggest you go to Konoha, Shika stated, his arm warm on Shinsei's shoulder. They have the best medical facilities, and are much more likely to help. But aren't they at war? Konoha's never been one to turn away a job, Naoki said calmly. They need the money, and they don't like people getting sick. If you go to IWA, Suna, or Cloud, you'll most likely be turned away. Well, stop by the village while you're gone. Our girls are all trained medics, we have plenty of food and medicine, and we've all dealt with epidemics before. The runner looked relieved, but skeptical. Will they let you in? Oh, they will, Naoki stated firmly. Shinsei shuddered, taking in the self-assured eyes. He was serious. Why does he want to risk us? Wouldn't the smart thing to do be to continue on our way? Takani's a 4-day journey from here. The runner nodded, drank the last sip of water, then started off again, this time in the direction of Konoha. Will they really help him? Shinsei was cynical. No shinobi village had ever worked with had been willing to sacrifice resources for some unnamed village. It was a waste of assets, time and effort for very little reward, especially in a war. Naoki answered. His calm blue eyes met Shinsei's. Do you know why we're doing this? Well, get paid. That was the only reason he could think of anyway. Of course, the pay would probably be worth crap, villages like Takani being exceptionally poor, especially after a thing like this. Naoki laughed. Well, that'd be one reason, but we're not going to do it for that. He sobered. In fact, if they offered to pay us, I'd refuse. Reaching up, the blonde pulled the white-haired kid down from the wagon. I know you probably won't understand, but I'll try. Kiba, start moving us. Aye, Captain, Kiba said cheerfully. Akamaru. We're going to Takani. Let's go as quickly as possible, eh? The large white dog barked sharply, before making a pace that left Shinsei stunned. How is that dog moving so fast? He had to make use of his ninja training to keep up, noticing with interest but no surprise that everyone else had dismounted and was keeping pace just fine. Every human life is important, Naoki stated, running alongside the boy. A village doesn't just have relations in itself. Everyone in the village has at least one, if not more, connection outside. When someone dies, it causes grief, anguish, guilt, and despair in another person. The person who died leaves behind unfinished business, children, friends, rivalries, work. When we just let someone die, we take away the changes other people have to get to know them, to cherish them. We take away that person's chance to be loved, cherished. How would you feel if Suki-chan died? The pit of dread in Shinsei's stomach didn't surprise him, but the knowing look on Naoki's face did. Exactly. Not only that, but not helping out, leaving them to die, would be just as bad as if we'd cut into their hearts ourselves. If we know we can do something, but we don't, we might as well have killed them and stood by to watch the light fade out of their eyes. Oh, Shinsei said, still confused. Naoki sighed. Let's see if I can explain it better. Kiba, are we going to take the shortcut? No. The wagon wouldn't make it. All right. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. Naoki fell silent. I guess for you to relate you'll have to use a shinobi mindset, eh? It's like ripples in a pool. One action affects another. This village is a resource to us. We'll sell them supplies, they'll sell us supplies. News of us will spread, and we'll be welcome in more places. Not only that, but this village is one of the main grain providers for this area. They all die, many of the homes and towns around here will starve. Naoki fell silent. It's not the best example, and it's not the way I want you to think about this, but some things you can only learn by watching. You, with your shinobi mindset, have not seen the humanity I'm trying to explain, so you can't relate to it. Shinsei glanced at Naoki from the corner of his eye. Ever since the blonde had found him, huddled over the body of his friend a year ago, had seen the man as his hero. Naoki never got really impatient with him, had made sure to explain things to Shinsei, and always made sure the boy was feeling okay, a courtesy not even offered by his former commanding officers. So he was greatly relieved not to see a disappointed frown on his mentor's face. Instead, Naoki looked thoughtfully sad, something that was just as unsettling. The Naoki that Shinsei was used to was always laughing, telling a joke at someone's expense, usually Sai or Katashi, and running away from Haruko's resulting wrath. This silent stranger was new to him. Despite what his companions might think, Shinsei was not oblivious. He knew darn well that they had a history in shinobi arts. There was no way Suki would be able to do half the things she did without intensive training. Shika was far too good at strategy not to have worked on it for years. They knew far too much about the ins and outs of shinobi life not to have lived it. And whenever Naoki let his guard down, the amount of chakra coiled inside of him was enough to send Shinsei reeling. Had even snuck out a few times to watch them training, making sure to hide any signs of his passage, staying well out of sensing range. Had watched in shock as Haruko split the ground with her fist, or when Niji and Suki got going he would have to get even farther away as their chakra strikes lit up the night. He had almost been caught once or twice, but had managed to squeak under the wire. Despite their deception, he found himself trusting them. They'd never attacked anyone or used their skills to threaten him, which already put them a step or four ahead of any of his companions in IWA, aside from. He jerked his thoughts away from his friend as Kiba abruptly turned Akamaru off the beaten path. Kiba! What are you doing? Naoki yelled, bounding forward. Akamaru says he smells a shortcut that the wagon can run on. Nodding, Naoki fell back beside Shinsei. If you don't want to go into the village we can find someone to keep you. I don't think the situation is one for young eyes, Shinsei snorted. Don't patronize me. You know I've probably seen worse. But that doesn't mean you have to keep seeing them. Naoki supplied. We've handled things like this before. If you go in, follow Haruko and Suki's instructions to the letter. We don't want to get sick as well. The village gates rose up before them, tall and imposing, the gates guarded by the militia. They wore masks, their guns pointed at the gate. Halt! A sergeant called. You can't come in here. There's an epidemic. We're a medical team, Naoki shouted out. We're bringing in supplies. Well, stay inside until the quarantine's done. Heirei our orders. Riffling through his pockets, he pulled out a slip of paper Shinsei hadn't seen before. Whatever it was official enough for the guards to pull up the bar of the gate doors. Or you people inside. We're sending in a team, but don't rush the gate, or we'll be forced to fire. Turning, the sergeant nodded to the gate men, who opened the gate, 2 soldiers immediately going down to a knee to shoot anyone who tried to get out. Come on, Akamaru. Kiba encouraged. The large dog barked and charged inside. The rest of the ex-shinobi quickly followed, darting inside quickly. They had no sooner crossed the threshold that the door slammed closed behind them. Well, they certainly didn't hesitate. Ino groused. Naoki laughed. I'm just glad the papers fooled them. What are you talking about? Katashi looked insulted. My forgeries are always perfect. Kiba dismounted with a grunt. Yeah, whatever lets you sleep at night. The village spread out before them. The buildings were run down, wood having been pulled off the roofs and walls to make fire pits. The air held the stench of death. Looking around, Shinsei knew with certainty that the villagers wouldn't have been able to charge the gate. They lay around in piles of bone, skin, and tattered clothing. A few of the healthier ones cast them seated glances from bell eyes. One of the villagers, a young man aged before his time, slowly made his way over. Shinsei looked at him critically. His cheeks were sunken, his shirt hid none of the starved frame. His eyes held the glaze of fever, but the boy gave him reluctant respect for standing up to greet them. Who are you? The man rasped out. Haruko was already moving forward. We're a rescue team. We're here to help. She looked around. Is everyone sick? He laughed harshly. Sick or dying of starvation. Where's your doctor? Iwa-san. He died 4 weeks ago, the man said with fake nonchalance. His eyes narrowed and suddenly he was on the attack. He was one of the first to succumb. But of course you'd already know that, considering we sent for a new doctor 3.5 weeks ago. Haruko nodded. Okay. She breathed out. Is there anyone with medical expertise? How many of you are strong enough to work? Are you stupid or something? The man barked. Look around. We're hardly making it. Shinsei tensed incensed. Who does he think he is? We didn't have to come. We didn't have to help. Now we're trapped here just like him. Once again he felt the warmth of a hand on his head. Naoki smiled down at him, ruffling his large and tanned hand through the white locks before moving forward. What's your name? Naoki called out, coming to a stop beside Haruko. Shinsei could read their body language clearly, even from here. I'm here. Naoki was saying. I've got your back. I know. I'm alright, don't worry. The man glanced between them. Yuri. Honda Yuri. I'm the son of the chief of this village. Where's your father, kid? Naoki asked, glancing around as if he'd be able to tell one face apart from another in the haggard crowd below. Yuri snarled. Dead. Just like half the village. Naoki's eyes gentled, his smile fading into a look of sympathy. Shinsei watched him, not understanding. How could he look that way at a man who had done nothing but insult them since they'd got here? Haruko nodded. All right then. Turning around she started barking out orders. Kiba! Niji! Find an intact building and start moving them in. I want the starving in one village, the sick in another. Use masks and gloves. I have a box in the back. The boys nodded and moved forward. Lee, I need you to start tearing down some of the buildings. That one over there looks good. As an afterthought she added, take everything out of it first. That's someone's house. Hi, Haruko-san! Lee yelled out, already bounding toward the decrepit home. I shall endeavor to move all the belongings out of the house in 1 hour, or I shall tear down the building with my teeth. Shinsei watched him running with a detached fascination. Uncle Lee was always making ridiculous challenges to himself, most of which should have made the job take longer, but Shinsei had seen what the man could do with his teeth, and it wasn't pretty. That won't be necessary. Haruko yelled back. Lee just waved a hand in acknowledgement. Haruko huffed. Hopeless. Shinsei frowned. Haruko-san didn't have the same appreciation for Lee's abilities as he did. I want everyone who can stand to walk to the house those boys pick. Where are your herbal gardens? They've been pretty much rooted out, the man said reluctantly. A few of us tried to make something up on the off chance it'd work. I see. Haruko frowned. Ino, Suki, I want to start examining the people now. Katashi, Naoki, would you mind making stretchers for us? Ino, can we use your cloth? Sure. Ino shrugged. If you want, Shika and Chuji can start ripping up stuff for bandages. Chuji spoke up. Actually, I think he'll start cooking something. How many people are there? The man blinked, perking up at the mention of food. There's about 350 survivors. 200 of which are children. Haruko blinked. I see. That's more than expected. Cho, do we have enough to feed that many for a month? Oh sure. The large man answered. I've just stocked up. If we ration it we should be able to get their health up and still have food to spare. I think I can spread it out to 2 months, but after that things'll get tight. Haruko nodded, looking pleased. Fists on her hips, she glanced around the village, lips firming. Okay, let's do this. He had thought training had been hard. He had thought missions had been wearing. He had thought had withstood it all. Had never faced something like this. The pure muscle required to haul water from the well to the kitchen exhausted him. Then there was boiling the water to kill bacteria, measuring out the right amount of chemicals to add, just to be sure, and then taking jug after jug to the weather-beaten townspeople. Haruko, Ino and Tsukihime had lined the villagers up in 40 to 50 rows. Those who could still walk were ordered to help out. After making stretchers, Katashi took him to clean up the feces and urine left by the people too sick to move themselves away from their blankets. It was nauseating, and Shinsei had to work to not add his own vomit to the pile on the ground. When he was burying yet another pile of waste, trying not to gag, he turned to look for their great and fearless leader. He didn't expect Naoki to be doing any of the dirty work, knowing from his own experiences with superior officers that they tried to shove such duties onto their underlings. He knew, subconsciously, that Naoki wasn't that kind of leader, but the inclination was still there. Naoki was washing out the soiled blankets with a deep glower on his face. Every once in a while he would send a pleading look at Haruko, who would frown back severely. She would shake her head, her body language saying, "Don't ask me again. I'm busy enough without worrying about you doing something stupid." She did that a lot when around Naoki and Kiba, Shinsei had noticed. Sai, or Taro as they sometimes called him, was the middleman. He actually had one of the hardest jobs, because he had to go wherever someone needed him. Because of that, had never have a routine, which made the jobs more bearable. As Shinsei chucked another pail of crap into a hole and covered it up, he reasoned he wouldn't miss the monotony if it got him away from the stench. "Food's ready!" Chuji yelled. "Kiba, Niji, Lee, come help serve." Shinsei glared at the bigger man. He wouldn't have minded that job either. Naoki bent down, smiling kindly behind his mask to the old lady laid out below him. "Hey, Granny? I just need to lift your head a bit, okay?" The woman was too weak to answer, and Naoki took special care to make the lifting up and setting down gentle. "There, isn't a pillow so much better than rocks?" He reached up and grabbed one of the blankets from Shinsei, wrapping it around the woman's frail form as well as he could. "Are you warm?" The granny slowly nodded, smiling gratefully up at the blonde. "Okay then. Niji's coming down the line with soup, so we should be able to kill that hunger in your guts soon." Her smile looked a bit more cheerful. Naoki grinned back, his eyes crinkling up at the corners, and brushed a hand through her hair, not even seeming to notice the dirt and grime. Patting her on the shoulder, he stood up and moved to the next person. Shinsei watched him with detached interest. The man's smile hadn't dimmed since he'd gotten here, only gentling slightly at the more wretched of victims. The next patient had Shinsei gagging. The man's body was covered in seeping boils, the flesh inside rotting putridly. Naoki flinched slightly, but his eyes didn't narrow and his smile didn't fade, which would have been evident by a lowering of the cheeks and a loosening of the eyes. Actually, his grin widened almost playfully, his eyes sparkling more than ever. "Sheesh. Looks like you got a painful end to this deal." The man grinned back. "Hey, this is nothing. You should have seen me last week." He gestured up and down his body. All these boils were big, rounded and puffed up. "I felt like one of those plastic bubble wraps the kids play with." Naoki laughed. "Hey Shinsei, let's give this poor man another blanket so he doesn't have to press sore bones into the ground." "How does that sound, Oyaji?" The man frowned. "Oh, don't worry about me. These old bones have seen the last of their good days. Better to give that fluffy stuff to the young." The old man grinned, all gums. "No, me? I've lived a good life. Had 4 sons and 3 daughters, most beautiful girls you ever laid eyes on, I can bet you that." The old man sighed sadly. "They're gone now, though. 2 claimed by this blasted plague, but the other 5 have left the village. One of them actually has a small farm out on the border." "Is that so?" Naruto said. "Yep." The man sighed. "They're gone now, but they come back and visit me now and again. One of my daughters, the youngest actually, is expecting her first kid. Oh boy. I remember when she told me. My wife, she nearly had a stroke right then and there." The man chuckled, leaning his head back. "I wonder if it'll be a boy or girl?" Naoki shrugged. "Who knows? But my job's to keep you living long enough to find out. Don't worry about it." The man smiled. "That's good." He burst out coughing, his body curling in on itself painfully. Naoki rushed down, pulling the man into an upright position. The man's wrinkled hands came up to cup his mouth. When he finally pulled them away, his hands were stained red. "Oh," he said absently. "That's not good." Naoki didn't even hesitate. "Haruko! I need this man looked after now." Even as Haruko dashed over, speeding more quickly than a civilian would, the man launched into seizures, his body throwing itself about violently. Naoki threw himself over the man, pinning down his thrashing arms. "Shinsei! Put the pillows and blankets around him so he doesn't injure something." The boy hastened to comply. It was tireless and futile work, the man's unintentional thrashing tossing away the blankets and pillows even as they were placed below him. Finally, he stilled. Too still. Not even his eyes were moving. Naoki hissed. "No." Quick compressions to the chest were applied, even as Haruko slid down beside him. She placed an oxygen mask over his face, compressing air into his lungs. Finally she sat back. It's no good, Naoki. He's gone. Naoki sat back, his head lowered. I see. He stood up, and walked a little ways away, head still bowed. Later, when Shinsei was walking back along the rows to see if anyone needed help, there was a new man on the cot. The dead guy was nowhere to be seen. He wasn't the first person to be carted off to the mass burial grounds that was growing in the south corner of the village, but he was the one Shinsei remembered most later. He wondered if his daughters would ever know about the man's passing, or if they'd even care. He was working with Shika ripping up bandages when he saw the mayor's son causing trouble again. He was arguing with Haruko, but this time it sounded like he was arguing over food rations. Mendokus. Shika muttered, ripping one of the sheets with a little more force. Shinsei turned to him, watching as the man's usual scowl darkened. What is he doing? Shinsei asked, watching the man's increasingly red face as Haruko set her jaw stubbornly. She stood up on tiptoes, shoving herself in his face, growling out something indistinct. Haruko-san looks angry. Shika humphed, eyes dark. TCH. Whenever things get dark, the rats come out to play, he said cryptically. Shinsei rolled his eyes, thinking that for a lazy guy, he sure did drag out conversations. Before we came, there were only two options, miserable and dead. Now that we're here, there's miserable, dead, healthy and comfortable. Unfortunately, comfortable only comes by stealing from others. He nodded to Yuri. It was easy to give up things when they had no worth. Now, when he thinks he can get an edge, his true colors show. Shinsei frowned, disliking the man even more. He's a corrupt politician then? Shika glanced over at him, a glint of surprise showing. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. In IWA, we kill those we believe corrupt, Shika sighed. Yeah, well? Unfortunately, we're not in IWA, Shinsei blinked. Actually, we are in Iwagakure territory. Takani is 5 miles inside the border, so, let me rephrase that. Shika ripped another piece of expensive silk. We're not from IWA, Shinsei said, ripping linen. Do you think Ino realizes how many dresses she could have made from this? I think she's trying not to think of it now, but we'll definitely get an earful later. Shika scowled. Troublesome women. This is such a drag. Konoha. Itachi sat on the corner with his chin in his hands. At age 6, Itachi was a storehouse of energy. Unfortunately, all his playmates were in traveling, Shinsei, or in the hospital, Obito. He could, he supposed, hang out with Kakashi, but the Hatake was just too strict for Itachi's taste. He sighed. His team had a day off, and he was pretty sure they weren't doing anything, but the Uchiha had never connected with the members of his squad. And he couldn't help but feel that his sensei was an imposter, trying to take the place of his real Shursho, Naoki. The cheerful blonde hadn't been here in 2 weeks. Even before that, Naoki had been too weak from his journey to do more than sit and talk. Itachi was surprised to find that he was missing the older man terribly. And then Obito had to get himself injured and then miraculously cured in such a way that the Mednines were keeping him for another night. Itachi didn't want to go back to the Uchiha compound, not wanting to get into another match with his father. Every time he did, he threw his mother into anguish as she tried to play the peacemaker. Not only that, but Itachi had sensed a growing unrest in the clan, a dissatisfaction with the Hokage that worried him. Itachi himself was firmly on the Sandame's team. Not only because of the old man's concern for him, but because of Naoki's growing respect for the man. That guy's amazing. Naoki had said in quiet all one day when they had been walking past the academy. He's running away, fending off corrupt counselors, and still manages to find time to sneak out and play with kids. Now that stamina. Sarutobi was one of the few shinobi in power who didn't see Itachi as a tool for war or politics. He didn't mind digging into his pockets to buy Pak either, which made him okay in Itachi's book. Paki. A happy whistling broke into his daydreams, and he looked up sharply. The red-haired woman Naoki was always following around, Kushina, was coming down the street, her hands tucked into her pockets, a saban resting between her teeth. Itachi scowled. There was another reason for a bad mood. Whenever Naoki Shursho was in town, had always hang around the vixen and her not boyfriend despite the rumor Minato. Itachi didn't see what was so great about her. Sure, she could play a mean prank, and she and Naoki could have entire conversations at the top of their lungs, and the entire town could hear their hysterical laughter, but she made bento like no one else. And her homemade dango wasn't so bad. But still, what was so good about her? He scowled. And I am not jealous. No matter what Rinchan says. Ohio, Itachi-kun, Kushina said brightly. How can someone be that cheerful at 9 o'clock in the morning? Itachi though sulkily. Hi, he said instead. One thing about Kushina was that she wasn't patronizing, like a lot of the other women in the village. It was inconsistent. Itachi thought that half the time they expected him to be almost non-human with his abilities, and at other times they wanted to treat him like a kid. Kushina wasn't like that, but that doesn't excuse her for claiming all of Naoki's time. "What ya doin'?" Kushina asked, bending down in front of him, hands on her knees. "Nothin'," Itachi muttered, looking away. Kushina raised an eyebrow, brown eyes sparkling in mischievous amusement. "Nothing, eh?" She stood up. "Well, that doesn't sound like much fun." "Hey, Naoki was telling me you've become quite the prankster yourself." Itachi perked up, eyes meeting hers in rapt attention. He was even willing to overlook the knowing glint he was sure he saw in her smirk. "He just goes on and on about you." She waved her hand in rhythm to her words. "Itachi this, Itachi that, and you won't guess what Itachi did today." "What does he say?" Itachi leaned forward. Kushina flopped down beside him. "Well, he says you're a talented little bugger. He says you've got more sense than your entire clan combined, though he says Obito runs a quick second." She laughed, reaching over to rub out his scowl. "Hey, don't look like that. It's a compliment." Embarrassed she was able to see through him so easily, Itachi looked away. "Stupid Kunoichi." To his irritation, the redhead snickered. "Hey! I'm not here for your amusement, lady." Shed burst in on his day, disrupting his boredom without so much as a "by your leave," started talking about his mentor as if she owned him, and compared him to his numbskull cousin. "How rude! What do you want with Naoki anyway?" "Oops." By the look on her face, had said that out loud. And from his experience, comments like that were equivalent to putting blood in shark-infested waters. "Stupid, stupid, stupid! Now we'll never get rid of her." Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Takani, 11 p.m. It was night, and Shinsei didn't think he'd ever been as impressed with someone like he was with the girls. Haruko had been working non-stop, only pausing to get a bite to eat after everyone else had eaten their share. Since they'd gotten here until 10 minutes ago, when Sai had more or less picked her up and thrown her into bed, she'd been taking care of everyone, along with placing cool rags on fevered bodies, mixing up herbs to deal with nausea and headaches, brewing salves for boils. She'd also had to splint numerous broken wrists and ankles, the bones having become fragile from malnutrition. Shinsei had watched, amazed, as she lifted people up to place pillows, cool rags, or mustard cloths underneath them, not a hint of strain or impatience on her face. In between changing bed sheets and blankets, which inevitably became soiled again, and making more medicine, and if she wasn't trying to figure out what exactly the virus was, she would wander over to the children's section, a closed-off building that Ino and Suki had scrubbed down with detergents and boiling water. Haruko would once again show her incredible endurance, picking up the sweaty, stinky children to comfort them, only showing a hint of a grimace when one of the younger boys threw up on her. She'd sent Shinsei down there to help out after they'd finished cleaning up the yard, and the ex-IWA Nin had been shocked at the care given to the children despite the lack of resources. Sukiheim would sing, wandering down the aisles of beds, her quiet voice comforting the little ones. She'd gently check temperatures, pulses, and coughs, every once in a while drawing a sheet around a bed to keep the germs from flooding the rest of the room. Once, after a child started choking on her own blood, she'd taken the kid out of the room to keep the rest of them from getting scared. Meanwhile, Shinsei would wander from cot to cot, giving lots of the boiled water to the kids, giving them a packet of crackers that Chuji had set aside specifically for the children, and, when he had a moment, listening to their stories. Ino eventually came in to relieve her, telling the elegant woman to take a break. Then the blonde had yelled out, "Story time. Anyone who wants to listen in should drag their cots over. Come on people, don't you want to hear a story?" She'd been in the middle of the one about a girl who was on the way to deliver some cookies to her grandmother, and the evil shinobi who wanted the cookies for himself, who, when his tricks and snatch no jutsus had proved futile, kidnapped the granny and hid her in the closet, before using the henge no jutsu to transform into her image. When Haruko had called him away to help with the washing, had dragged his feet slowly, causing Haruko no end of frustration, before she realized he wanted to listen to the end of the story. When she promised to get Ino to finish it up later, complete with sound effects, he sped up, thinking that maybe if he hurried he'd catch the ending. Right now though, Shinsei was so tired all he wanted to do was roll over and sleep. Except, he couldn't when Haruko was whispering so urgently just outside the wagon. "I'm sure of it. It's Teiju," Haruko was saying, her voice hoarse for a day of calling out orders. Not shouting, she always insisted, calling. "The symptoms are all there. Hemoptysis." "Hema what?" "Coughing up blood, Kiba." "Oh, why didn't you just say that?" Haruko sighed. "Anyway, boils, headaches, a buildup of white blood cells, scleroderma. That's when the body turns against itself. Degeneration in the muscles which hasn't been helped by the malnutrition, and internal burns, especially along the chakra coils. The signs are all there. They were quiet. So this wasn't an accident, Shinsei shuddered. Had never heard Naoki sound so deadly. The pure wrath dripping of his deceptively smooth voice filled the boy with dread. No, it wasn't. Haruko confirmed. In fact, if I had to guess, I think this village was selected as a testing ground, to see how well the virus did. We all know what it does, but the daimyo or kage of this territory might not. Can you cure it? That was Shika. Come to think of it, Shinsei hadn't heard the lazy pineapple head sound so serious before either. With my current supplies? Haruko drew in a deep breath. No, Naoki swore. Then he paused for air and swore some more. By the time he was done cursing whoever had done this, their mothers, and their grandmothers just to be safe, along with making some potentially unfair statements about their fathers, and had finished cussing out brainless rules, stupid quarantines, and dim-witted people who couldn't see the value of human life, Shinsei's ears were burning. Then Naoki sighed deeply and tried to calm down. What do we do? We can't let these people die, Sakura. Shinsei perked up. Sakura? Who's that? To his chagrin, Haruko answered. It must be a nickname then, he thought, thinking of her ridiculously pink hair. I know. Someone's going to have to go get it. I would send Ino or Suki, but I need them here. Kiba has a good nose, but none of us can talk to AK and make him listen. I can't send you, Naruto, because you've never been able to tell an herb from a weed even if it bit you in the buttocks. The what? Kiba asked, laughing. Haruko sighed again, but indulged him. Buttocks aka, behind aka, but aka Yura, okay. Kiba cut in, mock offended. Am not stupid, you know. Shut up. Kiba growled. We didn't say anything. Chuji pointed out. I said shut up. Shinsei stifled his laughter in his pillow. Kiba was trying to pick a fight again. Anyway, Haruko broke in. Chuji, I need you to stay because of food. You're the best at making a good meal out of very little food. It tastes good too, by the way. Kakashi. No. Just no. There was a chorus of snickering and an offended, hey, which let Shinsei know who exactly Kakashi was. Heh, funny he has the same name as that Hataki back in Konoha. And then he thought. You don't think? Nah, Shika, I don't think you want to go. Niji won't leave Hinata, right? Someone must have nodded, because she continued on. Lee, I'm sorry, but I need someone who's not quite so filled with the flames of you, Sakura-chan. Please. If you let me go, I will find the necessary herbs in less than 4 hours, or tear down yet another building with my teeth. I know that I may not be the sneakiest of ninja? Thought Shinsei. He finally had confirmation. But please, allow me to prove to you that the flames of youth will surely win out in the end. Gai-sensei, if I do not amass all the necessary medicine in 2 hours you shall nothing. I'm sorry, Lee, but I have you down for taking over for the kids tomorrow. The healthier ones need some exercise. Oh, Shinsei huffed. Sucker, that leaves. Sigh. Would you be willing to do it? At that, Shinsei couldn't contain his snigger. Sigh. Collect herbs. Like a woman? His laughter only stopped when a wide-eyed Haruko tore open the wagon flap, staring down at him with something akin to horror. Well, at least I won't have to hide how much I know anymore. Then he thought about Sai collecting herbs in a pink apron with lacy ruffles and collapsed into giggles again. Konoha General Hospital. He was almost out, free, liberated, unrestrained, elsewhere, not at the hospital, uncaptured, doing a bird impersonation, gone. Now all he had to do was get past Frau Helga over there. He was disgusted. Of course one of his roommates would go into crisis 5 minutes after Head escaped and alert the nurses to his disappearing act. He should have gone from the roof. But no, the door was so much easier. So much more unconventional. So different than what shinobi usually used. The nurses wouldn't expect it at all. When he got out of here he was going to kill his cousin, heir to the clan or not. If it had been any nurse, he would have just used a henge to get past her. But no, this was Tsunade. One of the legendary 3. He snorted. In his opinion, they shouldn't be investigating Orochimaru for experimenting on humans, an investigation instigated by some mysteriously planted notes that had appeared on the Hokage's desk, but rather his beautiful but wicked teammate. How many blood tests and chakra charts could someone give without going insane? Obito didn't know, but he was pretty sure he was close to finding out. If he had to take one more test. What's this? She was moving away. Now was his chance. If he could get past 2 Iwa Nin, rescue the love of his life, and make a best friend in one mission, and awaken the Sharingan, can't forget that one, he could get past 1 Measly Sanin. Pushing chakra into his legs, he took off with a burst of speed. He was out. The fresh, non-processed air filled his lungs like a long-lost friend. The wind teased through his hair with gentle fingers. He had escaped. He was free. He was caught, drat, and he dangling 2 feet off the ground. Slowly he looked up to meet Tsunade's unamused eyes. And where do you think you're going? Chuckling nervously, he pointed in the Vtll direction of the Uchiha compound. Home, later, tucked into the hospital bed again, roommates laughing at him and nurses giving him the evil eye. He wondered if perhaps he shouldn't have phrased it like a question. When he saw Tsunade again, it was the afternoon after he'd finally been released from the hospital when they'd run out of excuses for experimenting on him. At least, that's what Obito called it. Minato, the traitor, called it taking precautions. Ha! She was standing on the bridge covering the river that swept through the town from the hot springs. She was holding a blue crystallite necklace in her hand, an expression of absolute loathing twisting her face into something hideous. For a moment, Obito thought she was going to throw it into the river, but instead she sighed and pulled it over her head. It probably would just find its way back to me, Tsunade said morbidly. And then I'd have more blood on my hands. Obito, feeling awkward at having witnessed an obviously private moment, spoke up. That's a pretty necklace, Ba-san. Tsunade straightened as if struck, her head whipping around to face him. What are you? When did you? She glared at him. What are you doing here, eh? Taking a shortcut? Had phrased it as a question again, his mind sing-songed to him. Shut up, was his oh-so-eloquent comeback. Tsunade looked skeptical. Where to? My team's meeting over on Training Field 3. It's the first time I get to train with them since my accident, thanks to a certain hospital who keeps people past their exit date. He glared at her pointedly. Tsunade pondered for a moment. Oh. The escapee. She grinned at him rather evilly this time. You know, if you hadn't tried to escape, we would have let you out that afternoon. Obito looked at her in shock, before growling out curses and threatening to kill Itachi. But why did the squirt tell him that he wasn't due to leave for a month? Tsunade's smile widened. Kami-sama, he looks like Nawaki. Tsunade-sama. The Sannin looked around when the wind brought her Shizen's voice. Tsunade-sama, I did it. Shizen threw herself at her mentor, who caught the girl, the momentum spinning them around. I healed the arm. And Momo-san didn't even have to help me. A smile spread over Tsunade's face. I see. That must have been too easy. Let's look for something a little harder then. She glanced back at the boy. Excuse us, Obito-san. Sure. Obito watched them walk off pensively. She doesn't look so gloomy anymore. Is it because of that girl? Shrugging, figuring it was none of his business what the woman did, he slung his hands behind his head and continued on his way. Takani, Sai stooped low in the shadows cast by the wall. He had been pleased to note that his old clothing now fit him again, meaning he had grown significantly since they had preformed that cursed time jutsu which shrunk him. He bit down on his thumb and drew a line of blood down his forearm. A quick seal later, and a large dragon slithered off his skin, coming to life with his chakra. Distract the guards. The dragon nodded in acknowledgement. Taking to the air, it spread its dark wings and blended into the night sky. Only the blotted-out stars told Sai where it was. The dragon circled above quietly, before letting out a shriek and diving down to the started soldiers. Smirking when he heard the frightened calls of the guards, he took off into the trees. He listened to the sound of mayhem as he quickly got out of hearing distance. 20 minutes later the dragon swept down on him, lifting him into the air to speed him on his way to the nearest city. Gathering herbs. Who does Shinsei think I am anyway? He arrived back at the town at midnight, his dragon dropping him down over a small mud patch before slithering back into a lifeless stance on his arm. Did you get it? Haruko asked, coming out of nowhere. Sai jumped. Sakura. Don't sneak up on me like that. Never mind that. Do you have it? Sakura extended her hand, fingers wiggling. With a roll of the eyes, he dropped the package into her waiting fingers. How did the talk with Shinsei go? He asked curiously, walking her back. Sakura sighed. Well, it definitely reminded us that he was an experienced jounin before coming to us. He's seen a lot, and concluded a lot more. He knows we don't use our real names, and that some, if not all, of us have had shinobi or military training. He's even watched some of us spar. Sai HND. That's troubling. Actually, it's kind of a relief. Sakura contradicted. I mean, I always felt guilty hiding our shinobi background from him. Sai shook his head. That's not what I'm talking about, Hag. I'm talking about how it's going to affect his trust in us. Do you think he's just going to take being lied to and deceived for 2 years lying down? Especially after we've spent so much time getting him to see the differences between us and IWA. Oh. Sakura blinked. Then with dawning understanding, oh, and you know what's even more worrisome? Sai continued as they came up to Sakura's lab, and by default the wagon. If we've let so much slip with him, who else have we clued in? Konoha, you! Obito yelled, marching toward Itachi with his pointer finger held out. You're the one! Itachi made a show of looking around the porch before pointing at himself innocently. Me? Oh, don't give me that! Obito growled, bounding up the wooden stairs to stand over the kid. You set me up, you little fink! You rat! Weasel! Fiend! Itachi raised his eyebrows innocently, looking confused. I don't know what you're talking about, Obito growled, crossing the remaining distance in no time. You aren't fooling anybody. You, blood traitor! Itachi blinked. He blinked again. And then he blinked just for the fun of watching Obito twitch. Was that supposed to be an insult? Gah! With a huff, the older of the cousins threw himself on the ground. He glanced at Itachi shrewdly. Is this because I spent more time with Naoki last time he was here? I don't know what you're talking about. Itachi replied, the jerk of his eye betraying him. Obito's ensuing shout of victory echoed over the clan walls. The boy had jumped to his feet, legs spread, hand raised in the victory sign, a grin shining for all the other stuck-up Uchihas to see. He proudly flaunted the victory of you stance from Tai Li last time he'd been here. Aha! That's. His arm dropped. That's just ridiculous, he finished. The younger boy glared at him and turned to show his back. Obito chuckled, a hand coming up to ruffle the 6-year-old's hair. Ma, Itachi-kun. I guess Rin really is right, you are jealous. Itachi turned and leveled him with such a glare, Obito felt his blood freeze. But the implied death threat wasn't the only reason. Itachi, when do you get the Sharingan? The red orbs whirled out of sight faster than you could say not it. I don't know what you're talking about, Itachi said firmly, his serious look stunning Obito into silence. You didn't see anything. Obito collapsed onto the steps. Itachi, Sharingan's not all it's cut out to be, and I don't want to be labeled a prodigy more than I already am. Do your parents know at least? When Itachi shot him, and are you kidding me? Look, Obito laughed nervously. Yeah, I guess that's a dumb question. Uncle Fukaga would announce it to everyone had happened to come across. Obito puffed up his chest and curled down his lower lip, pulling down the corners of his mouth. He looked down his nose at his younger cousin. Have any of you heard about my son? Of course you have, but I must remind you of just how immense his genius is. My son is the first to open the he winked shower head at the age of 6. Isn't he amazing, ladies and gentlemen? What? What's that you say? Is this the only reason I've called an emergency meeting? Why, of course it is. What better reason could there possibly be? Both boys laughed, sniggering behind their hands at the impersonation of the clan head. Pretty good, Itachi chortled. But I would stick to your day job. If not, Otosan might just kill you. Obito raised a fist. None shall hold me back. Art cannot be repressed. Itachi laughed again. Thanks, no problem. Obito leaned back on his elbows. Now about this jealousy thing that you have going on. Itachi hit his cousin over the head with a rolled-up newspaper. My thanks only goes so far, Obito. The teenager laughed. Hey, what about Shinsei? Why aren't you jealous of him? Shinsei and I have an understanding. I don't steal Tsukihime, and he won't steal Naoki. Obito blinked. Oh, I see. He's a mama's boy then, huh? Well, no wonder you two fit together so well. That day, news spread across the village about how scandalized the Uchiha clan was after 2 of the sons of the clan elders were reported to be running around in an undignified fashion, the older laughing hysterically whilst the younger one hurled himself after him, throwing kunai and flinging insults that made the older women gasp. Fugaku was frowning more severely than usual that week. No sooner had the mysterious runner appeared in Konoha, gasping for breath and begging for help, than Minato's team was summoned to the Hokage's office along with Tsunade. There's an epidemic in Takani, the Sandaime said the instant they were all there. I don't want to send you out so soon, but this situation is urgent, and every other able-bodied person is on the battlefield. I'm told that another group of medics has gone to help out, but they can probably use any help they can get. You're probably familiar with them. Apparently a certain caravan has 3 skilled medics in its crew. He glanced significantly at Obito. Tsunade straightened, interest piqued. You are to take a wagon of food and necessities. By now the medics should have isolated the disease, so you'll be going along for support. By our calculations, they've been there for a week and a half. Any questions? When do we leave? Minato asked. Now, Sandaime replied. The shinobi vanished in blurs of color. Takani. They were still fighting an uphill battle, but slowly yet surely they were winning the war. The children recovered the quickest, and soon Haruko had to assign Lee permanently to the exercise detail. Shinsei found this greatly amusing, and spent no little time chuckling about it. After learning that Shinsei was no idiot who could in fact see what had been under his nose for 2 years, the caravan had been much freer with ninjutsu and aijutsu. Haruko, or Sakura, whichever her real name was, could now run checkups without trying to keep it hidden from their youngest member. As did Ino and Suki. Haruko had even allowed Naoki to create Kage Bunshin to take care of a very big portion of the workload, but she made him promise not to let the villagers see more than one of him at a time. Head reluctantly agreed. Nevertheless, he couldn't wait for reinforcements. The women were almost always on the verge of chakra depletion, eating food pills in dangerous quantities to keep going. They were beginning to look haggard, the lack of sleep catching up with them. Even Suki was looking worn around the edges, which was very rare for the generally well-kept woman. Every once in a while, Katashi would take over, using what meager aijutsu he had to ease a bit of the weight off their shoulders while Chuji would send the girls to bed. Sometimes they'd even have to get Naoki to order them to bed, much to his pleasure. In fact, Shinsei thought, Naoki derived almost demented delight from instructing people to do inane things, while showing reluctance to order people to do painful or unenjoyable stuff. As always, it made Shinsei realize just how good he had it now. Maybe Jin was right. I am like a cat, eventually I land on my feet. Somewhere close to the IWA border, Obito marched forward, an anticipatory grin etched across his face. Tsunade scowled at him. You shouldn't look so happy, brat. Landing on another tree, the Mednin leaped forward, Shizen right behind her. Are you kidding me? Obito grinned, springing to another branch. The air is fresh, the sun is shining. Kakashi actually told a joke. Okay, a really lame one, but a joke nevertheless, and am about to see Shinsei again. Oh, I'm also out of the hospital. What is there not to be happy about? Kakashi scowled at him. Shut up, dope. Kakashi groused. It wasn't a joke. I was serious. Right. You really took the long way around the village because of a black cat. Obito cocked an eyebrow. How stupid do you think I am? Kakashi defiantly glared at his friend. Pretty stupid, but once again you've surprised me. And as if your excuses are any better, a cat up a tree? Monkey ninjas? He scoffed. Avalanches? We don't even have snow. Oh yeah. He'll have you know that, Tsunade cut in. Stop, both of you. This is serious. An epidemic is no child's play. She frowned at them. One bad virus can kill off an entire town in a matter of weeks. Obito waved a hand carelessly. Yeah, we know. But getting all morbid and blah, he stuck his tongue out and waved his hands. Makes the grunts dull, boys. Grunts? Rin asked from where she was keeping their six. Obito nodded sagely. Yep, in this situation, Kakashi, Sensei, and I are just people who run around and do your bidding. You doctors are the real miracle workers. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Obito, stick to your day job. Witty comments and comedian acts only work when you're being unknowingly stupid. Rin frowned. That's not nice to say, Kakashi-san. Yeah, Tsunade added, reverting back to her childish nature. I know we're all thinking it, but it's rude to declare it out loud. Shizen gasped reprovingly. Tsunade-sama, what? The girl glared at her mentor pointedly until Tsunade reluctantly looked away. Humph. Behind them all, Minato watched the interaction with a grin. There'd been a stark change in the team dynamics in the last 4 weeks. Ever since Rin's capture and the rescue that had nearly resulted in Obito's death, they'd changed roles quite abruptly. Rin had been spending a lot of time with the genjutsu experts, picking up hints for offensive and defensive strategies from them. Minato's gut feeling told him that her new fervor for attacking techniques stemmed from her desire never to be so helpless again. She had started to lean less and less on the boys, something that made him both proud and sad. He worried about her, however. While she had grown closer to Obito, her interaction with Kakashi was stiff, almost discomfited. Even as Minato appreciated the lack of fangirliness, he disliked the new coldness just as much, if not more. What was worse, Kakashi seemed to know where it came from and almost welcomed it, seeming to accept her hostility as a price for his. What? That what was something Minato couldn't pinpoint. But whatever what was, it had been a center point for the interaction of his team. It was what had made Obito defensive, Kakashi hostile, and forced Rin into nervous peacekeeper. Because of what, Kakashi and Obito had never been friends, only rivals. Now that what had changed, and because of that they were becoming inseparable while Rin, who had always been watching Kakashi as closely as she could, was drawing back. In a way, the leadership of the team had changed. While Kakashi was still team captain, because of rank if for nothing else, Obito was playing the mentor, helping Kakashi break the bonds of rules and ritual that had ruled his life from the age of 6. He and Itachi were working together to show the young jounin that showing up a little late with a ridiculous excuse was a good way to break up tension. Itachi had tried to include the older boy in one of his pranks, before decided with disgust that Kakashi still needed a lot more work before he was good enough for that. Minato had burst out laughing when a disgusted and offended Kakashi had informed him of that fact. Rin had looked on in silence before turning around and walking away. Minato hadn't missed the slump of Kakashi's shoulders, or the flash of guilt the boy hadn't been able to hide. "Shall forgive you in time," Minato said softly. "Maybe," Kakashi replied, not believing it for a minute. He looked away. Obito sighed. "Just give Rin time. She'll get over it. Come on. I want to go annoy that blonde chick, Tsunade Baba or something." Minato's sweat dropped. Hey, Obito, I don't think that's such a good idea," Minato said, lifting up a hand, his smile edgy. Obito ignored him, determined to persuade Kakashi to come along too. "It'll be fun." Obito had to get stitches, and Kakashi proved to be very good at avoiding blonde women for the next 2 days. Minato and Jiraiya had shared a laugh over it, but they agreed that the boys were probably doing Tsunade a world of good by getting her out of the dark world she'd holed herself up in, with Sake and Shizen as her only companions. They'd actually been amazed at how quickly the 2 boys had forced her out of her shell, though dumping a bucket of white paint on her head when she was coming out of the hospital might have had something to do with that. Not to say that she was cured. She still froze at the sight of blood, which restricted her to working in the chakra department, and she hadn't fought anyone since Dawn's funeral when she knocked off an entire platoon of IWA Nin in her grief. Even then, she hadn't killed anyone, and while not so vehemently as before, she still spoke of leaving the village, only staying so she could learn more of the mysterious chakra that Haruko-san had used on Obito. At Minato's behest, she'd also started teaching Rin some of her more advanced Taijutsu. "This doesn't make her my apprentice, though," Tsunade had stated firmly. "It won't keep me from leaving when the time comes." A cold feeling settled in the pit of his stomach. As they made their way to the village, and by extension the caravan and Haruko, Minato feared that the time of her leaving was getting close. "Takani." Naoki came up alongside the boy as Shinsei worked to hoe some of the earth so they could plant crops. The plan was to put the seeds in the ground, then they would channel chakra to the roots, increasing the growth rate. "Have you learned why we're doing this yet?" Naoki asked, fingers laced behind his head. Shinsei thought for a moment, leaning on his hoe. He watched the children running and playing tag with Lee. He saw the men and women who were slowly getting stronger, and he watched the trio of medic Nins take care of those who still weren't doing so well. He saw at least 7 kids who he knew wouldn't have survived without him. Shinsei, specifically, had been the one to discover them in various stages of death and bring them to one of the trio's attention. Had been the one to clean out the littlest girl's lungs when even seconds would have caused brain damage. "Yeah, I understand, Naoki-sama," Shinsei thought to himself. Then, mischievously, he turned to the blonde. "No." Naoki's face vaulted. "And I find myself increasingly annoyed that we used valuable silk from grass as bandages. It's a waste of resources. Now your jacket, on the other hand." He glared pointedly at the black and orange trench coat hanging in rags on the older teen's shoulders. Naoki sprang back, his hand coming protectively to his coat. "Don't mess with the coat, Shinsei." Shinsei laughed, shaking his head. "Well, I take it you're my replacement, so here you go. I promised Aya-chan a round of tag." With a cheerful wave he darted off. "Hey!" Naoki yelled, shaking his fist. "Get back here! Slacker! Cheater! Chibi Katashi!" Shinsei just laughed, dashing down the hill to join in on the games for a little while before Haruko found something else for him to do. Just then, the guards outside announced the welcome of the shinobi of the leaf. When the gate opened and Obito's team entered along with a blonde woman and little girl, Shinsei turned around to watch Naoki pause in mid-hoe, a small smirk on his face. "Heh," Naoki said. "I figured that'd bring her running." Things were about to get very interesting around here. Shinsei was surprised to find he was looking forward to it. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.